Chapter 837. The Supreme King Meng Tai had died and the dynasty's dragon luck had collapsed. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed. Its 10,000 years of foundation had been destroyed overnight. Yi Xing had slaughtered his way from the inner city of the imperial palace to the altar. He had destroyed the formations and fought against the kings. His momentum had attracted the attention of countless martial artists. The inner city army of the Great Yuan dynasty and many warriors of the Meng royal family had witnessed the battle between Yi Xing and Meng Tai from afar. Seeing Meng Tai die, everyone was shocked and in disbelief. In the history of the Star Continent, the highest cultivation level had been a 4-star king and the highest strength had been a 5-star king. However, the dynasty's dragon luck of the Great Yuan dynasty was able to resist the top 5-star kings. It could be said that in the Star Continent, as long as the dragon luck of the Great Yuan dynasty was not destroyed, the Great Yuan dynasty should be impregnable. However, the dynasty's draconic fate had been dispersed. The utmost king Meng Tai had died. Furthermore, the person who had accomplished all of this was Yi Xing alone. This result was simply too unbelievable. Thus, the Meng royal clan's cultivators were all dumbstruck. They were simply terrified. The Great Yuan dynasty has been destroyed. Run for your lives. In the backyard of the palace's main hall, a loud shout was heard. It was Si Kongyan's shout. In front of Si Kongyan was a teleportation formation. After the shout, the teleportation formation emitted a pure white light and Si Kongyan disappeared. Yi Xing looked towards the direction of the voice. His gaze penetrated the palace's main hall and saw the pure white light in the teleportation formation. Yi Xing had destroyed the dynasty's dragon luck and killed Meng Tai. This had already frightened the inner city army of the palace. Hearing Si Kongyan's shout, the warriors no longer restrained themselves and fled in all directions. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed and Meng Tai was dead. These warriors no longer had a target to protect and no reason to persevere. Who would dare to face Yi Xing? Of course, they fled as fast as they could. The Meng royal clan's cultivators soon recovered from their stupefied state. Meng Tai was indeed dead. He was deader than dead. Right now, the most important thing was for them to survive. They also joined in the escape. With regards to the Great Yuan dynasty, Yi Xing hated Meng Tai the most. Meng Tai was already dead and the Great Yuan dynasty had fallen apart. He was not a bloodthirsty person and there was no need for him to start a massacre for no reason. Hence, he allowed the cultivators to escape. However, the Meng clan had ruled the Starry Continent for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown how many clans they had bullied and offended. In the past, as the ruler of the Great Yuan dynasty, no one dared to voice their anger. Now that the Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed, the Meng clan had fallen from the throne. Their future days would probably not be easy. At the very least, the Great Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect had been fighting for more than 1,000 years. The Dark Star sect would not let go of the Meng family so easily. Yi Xing did not need to worry about these matters. The Great Yuan dynasty had ruled the Starry Continent for tens of thousands of years. They must have collected many treasures. Yi Xing had destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, he would not work for others. He had to take away the treasures collected by the Great Yuan dynasty. Yi Xing took Meng Tai's storage ring and activated his divine void-breaking eye. Very quickly, he searched through the entire inner palace. Most of the treasures in the Great Yuan dynasty were carried by Meng Tai. However, there were still some treasures hidden in the treasury. After Yi Xing found them, he took them all. Then, he used the teleportation array in Tianjing City to reach the East Divine Continent. By the time Yi Xing arrived at the Dark Star Island, the Dark Star sect had already received news from Tianjing City. The Dark Star sect naturally had spies in Tianjing City. Everyone in Tianjing City knew that such a huge matter had happened in the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, the news quickly reached the Dark Star Island. However, most of the martial artists only knew that the Supreme King Meng Tai had died and the Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed. However, they did not know who had killed Meng Tai and who had destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. This was the first news that the Dark Star sect received. Tianjing City had the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. This was something that the Dark Star sect was extremely wary of. Although the Dark Star sect's strength had surpassed the Great Yuan dynasty, they did not attack Tianjing City. This was because they could not deal with the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. Now, there was suddenly news that someone had broken into the inner palace, killed Meng Tai, and destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. The upper echelons of the Dark Star sect felt like they were dreaming. They did not dare to believe that this was real. Who had the strength to kill Meng Tai, who controlled the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty? When the Dark Star sect received the news, they immediately called for a meeting of the upper echelons. They carefully confirmed the news and confirmed that they had not read it wrongly. The source of the news was also correct. It was indeed from the spies of the Dark Star sect in Tianjing City. After a long period of shock, the Black Biao King decided to go to Tianjing City to investigate. Now, although Zhuo Xinglong was the sect leader of the Dark Star sect in name, the Black Biao King was the true decision-maker of the Dark Star sect. This news was too shocking. The Black Biao King did not dare to believe it. He could only go to Tianjing City personally to investigate and see for himself. Zhuo Xinglong said, "Could it be that the spies in Tianjing City were exposed and have already betrayed us and joined the Great Yuan dynasty? They set up an inescapable net in Tianjing City and then deliberately tricked us into going to Tianjing City, walking right into the trap?" The news was too shocking. Zhuo Xinglong could not believe that Meng Tai had died just like that. The Great Yuan dynasty had been destroyed just like that. Hence, he started to think about other things. Many elders had the same concerns. The Black Biao King said, "The most terrifying thing about Tianjing City is the imperial dragon fate of the Great Yuan dynasty. As long as we do not attack the inner palace, Meng Tai will not be able to stop us. Lady Qingxian and I will go and investigate. We will definitely be able to come and go as we please. There's no need to go. The news is true." A pleasant voice came from outside the Dark Star Hall. Following which, Wei Qingxian walked in. Her face was filled with excitement and joy. There was another person beside Wei Qingxian. The gazes of the kings of the Dark Star sect landed on this person. Their faces were filled with shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost. "Brother Yixing." The first to react was the Black Biao King. He rushed in front of Yixing and said excitedly, "You're still alive?" As expected. "You're still alive. Ha! You're still alive." His first sentence was filled with shock. Following which, it turned into great joy. The person who came in with Wei Qingxian was naturally Yixing. When Yixing arrived at the Dark Star Island, the first thing he saw was Wei Qingxian. Although Wei Qingxian had always believed that Yixing was still alive and had some guesses in her heart, she was still extremely excited when she saw Yixing. Yixing explained to Wei Qingxian that he was the one who had shot the arrow that day. He also told her about what he had done recently. However, before he could tell her in detail what had happened in the past 2 years, Yixing knew through his god's void-breaking eye that the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect had doubts about what had happened in Tianjing City. Hence, he came to the Dark Star Hall with Wei Qingxian. Although Yixing was already filled with joy after reuniting with Wei Qingxian after such a long time, seeing the Black Biao King again made him extremely excited. Yixing looked at the Black Biao King and nodded with a smile. "Of course I'm not dead. I'm living well. Furthermore, I've already killed Meng Tai. I've also destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon fate. The Great Yuan dynasty no longer exists." The Black Biao King was stunned. In the Dark Star Hall, all the kings of the Dark Star sect were stunned. Chapter 838. Previously, the kings didn't dare to believe the news of Meng Tai's death and the Great Yuan dynasty's destruction. Now, not only did Yixing confirm this news, but he also said that he had killed Meng Tai. This news shocked the kings even more. It could be said that they had watched Yixing grow up. Although Yixing's growth was very fast, he had only been a 7-star supremacy 2 years ago. No matter how fast he grew, it was impossible for him to reach such a level in just 2 years, right? Moreover, 2 years ago, Yixing had been hunted down by Meng Tai, and his whereabouts were unknown. Meng Tai had announced to the world that Yixing was dead. Now, just the appearance of Yixing was enough to make people feel like the dead had come back to life. This was shocking enough. Even the kings present couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The first to react was the Black Tiger King. His eyes were filled with shock, but more than that he was pleasantly surprised. The Black Tiger King slapped Yixing's shoulder and laughed. Good, ha, I knew it. You're the demon star of chaos. These 2 years, I didn't believe you were dead either. Ha, as expected, not only did you not die, you even killed Meng Tai and destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty. You are indeed the Great Yuan dynasty's demon star of chaos, ha. Since Yixing had said it himself, it naturally couldn't be false. The Black Tiger King no longer doubted the news from Tianjing City. Star Dragon King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings also recovered from their shock. Their gazes towards Yixing changed greatly. In their hearts, Yixing's image had always been that of a junior. At best, he was a very talented junior with a lot of potential. However, in just 2 years, Yixing had already killed his way into the Great Yuan dynasty's palace alone, destroyed the Great Yuan dynasty's dragon fate, and killed the Great Yuan dynasty's supreme king, Meng Tai. Such an expert could be said to be peerless in the Star Continent. Wei Qingxian alone was enough to shock them. Now, there was Yixing, who was even more heaven-defying. In the eyes of the kings, they could no longer associate Yixing with the junior of the past. Instead, he had become a peerless expert that even they had to look up to. Star Dragon King, Xiaomu King, and the other kings walked toward Yixing. They cupped their fists at Yixing and nodded slightly. Star Dragon King said, "The Yuan dynasty is our sect's archenemy. King Yixing killed Meng Tai and destroyed the Yuan dynasty. Our sect is grateful to you." Although Yixing had stayed in the Dark Star Church for a period of time, he was not an official disciple of the Dark Star Church. He had only been nurtured by the Dark Star Church because of the Black Biao King. Now, Star Dragon King could no longer treat Yixing as a genius of the Dark Star sect, but as a respected expert. They did not have a good relationship with Yixing like the Black Biao King. Naturally, they did not dare to be too casual in front of Yixing. Yixing nodded at the kings and said, "Star Dragon King, you don't have to be so polite. I have received many benefits from the Dark Star Church. It is my duty to contribute to the Dark Star Church. Now that Meng Tai is dead and the Yuan dynasty no longer exists, there are still many survivors. They are still powerful." Star Dragon King said, "Not to mention how many cultivators have died in the hands of the Yuan dynasty since the founding of the Dark Star Church. Just in the past few hundred years, a large number of experts and geniuses of the younger generation have been killed by the Yuan dynasty's cultivators. We must avenge them. Those who have been stained with the blood of our Dark Star Church's cultivators must not be spared." Black Biao King nodded and said, "That's right. Those people were once under the protection of the Yuan dynasty. Now that the Yuan dynasty has been destroyed, it is time to settle the score with them. There is no time to lose. Let's set out immediately to eliminate the survivors." The kings of the Dark Star Church nodded in unison. They all had their own enemies in the Yuan dynasty. Of course, it was not just Meng Tai alone. When the Yuan dynasty was at its peak, they could not do anything to it. Now that the Yuan dynasty had collapsed, they naturally had to settle the score. Yixing said, "The space in the Sea of Dark Prison is becoming more and more unstable. Once something happens, the Death Spirit King might invade. The human race is in danger. Everyone, please take your revenge. However, do not kill the innocent. Kill all of them and try to preserve the human race's strength." The Death Spirit King's invasion was too terrifying. The kings were stunned. Black Biao King said, "Are you serious?" Yixing nodded and said, "The Death Spirit King's soul that escaped that day has already been killed by me." Before he died, he said that it would not be long before the Sea of Dark Prison's spatial crack would be big enough for the Death Spirit King to pass through. Although he was trying to scare me, it might not be all empty words. Therefore, it is better to be prepared as soon as possible. Black Biao King said, "If that is the case, the Star Continent will face a great calamity. Let's do as Brother Yixing said. Those who have the blood of the Dark Star Church on their hands, kill them all. As for the others, spare them if possible." Yixing said, "That's good. Brother Black Biao, you decide what to do. I will not participate in these matters." I have to prepare for the dangers that we may face in the future. Black Biao King led the kings of the Dark Star Church and left the Dark Star Island for the Middle Sky continent to deal with the Deyuan dynasty. With Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian on the Dark Star Island, their safety was not an issue. It could be said that the kings of the Dark Star Church were all out. After the Black Biao King and the others left, Yi Xing told Wei Qingxian about his experiences in the past 2 years in detail. After learning that Yi Xing went to the Starry Crescent Land first, then to the Dark Star continent and became a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, Wei Qingxian was shocked. Yi Xing was not even a king, but he had traveled to several Starry Crescent lands. This experience was indeed amazing. Wei Qingxian said, "One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune." Yi Xing has experienced so many dangers, but he still managed to escape death. He has encountered such a great opportunity. In the future, we will go to the Starry Crescent Land first, then to the Dark Star continent. As a high-level continent, the Dark Star continent may have a passage to the Samsara Palace. Yi Xing nodded and said, "With our current strength, it is more than enough to go to the Starry Crescent Land. However, we cannot ignore the threat of the King of Death Spirit. If the King of Death Spirit invades the Star Continent and we are not there, the warriors on the Star Continent will be killed. We have to solve this problem first, then go to the Starry Crescent Land." Wei Qingxian thought for a while and said, "I don't know how long we have to wait for the King of Death Spirit to invade. What if we wait for 8 or 10 years and nothing happens?" Yi Xing smiled and said, "Of course, I won't just wait like a fool. In these years, I will try my best to improve my cultivation and increase my strength as soon as possible. However, the most important thing is to study formations. In the Heavenly Bao continent, among the treasures I obtained, there are ancient books on formations. I even have quasi-god level 6 ancient books on formations. My talent in formations is even better than my talent in martial arts. If the King of Death Spirits doesn't invade in 8 or 10 years, I'm afraid I will have become a level 5 array grandmaster. I only need to leave some formations to protect the human tribe on the Starland." Chapter 839. Yi Xing stayed at the Dark Star Island for a few days before returning to the Falling Star sect to meet with Hua Tianfeng, Lin Tongyu, Gu Tianshang, and the others. In the Heavenly Bao Hall, Yi Xing obtained a large number of treasures. Among them, there were treasures that could prolong one's life and heal injuries to one's life force. Chu Jingyue's injuries were completely healed, allowing her to regain her youth and increase her lifespan. After that, Yi Xing went to the old site of the Falling Star sect. The tortoise said that only when Yi Xing became a king and passed the king-level trial could he obtain all the treasures left behind by Emperor Xinghan. With Yi Xing's harvest in the Heavenly Bao continent, he was not very interested in the treasures in the Star Hall. Only the Star Hall itself was attractive to Yi Xing. Although the Star Hall was just a replica, it was not an ordinary divine artifact. If Yi Xing could use it, he would be able to exert a terrifying power that was far beyond his strength. Through the Star Token, Yi Xing entered the Star Hall. Yi Xing had absorbed Luo Tiangong's true god blood essence and became a king. He had built an extreme-grade imperial body. He had comprehended the true meaning of Tao from 3 great Taos of heaven and earth. His ability to challenge those of a higher level was even better than when he was in the honorable realm. Of course, passing the king-level trial was not difficult. Whether it was the energy form of Yi Xing or the energy form of 1 to 3 levels higher than Yi Xing, they were all defeated by Yi Xing effortlessly. He easily completed the king-level trial. "Very good, very good." The tortoise praised again and again. His eyes were filled with amazement. "I didn't expect you to become a king so quickly and have such powerful strength. Compared to Master, your talent and potential are much higher." In the end, Xinghan Great Emperor only managed to cultivate to the level of a 9-star king and failed to become a quasi-god. As for Yi Xing, he was now a 5-star blue fate. In terms of talent, Yi Xing was naturally much higher than Xinghan Great Emperor. Moreover, in terms of strength, Yi Xing, who was in the same realm, far surpassed Great Emperor Xinghan. Emperor Xinghan relied on the Stellar Hall replica to reach the level of a 1 Nirvana quasi-god. He himself did not have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Yi Xing was only a 1-star king, but he had the strength of a 6-star king. The two of them were naturally not on the same level. The tortoise continued, Yi Xing, you have completed all the tests left behind by the master. From today onwards, you are the new master of the Star Hall. By refining the Star Hall, you can obtain everything left behind by the previous master. Yi Xing was overjoyed and asked, How do I refine it? The tortoise said, Master, please follow me. The Stellar Hall still has a 5th level. Once you refine the heart of the 5th level, you will be able to control the Stellar Hall. Yi Xing was slightly surprised. Only then did he realize that the master that the pimp was talking about was him. And the fact that there was a 5th floor of the Stellar Hall made Yi Xing even more surprised. Soon, Yi Xing followed Mr. Tortoise to the 5th floor. What entered his eyes was a vast and boundless land of flames. With Yi Xing's normal eyesight, he could see thousands of miles just by looking. But even so, he still couldn't see the edge of this land of flames. The first 4 levels of the Stellar Hall were just small spaces. The fact that the 5th level had such a huge land of flames really exceeded Yi Xing's expectations. Seeing this, Mr. Tortoise explained, Master, the space of the 5th level is hundreds of thousands of miles long and wide. However, there is no sun, moon, or stars. There is no alternating day and night. There is no normal air, only endless flames. It is not suitable for life to grow, so it is very barren. This place was indeed very barren. Although there were mountains, valleys, plains, and various other terrains, without exception, they were all burning with flames. However, even if it was just a barren world, such a large piece of land was located in the Stellar Hall. This made Yi Xing feel shocked. It was impossible for the Stellar Hall to be more than hundreds of thousands of miles wide and hundreds of thousands of miles tall because it was impossible to have so many materials. However, to be able to contain such a large piece of land, it definitely involved the Tao of space. Mr. Tortoise flew forward and said, The world core is located in the center of the 5th level. Master, please follow me. Yi Xing followed behind Mr. Tortoise. In the center of his forehead, he opened his 3rd eye and used the Divine Voidbreaker Eye. The Divine Voidbreaker Eye's gaze pierced through the void. Before long, Yi Xing had roughly seen this piece of land. Mr. Tortoise was right. This piece of land was indeed hundreds of thousands of miles wide. In the center, there was a red stone that contained a special energy that controlled everything in all directions. It was the world core. Not long after, Mr. Tortoise and Yi Xing arrived next to the world core. Yi Xing dripped a drop of blood into the world core. His spiritual power pierced into it and quickly refined the world core. In an instant, an indescribable feeling arose in Yi Xing's heart. The shape of the entire Stellar Hall appeared in his mind. Yi Xing was very clear about the treasures inside. The Stellar Hall was like Yi Xing's hands and feet that he could control at will. There were a large number of treasures inside the Stellar Hall, ranging from low-grade spirit grade to top-grade spirit grade, low-grade profound grade to top-grade profound grade. However, the lower the grade, the more treasures there were. The higher the grade, the fewer treasures there were. Although the disciples of the Dark Star Hall had obtained many treasures in the past 700 years, it was probably less than 1/10 of the total treasures inside the Stellar Hall. Especially the profound grade treasures. Other than Yi Xing, no one had obtained them. Mr. Tortoise waved his hand, and a medicine bottle flew out from the treasure space and appeared in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing knew that this was a medicine bottle from the top-grade profound grade treasure area. He reached out and caught it, saying, This is a top-grade profound grade pill, extreme body pill. What are its effects? Mr. Tortoise said, It strengthens the body and also has the effect of increasing one's cultivation. Yi Xing nodded. Before, when he passed the martial saint, Taoist, and venerable level trials, the rewards he obtained were all pills that strengthened the body and increased one's cultivation. Yi Xing opened the bottle cap, swallowed the extreme body pill, and began to refine it. The strength of an imperial body was measured by the vitality, not the strength of the body. A top-grade imperial body was an immortal body, not an indestructible body. A top-grade Imperial body's immortal body was not really immortal, but after being injured, it could be healed through a powerful vitality. Every time it was healed, it would consume vitality. Once the vitality was exhausted, it would still die. Therefore, even if it was a top-grade Imperial body, one could not ignore the strength of the body. The higher the strength of the body, the less damage one would receive, and the less vitality one would need to recover from injuries. Then, a top-grade Imperial body would be able to last longer in battle. Otherwise, if one's body was too weak, one's body would be destroyed by a single blow. Without reaching the realm of blood rebirth, even if one had an immortal body, they would still die instantly. A top-grade Imperial body's absorption of physical energy was extremely fast. In just half an hour, the medicinal efficacy of the extreme body pill was completely absorbed by Yi Xing, and the strength of his body skyrocketed. Yi Xing could feel that just by relying on the strength of his body, he was probably comparable to a 5-star king. Moreover, Yi Xing's Star Dipper had been greatly strengthened, and his cultivation had taken another step forward, becoming a 2-star king. Chapter 840. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yi Xing smiled. With the breakthrough in his cultivation and the strengthening of his physical body, Yi Xing's strength had risen by yet another notch. A high-level king realm expert could be called an emperor. Although there was only one level difference between a 6-star king and a 7-star king, there was a huge difference in strength. When Yi Xing was a 1-star king, he could use the Sagittarius constellation to unleash the strength of a 6-star king, but it was only equivalent to an ordinary 6-star king. Some kings who had the ability to challenge those of a higher level might not be able to compete with a 7-star king after becoming a 6-star king. However, their strength was much stronger than an ordinary 6-star king. Right now, Yi Xing's strength was probably not inferior to these extremely powerful 6-star king realm geniuses. Although I haven't reached the level of a 7-star king warrior yet, with the black hole astral form, I might be able to fight against a 7-star Death Spirit King head-on. I don't know how long it will take for the Death Spirit King to invade. In a few years, my cultivation will continue to improve, and then I will be able to kill a 7-star Death Spirit King head-on. Then, I won't be afraid of the Death Spirit King invading the Star Continent. Yi Xing hoped that the Death Spirit King would not invade too soon. Now, his formation was not complete yet. If he encountered a 7-star Death Spirit King, he would barely be able to compete with it. In a few years, his cultivation would increase, and even if a 7-star Death Spirit King invaded the Starry Continent, Yi Xing would be able to deal with it. Congratulations, Master. With your strength, it will be easy for you to go to the Starry Crescent Land. The tortoise congratulated him and said, the old master had a last wish. He hoped that after you get his belongings and go to the Starry Crescent Land, you could avenge him and kill all the enemies who had plotted against him. 700 years have passed. Most of the enemies who plotted against the old master have reached the end of their lifespans, but one of them is definitely still alive. Yi Xing asked, who? Mr. Tortoise said, Xing Qingji. Kings have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Every time a quasi-god goes through nirvana, their lifespan will increase by 1,000 years. A quasi-god in nirvana can live for 2,000 years. Xing Qingji was more than 500 years old back then, and now he is more than 1,200 years old. As long as he is not killed by others, he should still be alive. A figure appeared in Yi Xing's mind. He said, Xing Qingji, I've seen him before. Back in the Starry Crescent Land, he wanted to kill me as well. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill Xing Qingji to avenge Emperor Xing Han and vent my anger. The tortoise said, this guy is indeed still alive. I must watch him die. Yi Xing nodded and said, Mr. Tortoise, what abilities does the Starry Hall have? As a divine artifact, I should be able to use it to kill my enemies. Mr. Tortoise said, of course you can. However, with your current strength, you can control the Starry Hall to move, but it is not enough to unleash its power. The Starry Hall can be used for both offense and defense. When attacking, it can trigger the flames on the 5th floor, which can burn gods. You need to cultivate a fire elemental technique called the Star Glaze technique. When defending, the starry hall can transform into a star to defend all directions. Similarly, you need to cultivate the star glaze technique to be able to defend against the attacks of gods. Defense could withstand the attacks of gods, and attack had the power to kill gods. Yi Xing was very excited. If he could cultivate the star glaze technique, wouldn't his strength reach the god level? Yi Xing said excitedly, "What about the star glaze technique? Where is it kept in the starry hall? Why haven't I found it?" Mr. Tortoise could not help but touch his forehead and said, "Master, the star glaze technique is not an ordinary technique. It was obtained by the old master from the star secret realm. Moreover, the old master only had a superficial knowledge of it, not even at the entry level. He could barely move the starry hall and unleash the most basic power. If the old master had learned the star glaze technique, he would not have been able to be compared to a first nirvana quasi-god, and he would not have been killed by Xing Qingji and the others." Yi Xing's hot-bloodedness immediately cooled down. He said, "So, there is no star glaze technique? Although I can control the star palace, I can't use it to attack, nor can I use it to defend. Isn't that completely useless?" Mr. Tortoise thought for a while and said, "It's not completely useless. The starry hall is incomparably sturdy. Even if you can't unleash its power, just as a hard weapon, it has boundless power and can smash someone to death. Moreover, if the master encounters a strong enemy, he can also hide in the starry hall. Even a quasi-god can't destroy the starry hall. In the starry hall, your defense can be considered invincible." Yi Xing nodded slightly. What Mr. Tortoise said made sense. However, after thinking carefully, Yi Xing felt that something was wrong. He said, "Mr. Tortoise, can't others snatch the starry hall and forcibly refine it?" "Oh." Mr. Tortoise nodded and said, "If other martial artists want to refine the starry hall, they have to at least defeat my will first. I, Mr. Tortoise, have lived for so long. I'm not someone who can be shaken by the will of a mere king. Only experts above the quasi-god level have the possibility of forcibly refining the starry hall." Now Yi Xing was clear in his heart. The starry hall could only be considered safe against martial artists below the quasi-god level. If he encountered an enemy of the quasi-god level, then there was no need to hide in the starry hall. It was better to escape as far as possible. Yi Xing sighed and said, "The star mystery realm is located in the dark star continent. It seems that only by reaching the dark star continent can one enter the star mystery realm and have the hope of obtaining the star glaze technique. The star mystery realm could only be entered by martial artists above the 9-star king level. The method left behind by Luo Tiangong could directly send people into the star mystery realm. After Yi Xing became a 9-star king, he could deal with it together." Yi Xing left the starry hall. With a thought, the starry hall shrunk and fell into his palm. Without the starry hall, the fallen star mystery realm lost its power. The formations and restrictions dissipated directly, leaving only the sea of fire formed by the outer flame. The situation in the star continent changed. The Great Yuan dynasty was destroyed, and the remnants were hunted down by the Dark Star sect. Some martial artists whose hands were stained with the blood of the Dark Star sect's martial artists were all eliminated. At the same time, some forces that were once oppressed by the Great Yuan dynasty took advantage of the situation and began to encircle and annihilate the disciples of the Meng royal family. The Meng family was originally the #1 family in the Star Continent. Now that everyone wanted to kill them, they had no choice but to conceal their identity and completely disappear from the stage of the Star Continent. The Dark Star sect's power was like the sky, and all the forces in the world submitted to them. A new dynasty, the Dark Star dynasty, was established. Yi Xing did not pay attention to all of this. He only borrowed the power of the Dark Star sect to collect the ancient books on formations in the world. He used his superbrain to scan them and then compared them with the ancient books he obtained in the Heavenly Bao continent. As he cultivated, he studied formations, waiting for the disaster of the human race in the Star Continent to arrive. Chapter 844. The stronger Yi Xing was, the greater the benefits of devouring Yi Xing's flesh and blood would be. With Yi Xing's strength, Devouring him was no different from devouring a 7-star king. However, there wasn't even a mid-step king on the star continent. Devouring a 7-star king was simply an extravagant hope. However, with Yi Xing, this extravagant hope became hope. King Wuba was naturally pleasantly surprised. A large number of dead spirits lived in the death realm of the star continent. King Wuba was the strongest expert in this realm. Among the 4 7-star death spirit kings, his strength was undoubtedly the strongest. Even if the 3 7-star death spirit kings, King Wu Gu, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for King Wuba. Therefore, although Yi Xing's strength surprised King Wuba, he still had full confidence in killing Yi Xing, seeing that King Ha Ling and King Zadu were in a dangerous situation under Yi Xing's attack. King Wuba suddenly attacked. King Wuba's figure was like the wind, drifting behind Yi Xing in an instant. The green hair on his body shone brightly, and his aura instantly erupted. Xiao, blue fingernails grew out of King Wuba's 5 fingers. Like sharp blades, they suddenly shot towards the back of Yi Xing's head. King Wuba's sudden attack on Yi Xing wasn't inferior to Yi Xing's previous attack on King Ha Ling and King Zadu. It was also unpredictable and hard to guard against. Yi Xing was very clear about King Wuba's sneak attack. However, Yi Xing didn't guard against it in advance, nor did he dodge. Instead, he allowed King Wuba's attack to come. Bang! With a loud explosion, the power of King Wuba's attack was so terrifying that even Vajra mysterious iron would be smashed to pieces. Yi Xing's head also exploded. The martial artists of the star continent all cried out in alarm, their expressions instantly turning into terror. The strength that Yi Xing had erupted with was beyond the expectations of the martial artists. The martial artists had already regarded Yi Xing as their only hope to contend against the undead army. Now, Yi Xing's head had been smashed by King Wuba, and all the warriors turned pale in an instant. Once Yi Xing died, their flesh and blood would soon be devoured by the King of Death Spirit and turned into human skeletons. Even the Black Biao King's expression changed at this moment. Only Wei Qingxian, who knew that Yi Xing had constructed a supreme-grade imperial body and possessed an immortal body, remained calm. Yi Xing's head exploded, but he did not die instantly as the warriors had imagined. Instead, as his head exploded, he instantly turned around and grabbed Wuba Wang's wrist. Although he did not have a head, Yi Xing's strength did not change. He grabbed Wuba Wang's wrist and swung it. Wuba Wang and Yi Xing instantly changed directions. Yi Xing had suffered such a serious injury, but he did not die. This was beyond King Wuba's expectations, so he naturally relaxed his guard at this moment. Just as the two of them changed directions, Yi Xing also put his 5 fingers together and thrust them towards Wuba Wang's chest. 3 kinds of true meaning of Tao, the power of the vermilion bird celestial phase, the power of the arrow intent, and all kinds of forces gathered in this thrust, making it not only powerful, but also had a terrifying penetrating power. Bang! Yi Xing's 5 fingers struck Wuba Wang's chest, and as if he had struck a piece of fine steel, a loud explosion rang out. Wuba Wang's body instantly shot backwards, and a fist-sized dent appeared on his chest because of Yi Xing's thrust, but in the end, it did not reveal the corpse jade. In the blink of an eye, Wuba Wang hit the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, the flesh on Yi Xing's neck wriggled, and a head grew out. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Xing's head was first blown up, and then it grew out. On the other hand, Wuba Wang was sent flying by Yi Xing's thrust, and his corpse jade almost fell out and he died. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. His head could grow back after it was gone, and this completely subverted their understanding. In the history of the Starland, the genius kings had at most built a middle-grade imperial body. How could they know the mysteries of a top-grade imperial body? Yi Xing secretly sighed in pity. Wuba Wang's body was even stronger than a middle-grade dark weapon. Otherwise, the blow just now would have brought out his corpse jade and killed him. However, Yi Xing had already expected that this blow might not be able to kill Wuba Wang. Therefore, when he attacked, he changed the direction of Wuba Wang's body. This blow did not kill Wuba Wang, but it also sent him into the formation area. Just like Ha Ling King and Jia Du King, he was surrounded by layers of formations. Wu Ba Wang. Ha Ling King and Jia Du King's figures flashed and arrived at the place where Wu Ba Wang had fallen. Even Wu Ba Wang had suffered a loss in the hands of this three-star king. They were shocked. Wu Ba Wang instantly stood up and touched the dent on his chest. Wu Ba Wang was also scared, and his heart was filled with anger. With his strength, if he did not think that Yi Xing was dead and let his guard down, he would not have been hit in the chest by Yi Xing and almost lost his life. Wu Ba Wang's empty eyes stared at Yi Xing and said, "You have built a top-grade imperial body, and have an immortal body. Good, very good. Devouring your flesh and blood is better than devouring the flesh and blood of 10 seven-star kings. No, 100 of them." Yi Xing smiled faintly. Now that Wu Ba Wang had entered the formation, he could not escape from the palm of his hand. Yi Xing smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you are now a turtle in a jar. Ha, you can't even save your own life, and you still want to eat me." Wu Ba Wang snorted coldly and said, "You are indeed very strong, but you are still no match for me. I was too careless just now. Do you think you can trap me with these formations? In at most 10 breaths of time, I'll be able to completely destroy all of these formations and break them clean." Yi Xing smiled and said, 10 breaths? Enough to kill you." As he spoke, a ray of starlight shot up into the sky and turned into a huge starlight bow. Yi Xing used the Sagittarius constellation, and his aura soared again, and his strength increased greatly. The power of the Sagittarius constellation and the power of the arrow complemented each other, forming a terrifying penetrating power. Even the devil's face formed by the power of the 100,000 undead army was affected by this penetrating power and showed signs of collapsing. Looking at the Sagittarius constellation in the sky, Wu Ba Wang's face changed greatly. Constellation? You have been hiding your strength?" Wu Ba Wang's voice suddenly became a little frightened. If he had known that Yi Xing was so powerful, he would have chosen to retreat and run away. He would first enjoy the flesh and blood of other creatures instead of fighting such a powerful existence head-on. Wu Ba Wang suddenly let out a shrill scream and roared, "Guguha!" Only the undead king, who had grown to stage 5 and condensed his spiritual will into a soul, would have a strong subjective consciousness. The undead spirits below stage 5 had no fear and would absolutely obey the orders of their superiors. As soon as Wu Ba Wang gave the order, the 100,000 undead army immediately rushed over. Even the undead king, who had a strong subjective consciousness and was used to Wu Ba Wang's orders, also rushed over while screaming. Chapter 845. Seeing that Yi Xing had used the constellations, King Wu Ba knew that he was no match for him. If he wasn't restrained by the formation with his sturdy body, King Wu Ba believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. However, he was now trapped by the formation. Even if it was just a level 5 formation that he didn't think highly of, it had become his prison, restricting his movements. King Wu Ba had just experienced how strong Yi Xing's attacks were. Now that Yi Xing had used the Sagittarius constellation, his strength had increased greatly, and it was enough to threaten King Wu Ba's life. If King Wu Ba tried to break the formation, he would have to face Yi Xing's fatal attack. If he didn't break the formation, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he continued to defend, he would lose his life. He was caught in a dilemma. Therefore, King Wu Ba immediately ordered the undead army to attack. At the same time, King Wu Ba also ordered King Ha Ling and King Zadu to break through with all their strength, while he fought Yi Xing with all his strength to buy time. There were 2 7-star undead kings inside, and 100,000 undead army outside. It wouldn't take too long to break these level 5 formations. Therefore, as long as they delayed Yi Xing for a while, they would be able to escape once the formation was broken. King Wu Ba couldn't help but feel a trace of joy in his heart. As long as he could escape this calamity, there would be a large amount of flesh and blood in this world for him to enjoy. He didn't believe that there would be a second person on this continent who was as heaven-defying as this young man in front of him. The undead army's roars shook heaven and earth. The corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. Everything was within his expectations. In the past 6 months, he had set up dozens of level 5 formations. Among them, There were bewildering formations, illusion formations, and trapping formations. Each formation was enough to trap a 6-star king. With dozens of formations, even a 7-star king would need some time to break them. Yi Xing was very confident that his opponent wouldn't have enough time. In Yi Xing's view, the 100,000 undead army charging over was just walking right into a trap. If the army of 100,000 dead spirits scattered and fled, Yi Xing wouldn't be able to split himself into two, and the number of martial arts experts on the Star Continent was limited. It would be really difficult to chase after them. If they rushed into the area of the formation he had set up, he could use the formation to trap them and kill them all. Yi Xing drew his golden flame bow, and a black flame arrow condensed and shot out. Sharp claws grew out of King Wuba's 10 fingers, and his strength exploded to the limit as he grabbed at the black flame arrow. The sharp claws collided with the arrow, and sparks flew everywhere. King Wuba's body was pushed back, and he crashed into the light shield of the formation. He was at an absolute disadvantage. However, as a 7-star Death Spirit King, his body was extremely sturdy. Even though the impact was heavy, he was completely fine. Wuba King was still lively as he bellowed, "Although your attack is strong, it can't do anything to this king. When this king escapes, I will definitely slaughter all the humans I see on this continent." "Human, you are very strong, but so what? You can't stop this king." Yi Xing laughed and said, "Who says I can't stop you?" As soon as his voice fell, Yi Xing used another kind of astrology. The black hole astrology appeared and formed a dark world in an instant, enveloping King Wuba, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu. Suddenly, it was pitch black in front of them, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. The 3 Death Spirit Kings were shocked, and King Ha Ling even exclaimed, "What's going on? I can't see anything?" At this moment, the army of dead spirits had already entered the area of the formation. Layers of formations were activated one after another. Some were illusory formations, which made the dead spirits fall into an illusory world. Some were trapping formations, which trapped the dead spirits in the light shield of the formation. Don't let these dead spirits escape. Kill them while they are trapped in the formation. King Heibiao bellowed. Yi Xing had already discussed with him that when the army of dead spirits fell into the formation, it would be the time for the warriors of the Star Continent to attack. As long as they didn't enter the area of the formation, they wouldn't be affected by the formation, and the warriors could attack from a distance. Everyone be careful. Don't enter the formation. Wei Qingxian was the fastest. She rushed to the front and slapped with her palm. The white cold Gang Qi instantly froze a few thousand meters. Except for the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, the rest of the dead spirits were all frozen. Behind Wei Qingxian, the attacks of the kings and venerables covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked the frozen dead spirits. The ice crystals shattered, and the bodies of the 4th-level green-haired dead spirits were shattered into pieces like the ice crystals. The corpse jades fell out of their bodies directly. As for the 5th-level green-haired dead spirits, their bodies were much sturdier. The shattering of the ice crystals only caused partial damage to their bodies. Some had their arms and legs cracked, some had their heads cracked, and some had their bodies cracked. However, as long as the corpse jades were still there, they could still move. When the formation was in operation, there were obvious light shields of the formation in the void. The warriors were outside the area of the formation, and they attacked from a distance. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 green-haired dead spirits were killed. King Wuba, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu were trapped in the dark world. The first thing they did was to protect their chests. For the dead spirits, the corpse jades on their chests were their only weakness. Whoosh! A pair of blue wings appeared behind Yi Xing. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he instantly rushed into the layers of formations that surrounded the 3 7-star dead spirit kings. The other party was defending their chests with all their strength. Yi Xing could only break through in close combat. Yi Xing's speed was too fast. In the dark world, the dead spirits' reactions were slightly slower. Yi Xing appeared beside King Ha Ling in an instant. Before King Ha Ling could react, Yi Xing grabbed his wrist and flung him hard. Yi Xing's fling was so powerful that King Ha Ling's body flew up. He lost his center of gravity, and the other claw that was protecting his chest suddenly moved away. Whoosh! Yixing's other hand closed together like a bird's beak, and he suddenly raised it. His fingertips shone brightly. Like an arrow, it contained a terrifying penetrating power and fiercely shot into King Ha Ling's chest. The power of this shot was too terrifying, especially when it contained the power of the Sagittarius constellation. Its penetrating power was even more terrifying. Kacha, King Ha Ling's chest instantly shattered. Yixing's 5 fingers pierced into King Ha Ling's chest. When he came out, Yixing's 5 fingers had already grabbed a piece of white stone as smooth as jade. It was King Ha Ling's corpse jade. Without the corpse jade, King Ha Ling's body instantly lost its source of power and became uncontrollable. "I'm going to take your body." King Ha Ling's soul roared angrily and rushed into Yixing's body in the blink of an eye. The spiritual will of the 7-star dead spirit king wanted to seize Yixing's body. However, when King Ha Ling's soul appeared in the space between Yixing's eyebrows, what greeted him was a pale flame, the star fire seed. This was simply throwing himself into a trap. The star fire seed instantly enveloped King Ha Ling's soul, leaving only mournful screams. However, the screams that occurred in the space between Yixing's eyebrows could not be heard by outsiders. "King Ha Ling, how are you?" King Zadu shouted anxiously. He was terrified. Chapter 846. King Ha Ling said, "He wants you to accompany him." As soon as King Jadu's voice fell, Yixing's voice sounded from beside him. In the dark world, Yixing came and went without a trace, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Although King Jadu was a level 7 death spirit king, he didn't know where Yixing was. All of a sudden, King Jadu heard Yixing's voice, which startled him. Boom! King Jadu's reaction was extremely fast. Although he was shocked, he wasn't careless in his actions. As soon as he heard Yixing's voice, he punched out. The void collapsed and the space of the world of darkness shook. A giant fist shadow appeared in front of him. It had the power to destroy mountains. This fist shadow flashed and disappeared. It didn't hit Yixing. Moreover, the world of darkness was too vast. Although the fist energy was strong, it could only shake this space. It couldn't destroy the world of darkness. King Jadu's attack missed. He was horrified and cursed inwardly. Whoosh! At this time, a sharp sound broke through the air behind King Jadu. By the time King Zadu heard the sound, it was already too late. A terrifying penetrative power struck his back, directly breaking through his sturdy body. In the blink of an eye, the corpse jade at his heart was pulled out. King Jadu lost control of his body. "King Wuba, save me!" King Jadu's soul rushed out of his body and screamed. Just now, King Ha Ling had wanted to take over Yixing's body. But looking at Yixing's lively appearance, King Ha Ling had failed. Although King Jadu didn't know why King Ha Ling had failed, he didn't dare to try. He didn't want to walk the same path as King Ha Ling. However, although King Jadu was cautious, not taking over Yixing's body didn't mean there was no danger. Yixing's speed was as fast as lightning. He shuttled through the world of darkness and easily caught up with King Jadu's soul. Whoosh! A pale white flame suddenly appeared. Yixing slapped it into King Jadu's soul. Ah! King Zadu immediately let out a miserable shriek. "Fire seed! It's the fire seed! King Wuba, save me, save me!" Under the burning of the star flame, King Jadu's screams became weaker and weaker. King Wuba couldn't even protect himself. Naturally, he couldn't save King Jadu. Furthermore, after hearing King Zadu's words, King Wuba's heart was filled with fear. The fire seed was a treasure that naturally countered soul bodies. At the beginning, he thought that even if his body was destroyed, his opponent wouldn't be able to do anything to his soul. However, from the looks of it now, even his soul body wouldn't be able to escape death. King Zadu was still letting out weak screams. King Wuba said loudly, "Human, please let me live. I swear that I will lead my army back to the world of death and never step into this world of living creatures again." By the time King Wuba finished speaking, King Zadu had already lost his voice. His soul had been incinerated by the star fire seed. In the dark world, King Wuba was vigilant, waiting for Yi Xing's answer. I don't believe you. Since you've come to the Star Continent, don't even think about leaving. So, you'd better die. Yi Xing's voice came from all directions of the dark world. Sometimes it came from the left, sometimes it came from the right, sometimes it came from the front, and sometimes it came from the back. Obviously, when Yi Xing was talking, he was moving quickly in the dark world. King Wuba couldn't determine Yi Xing's location. Yi Xing's answer was not the answer that King Wuba wanted to hear. He immediately became somewhat agitated. King Wuba became excited and shouted, "Human, do you really want to fight to the death? If I die, my army of 100,000 will definitely scatter and flee. No matter how strong you are, how many can you kill? There will always be dead souls escaping. At that time, the human clan will no longer have a peaceful day. While you're still alive, you may be able to protect the human clan from extinction. But after 1,000 years, when your lifespan is up, this world of living creatures will be massacred by my dead soul clan. The human clan will definitely perish. As long as you let me go, I can lead my army back to the world of death with a single order. The human clan will be safe and sound. Human clan, do you want this world to be safe and sound, or do you want the human clan to perish and the dead souls to massacre the world in the future?" Yi Xing smiled coldly. What King Wuba said was indeed a big problem. However, Yi Xing had the void-breaking divine eyes, so he could see everything in this world. Even if there were dead souls who were lucky enough to escape from the war and lurk in the Star Continent, they couldn't escape Yi Xing's eyes. Only when I catch all of you dead souls in one fell swoop can the human clan be truly safe and sound. King Wuba, King Ha Ling, and King Zadu are waiting for you on the road to the underworld. You should go with them. Yi Xing's voice rang out. At the same time, a black flame arrow shot through the void toward King Wuba. The black flame arrow shuttled through the dark world silently. It was not until it was within 100 meters of King Wuba that King Wuba sensed that a terrifying attack was coming at him. At such a short distance, even if King Wuba had sensed it, it was already too late. He couldn't dodge it and could only block it. King Wuba's strength was much stronger than King Ha Ling and King Zadu, and his reaction was also much faster. His sharp claws flashed and collided with the black flame arrow in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion and sparks flew. King Wuba's finger was broken, and his body flew backward. The black flame arrow was blocked by King Wuba. A broken finger was nothing to King Wuba. However, Yi Xing's attack wasn't just this arrow. Whoosh! As King Wuba flew backward, Yi Xing's second attack followed. His 5 fingers closed together and his fingertips shot out like arrows toward King Wuba's chest. Bang! King Wuba covered his chest with one hand, blocking Yi Xing's attack and breaking another finger. At the same time, King Wuba's other claw swept out. It was like a sharp blade, sweeping toward Yi Xing's head. Yi Xing was lurking in the dark world, so King Wuba didn't know where Yi Xing was. However, the two of them were fighting in close combat, so King Wuba could naturally accurately determine Yi Xing's position. Although Yi Xing's attack power was stronger, his physical body was not as strong as King Wuba's. His head naturally couldn't withstand King Wuba's attack. Yi Xing's other hand swept out to block King Wuba's attack. His hand that was attacking King Wuba's chest continued to attack rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Yi Xing's attack power contained the penetrating power of the arrow intent. Its destructive power was too terrifying. Although King Wuba kept blocking, his entire palm was cut off piece by Yi Xing until it completely disappeared. As for the arm that Yi Xing used to block King Wuba's attack, because his physical body wasn't as strong as King Wuba's, it was more serious. Not only was his palm gone, but his entire arm was also cut into pieces by King Wuba's sharp claws. King Wuba had lost a palm, while Yi Xing had lost an entire arm. It seemed that Yi Xing's loss was more serious. However, for Yi Xing, who had an immortal body, the result was the opposite. After a fierce exchange, Yi Xing immediately retreated and sneaked into the dark world. His flesh and blood wriggled, and the destroyed arm immediately grew out. As for King Wuba, although his body was strong, he had lost as much as he had lost. If he wanted to regrow it, he would need a large amount of flesh and blood energy to replenish it, and it would also take a long time. Yi Xing recovered from his injuries. He pulled the golden flame bow in the distance and first shot an arrow to repel King Wuba. Then, he instantly rushed forward and launched a storm of attacks on King Wuba. This time, King Wuba had lost a palm, so his defense was greatly weakened. He could no longer resist Yi Xing's attacks. In the blink of an eye, his chest was pierced by Yi Xing, and his corpse jade was dug out. Chapter 847. As soon as the corpse jade was dug out, King Wuba's soul left his body. With layers of restrictions, King Wuba's soul had nowhere to run. He could only scream and rush toward Yi Xing. "I'm going to fight you to the death. You'll die with me." As soon as he finished speaking, King Wuba's soul rushed into Yi Xing's body. In the blink of an eye, it reached the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows. The stellar fire seed had been waiting for King Wuba's soul to fall into the trap in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows. King Wuba already knew that Yi Xing had a fire seed from King Zadu. He knew that his soul would be burned by the stellar fire seed, but King Wuba was not afraid at all. Instead, he roared crazily, "Secret soul technique, explosion." Boom. As soon as King Wuba's voice fell, a terrifying power erupted from his soul, like a bomb exploding. The stellar fire seed had just touched King Wuba's soul when it was pushed away by this explosive force. The soul was intangible, so the explosive force was intangible as well. It did not cause any damage to Yi Xing's space between his eyebrows. However, the intangible ripples of the explosion rushed toward Yi Xing's spiritual will. Obviously, the explosive force could only hurt the intangible spiritual will. "I'm going to die. You're going to die too." King Wuba's remaining spiritual will let out a final scream. However, just as the intangible ripples of the explosion approached the spiritual will in the center of the space between his eyebrows, the black hole astrology suddenly moved. It turned into a huge black hole vortex that almost covered the entire space between his eyebrows. The explosive ripples instantly fell into the black hole vortex and were crushed into pieces. They turned into spiritual origin power and were swallowed by the black hole vortex. They became nourishment for Yi Xing's spiritual will. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing felt that his spiritual will had become much stronger. His arrow will had become sharper and showed signs of breaking through to a higher level. If King Wuba's soul hadn't self-destructed using a secret technique, Yi Xing could only use the star fire seed to incinerate it. He wouldn't have been able to devour it directly. King Wuba had probably never expected such a result. Ha Ling King, Jia Du King, Wuba King, the 3 7-star Death Spirit Kings had died one after another at the hands of Yi Xing. It was a long story, but in reality, it had only taken a little more than 10 breaths of time. The undead army had just charged into the formation not long ago. The battle with the Star Continent's martial artists had just begun. Furthermore, there were at least 100,000 undead spirits in the army, and they stretched for dozens of li. Only half of them had managed to make it into the formation. Those who were at the back had yet to make it in. As soon as King Wuba died, these dead spirits all sensed it. King Wuba was the absolute ruler of the Death Realm on the Star Continent. He was the only leader. The death of King Wuba had a great impact on the undead army. Even those green-haired dead spirits, who didn't have strong subjective awareness, were frightened. The order and restraint of King Wuba faded with his death. A large number of green-haired dead spirits turned around and began to flee out of fear. As for the Death Spirit Kings, who had strong subjective awareness, of course, they were even more aware of the danger. Even King Wuba had been killed. How could these Death Spirit Kings be a match for him? Of course, they also wanted to flee. However, the green-haired dead spirits at the back had not yet been trapped in the formation, so they could escape. As for the green-haired dead spirits trapped in the formation, the green-haired Death Spirit Kings couldn't escape even if they wanted to. After killing King Wuba, Yi Xing immediately attacked the other Death Spirit Kings, especially the middle-level Death Spirit Kings. Except for Wei Qingxian and Black Biao King, the other martial artists' attacks couldn't cause any harm to the middle-level Death Spirit Kings. There were many middle-level Death Spirit Kings. They wanted to break out of the formation with all their strength. These formations couldn't hold them for too long, so they had to seize the opportunity to kill them. Not to mention that killing one of them would reduce the danger to the human race. Just the corpse jades in their chests were priceless treasures that could only be found by chance. Those were treasures that could allow even king realm cultivators to rapidly increase their cultivation. To deal with a 7-star Death Spirit King, even if it was just an ordinary Death Spirit King like King Ha Ling and King Zadu, Yi Xing had to spend some effort. Dealing with a middle-level Death Spirit King was much easier. Yi Xing rushed into the middle-level Death Spirit Kings like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The world of darkness enveloped them, and they all became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Xing was as fast as a phantom, shuttling back and forth in the world of darkness. Wherever he passed, the chests of the middle-level Death Spirit Kings were shattered, and their corpse jades were dug out. As for the souls of the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, they didn't have any actual attacking power, so they couldn't break the formation. Yi Xing wasn't in a hurry to kill them. First, he killed the middle-level Death Spirit Kings whose bodies were still alive. There were over 5,000 Death Spirit Kings, and most of them were low-level Death Spirit Kings. While Yi Xing was slaughtering the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, Wei Qingxian was also slaughtering the low-level Death Spirit Kings. Her icy aura combined with the attacks of the other kings killed a large number of them. As for the souls of the low-level Death Spirit Kings, Wei Qingxuan's reincarnation light could easily kill them. Now that Wei Qingxian was a 3-star king, it was much easier for her to use the reincarnation light than when she was a 1-star king. She could use it many times in a row. Furthermore, the reincarnation light had many levels. The higher the level, the more powerful it was, and the more energy it consumed. Killing the souls of low-level Death Spirit Kings only required the lowest level of reincarnation light. With Wei Qingxuan's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for her to use it hundreds of times in a row. Although there were a lot of undead creatures, when one's strength reached the king level, numbers weren't the key factor in a battle. The battle between the strongest was the real key to a battle. The strongest of the undead creatures had been killed by Yi Xing. The result of this battle was naturally a great victory for the human race. While Yi Xing was killing the middle-level Death Spirit Kings, he also used his void-breaking god eye to observe the distance. He found that most of the green-furred undead creatures had fled into the depths of the Sea of Black Prison. Clearly, they wanted to escape back to the world of death. However, there were also some who left the group after escaping into the Sea of Black Prison. These green-furred undead creatures took a detour and headed towards the star continent from other directions. Clearly, they had already developed intelligence and weren't willing to give up on the delicious flesh of the living world. Yi Xing immediately transmitted his voice to the Black Tiger King, telling him the location of these green-furred undead creatures and asking him to lead a group of kings to intercept them. Along the Sea of Black Prison, Ling Daochen had set up many teleportation formations that could be used to reach any area on the edge of the Sea of Black Prison. With the information provided by Yi Xing, the Black Tiger King immediately led a group of kings to intercept the green-furred undead creatures that were trying to enter the star continent from other places. With Yi Xing's void-breaking eye monitoring, naturally, no undead creatures were able to cross the line of defense. As time passed, the Death Spirit King gradually fell, and the battle came to an end. In the end, all the undead creatures trapped in the formation were annihilated. The Death Spirit King's soul was also annihilated. Yi Xing obtained a large amount of mystic corpse jades. Chapter 848. A high risk meant a high reward. The invasion of the dead spirits was a great calamity, but it was also a great opportunity. If they couldn't deal with the army of dead spirits, it would be a great disaster. If they could, it would be a great opportunity. More than half of the army of dead spirits that invaded the star continent had fallen, and a small portion had escaped back to the world of death. Every dead spirit had a corpse jade on them. This meant that the martial artists of the star continent had obtained tens of thousands of profound grade corpse jades, which had a great effect on the strength of venerables and kings. Among them, the one with the greatest harvest was Yi Xing. Most of the mid-level Death Spirit Kings had died in Yi Xing's hands, so their corpse jades were naturally obtained by Yi Xing. Other than Yi Xing, the one with the most corpse jades was Wei Qingxian. Most of the low-level death spirit kings had died in her hands. The rest of the martial artists had more or less gained something. After experiencing such an opportunity, the strength of the human race of the Star Continent increased rapidly. A large number of Ninth Star Venerables had broken through to the Star Sea realm and became kings because of the corpse jades. The Star Continent ushered in a true peak of martial arts, and the number of kings exceeded that of any previous era. Another year had passed, and it had been 6 years on the Dark Star. This was the 14th year since Yi Xing had come to the Star Continent. After his 29th birthday, his cultivation had increased rapidly because of the corpse jades. He and Wei Qingxian had both broken through to the 4th level of the Star Sea realm and become mid-level kings. This time, the spatial fluctuations in the Sea of Black Prison lasted for more than half a year before calming down. The passage between the world of death and the world of death was finally cut off. The threat of the world of death was finally eliminated. According to the usual practice, the next invasion of the dead spirits would have to wait for at least tens of thousands of years. Yi Xing's strength had already reached the peak of the Star Continent, and he was absolutely invincible. Now that there were no more threats on the Star Continent, it was time to head to the Starry Crescent Continent. Star Continent, Western Continent, Far West Land. High up in the sky above a barren desert, there was a huge spatial whirlpool. Outside the spatial whirlpool, Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, and the Black Biao King stood together. "Brother Yi Xing, I really want to go to Starry Crescent Land with you." The Black Biao King looked at Yi Xing and said, "Unfortunately, the Dark Star Dynasty has just been established, and its foundation is not stable yet. Many of the kings still have the idea of restoring the old system and calling themselves kings. I have no choice but to sit in the center and intimidate the world." Sigh. After absorbing the corpse jade, the Black Biao King's cultivation base improved. Just like Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, he was already a 4-star king-level expert. This was the cultivation limit of the Star Continent. With the Black Biao King's strength, he could naturally reach the Starry Crescent Land through the spatial channel between the continents. However, in order to prevent the Starry Crescent Land from falling into chaos and reverting to the old system, the Black Biao King chose to stay and stabilize the foundation of the Dark Star Dynasty. Yi Xing patted the Black Biao King's arm and said, "Brother Black Biao, with your strength, you can go to the Starry Crescent Land at any time. However, the Starry Crescent Land is a place where the 7 forces are fighting for supremacy. The demigods stand at the peak of the martial path, and the emperors roam the world. Brother Black Biao, you will not be as carefree as you are on the Starry Crescent Land. Qingxian and I are going to the Dark Star Continent, and the Starry Crescent Land is a place we must pass through. Moreover, I have a grudge against the Starry Crescent Land, so I have to go there." The Black Biao King said, "It's lonely at the top. Once you and Qingxian leave, I will be invincible in the Starry Crescent Land." Ha! Yi Xing smiled and said, "If Brother Black Biao comes to the Starry Crescent Land in the future, you can come to the Big Dipper Sword sect to look for me. If I am still on the Starry Crescent Land, we might meet again in the future." Yi Xing took out the Big Dipper Sword sect's token that he had obtained when he represented the Big Dipper Sword sect in the Dark Star Godly Palace's disciple selection and handed it to the Black Biao King. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Black Biao, farewell." The Black Biao King nodded and said, "Take care." "Farewell." Wei Qingxian nodded slightly towards the Black Tiger King, and together with Yi Xing, they headed towards the passage at the center of the spatial whirlpool. As soon as they entered the spatial vortex, a sharp aura rushed toward them. The void in the spatial vortex was extremely unstable, and some of the void currents were as sharp as blades. They were not inferior to the attacks of low-step kings. There were even some extremely powerful wind blades that were comparable to 4-star kings. If one did not have the strength of a peak 4-star king, entering the spatial vortex would mean certain death. However, such attacks were like tickles to Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. They could not even break through their protective astral qi. The two of them flew through the spatial vortex at extreme speed without any obstructions. About 2 hours later, they finally reached the end of the spatial vortex. The spacious spatial vortex had finally shrunk to a point, and a powerful repulsive force squeezed Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian out. The two of them appeared in the sky. Yi Xing looked behind him, but there was no trace of the spatial vortex. The spatial vortex was nowhere to be found. Yi Xing opened his divine Voidbreaker eye and barely discovered the spatial vortex. Through this spatial vortex, he could vaguely see the scene on the other side of the spatial vortex. Yi Xing's divine Voidbreaker eye had only been cultivated to the first level. Even though he was passing through the spatial vortex, the scene he saw was still very blurry. The spatial vortex was extremely small, and the repulsive force was only outward, not inward. Even a quasi-god expert could not force his way in. It was no wonder that martial artists could only go from the star continent to the starry crescent land. If one wanted to enter the spatial vortex from the star continent, one would need to have the strength of a true god. Yi Xing looked down at the land below. It was also a vast desert. He used his divine Voidbreaker eye to observe the surroundings and quickly determined that this was the desert where the Dark Star Temple recruited disciples. Wei Qingxian looked around and felt the astral energy in the void. She said, "The astral energy of a mid-level continent is indeed much stronger than that of a low-level continent. In the star continent, our cultivation was suppressed, and we could not break through to the 5-star king level. But in the starry crescent land, we feel much more relaxed." Yi Xing smiled and nodded. His divine Voidbreaker eye continued to penetrate the void and look into the distance. Gradually, Yi Xing's expression changed. Yi Xing's gaze landed on the Big Dipper dynasty. In the past, the Big Dipper dynasty had a vast territory and was very powerful. However, the flags of the cities in the Big Dipper dynasty had changed. The Big Dipper dynasty's flag was completely gone. It had become the Astral Elephant dynasty's flag. This meant that the Big Dipper dynasty's cities had been occupied by the Astral Elephant dynasty. This made Yi Xing very angry. His divine Voidbreaker eye continued to penetrate forward. In the Big Dipper dynasty's territory, there was not only the Big Dipper dynasty's flag, but also the Dark Yin dynasty's and Demon Sealing dynasty's flags. There was no Big Dipper dynasty's flag. It was only when Yi Xing's gaze penetrated the Big Dipper Sword sect's capital that he finally saw the Big Dipper dynasty's flag. The Big Dipper Sword sect was left alone. Chapter 849. Noticing the change in Yi Xing's expression, Wei Qingxian asked, "Yi Xing, what's wrong?" Yi Xing looked away and said, "The starry crescent land has changed. Although I expected it, I did not expect it to happen so quickly. In just a few years, the Big Dipper dynasty has fallen apart, and the Big Dipper Sword clan is left with only one city. 6 years ago, when the Dark Star Temple was recruiting disciples on the starry crescent land, the Celestial Elephant Palace returned a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death. He became the only second Nirvana quasi-god on the starry crescent land and broke the balance that had existed for tens of thousands of years. At that time, Yi Xing knew that the starry crescent land was going to change drastically. However, the Big Dipper Sword sect was a 4-star sect with tens of thousands of years of history. Yi Xing didn't expect the world to change so drastically in just 6 years. Even the Big Dipper city only had the inner city in the hands of the Big Dipper Sword sect. The outer city had also fallen. In the outer city, Yi Xing saw 3 quasi-gods. They were Xing Chengji of the Star Elephant Palace, Feng Hao of the Demon Sealing Valley, and Xian Yuan of the Dark Moon Palace. 6 years ago, when Yi Xing participated in the Dark Star Temple's disciple selection, he saw them. With Yi Xing's photographic memory, he naturally couldn't forget them. The Star Elephant Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Dark Moon Palace all had quasi-gods guarding the outer city. There were also many Astral Sea Realm Kings. It was clear that the Big Dipper Sword sect was surrounded. In the inner city, the 2 quasi-gods of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, were guarding the sect. Their faces were filled with worry. Clearly, they were depressed about the Big Dipper Sword sect's current situation. Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Dark Yin Palace had taken down the entire Big Dipper dynasty. Yi Xing guessed that it was because of the Big Dipper dynasty's tens of thousands of years of accumulated imperial karmic luck. Yi Xing had used the Big Dipper dynasty's name to get a spot in the Dark Star Temple's disciple selection. Moreover, he was Feng Xiaoxiao's best friend. If the Big Dipper sword sect was in trouble, he couldn't ignore it. Yi Xing's expression was solemn as killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Qingxian, let's head to the Big Dipper sword sect first. Wei Qingxian nodded. Then, the two of them flew in the direction of the Big Dipper sword sect. Along the way, Yi Xing continued to use his void-breaking god eyes to observe the situation of the other dynasties. The Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace had already fought their way to the Big Dipper sword sect's doorstep. Naturally, these three dynasties had nothing to worry about. Yi Xing's main focus was on the Golden Lion Dynasty, Giant Spirit Dynasty, and Moon Severing Dynasty. The Golden Lion Dynasty hadn't changed much, and the quasi-god Jin Hongqing hadn't returned to the Golden Lion sect. The Golden Lion sect didn't have a quasi-god overseeing it, but it hadn't been attacked by Celestial Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Palace, or any other forces. There could only be one result: the Golden Lion sect had sided with these three forces. When Yi Xing observed the Giant Spirit Dynasty, he confirmed this point. Jin Hongqing was attacking the Giant Spirit Dynasty with the help of Celestial Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley. Like the Big Dipper sword sect, the Giant Spirit Dynasty only existed in name. Only the inner city of the royal capital was still under their control. At this moment, the two Nirvana quasi-god of Celestial Elephant Palace, Star Silver Death, and the quasi-god of Demon Ceiling Valley, Feng Nongying, were leading many kings to attack the inner city of the Giant Spirit Dynasty. The quasi-god of the Giant Spirit Dynasty, Lu Zhenghong, was controlling the dragon providence of the Giant Spirit Dynasty. He was fighting against the three quasi-gods, Star Silver Death, Feng Nongying, and Jin Hongqing. The dragon luck of the Giant Spirit Dynasty was a giant blue dragon that was thousands of feet long. It occupied the sky above the inner city of the Giant Spirit Dynasty and was very powerful. It wasn't at a disadvantage against Star Silver Death and Feng Nongying. However, the dragon luck of the dynasty wasn't endless. The Giant Spirit Dynasty only existed in name and had lost its source of dragon luck. Star Silver Death, Feng Nongying, and Jin Hongqing couldn't break through the dragon luck of the Giant Spirit Dynasty, but their goal was to exhaust it. When the dragon luck of the Giant Spirit Dynasty was exhausted to a certain extent and its power weakened, they could break through and destroy the Giant Spirit sect in one fell swoop. However, the dragon luck of the dynasty had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years and was extremely abundant. It probably couldn't be exhausted in a short time. The Moon Beheading Dynasty situation was the same as the Big Dipper sword sects. They only had the inner city of the royal capital left. The quasi-god of Celestial Elephant Palace, Xing Yuehong, and the quasi-god of Demon Ceiling Valley, Feng Xiaoyuan, were guarding the inner city. The Moon Beheading sect couldn't even take care of itself. All in all, the seven forces of the Starry Crescent Land were now divided into two camps. On one side were the Celestial Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Palace, and Golden Lion sect. On the other side were the Big Dipper sword sect, Giant Spirit sect, and Moon Severing sect. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous for the Big Dipper sword sect, Giant Spirit sect, and Moon Severing sect. The other four forces strategy was to first besiege the Big Dipper sword sect and Moon Severing sect, then attack the Giant Spirit sect with all their strength. Even the dynasty forces of the Starry Crescent Land would take about 100 years to exhaust their dragon luck. The seven dynasties of the Starry Crescent Land were all stronger than the dynasties of the Starry Crescent Land and had existed for a longer time. The dragon luck they had accumulated would definitely be more abundant. Naturally, it would take a longer time for the dragon luck to dissipate. It might take more than 100 years or even 200 years for the Giant Spirit Dynasty's dragon luck to dissipate. However, if someone could resist the power of the dragon luck and keep attacking, the dragon luck would be exhausted at a rate 10 times faster than it would dissipate naturally. The dragon luck that would normally take 1 or 200 years to dissipate might dissipate in 10 or 20 years. The 7 forces of the starry crescent land all had warriors cultivating in the dark star godly palace. Every 100 years, someone would come back from the dark star godly palace. Obviously, Star Silver Death and the others didn't want the war to drag on for too long. They wanted to destroy the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Moon Severing Sect, and Giant Spirit Sect within 100 years. Then, after 100 years, even if the 3 sects had incredible geniuses who came back from the Dark Star Godly Palace, they wouldn't be able to turn the situation around without a foundation. If things went according to plan, the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Moon Severing Sect, and Giant Spirit Sect would probably be destroyed within 100 years. However, with the unexpected appearance of Yi Xing, the result was uncertain. Big Dipper Sword Sect. Great Emperor Vast Sky was cultivating in a treasured land filled with astral power. Although the astral power here was abundant and beneficial to the cultivation of the dynasty, it was of little use to a 9-star king. However, the Big Dipper Sword Sect was in danger. Great Emperor Vast Sky wanted to break through to the Star Nirvana realm and become a quasi-god. There was no treasured land in the Big Dipper Sword Sect that could help people break through to the quasi-god realm. Therefore, he could only cultivate in a place filled with astral power. Suddenly, Great Emperor Vast Sky sensed a message from his communication bead. He stopped cultivating and took out his communication bead to check. His face immediately turned to shock. It was a message from Yi Xing, Sect Master Feng. Junior Yi Xing has come from the Dark Star Godly Palace to help the Big Dipper Sword Sect out of this predicament. Sect Master, please inform Senior Han Chiu and Senior Jun Yu to meet me in the south of the city. Chapter 850. Vast Heaven Emperor was stunned for a full breath before he came back to his senses. For a 9-star king, it was considered a long time for him to attack 10 to 20 times in a breath. Vast Heaven Emperor was shocked by Yi Xing's message. After becoming a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, the warriors of the Starry Crescent Land had never returned to the Starry Crescent Land in advance. Only every 100 years, when the Dark Star Temple recruited new disciples, could they pass through the space passage and return to the Starry Crescent Land. However, it had only been 6 years since the last time the Dark Star Holy Palace recruited disciples. Yi Xing had returned from the Dark Star Holy Palace? How was that possible? Vast Heaven Emperor could not help but be shocked. It was too unbelievable. Only true gods could travel between the Starry Crescent Land. Even quasi-gods had to use the Void-Crossing Divine Boat. However, the cost of using the Void-Crossing Divine Boat to travel between the Starry Crescent Land was shocking. It was no less than the lifetime wealth of an ordinary quasi-god. Yi Xing's arrival on the Dark Star continent had either been personally escorted by a true god expert or a quasi-god expert using a Void-Crossing Divine Boat. Regardless of which method it was, Great Emperor Vast Heaven found it hard to believe. Vast Heaven Emperor was once an outer disciple of the Dark Star Holy Palace. He naturally knew how high a true god was and how precious a Void-Crossing Divine Boat was. Therefore, Great Monarch Vast Heaven was shocked when he saw Yi Xing's message. After the shock, he began to doubt the authenticity of the message. After a while, Vast Heaven Emperor's communication pearl sent another message. Sect Leader Feng, I was chosen by a true god elder in the Dark Star Holy Palace and was accepted as a disciple. My master knew that the Big Dipper Sword Sect was in trouble and sent me here to help the Big Dipper Sword Sect. When Yi Xing saw that Vast Heaven Emperor did not reply, he knew that he was already a disciple of the Dark Star Holy Palace. He should have been in the Dark Star Land. His sudden appearance in the Starry Crescent Land was indeed shocking. It was reasonable for Vast Heaven Emperor to be suspicious. Therefore, Yi Xing immediately sent another message. Although Yi Xing was a 4-star king, he could not be compared to a quasi-god. He could not change the situation of the Starry Crescent Land with his own strength. In order to quickly solve the Big Dipper Sword Sect's predicament, the only way was to use the Heavenly Bow Continent's legendary weapon. Yi Xing's appearance in the Starry Crescent Land was already shocking enough, and now he had a divine artifact? That was even more shocking. Yi Xing couldn't explain everything one by one, but if he could fabricate a true divinity powerhouse as his master, then everything would make sense. Emperor Vast Sky was excited when he received Yi Xing's message for the second time. Although he was still doubtful, Yi Xing's explanation was reasonable enough to convince him. Emperor Vast Heaven immediately reported the news to Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were equally shocked and overjoyed. If what Yi Xing said was true, then the Big Dipper Sword sect would be saved. Feng Hanqiu immediately made a decision and said, "Junyue, you will fight your way out of the city with me and deal with Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan. Huang Tian, you will seize the opportunity and go to the south of the city to assist Yi Xing. Big Dipper City, East City." Suddenly, the void ruptured, and Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, two first Nirvana quasi-gods, emerged from the void. They each took out a divine artifact and charged toward the martial artists of Xingxiang Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Yin Palace. After a few wild laughs, the void ruptured in front of Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, and three quasi-gods appeared at the same time. They were Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan. Quasi-gods were able to travel through the void. As quasi-gods, they could sense it. The moment Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue traveled through the void, Xing Qingji and the other two sensed it and immediately intercepted them. Xing Qingji laughed and said, "Old Ghost Hanqiu? You want to go to Giant Holy City to help?" No way. Around the Big Dipper City, there was already a reverse teleportation formation. The teleportation formation could not send people out. That was why Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan could bring people to surround the Big Dipper City. Xing Qingji and the other two also took out their divine artifacts at the same time and blocked Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's attacks. 3 against 2, they had the upper hand. However, the three misjudged Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's intentions. They thought that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue wanted to break out of the encirclement and go to Giant Holy City to help. They did not know that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were only trying to attract the attention of the three so that Vast Heaven Great Emperor could go to the south of the city to help Yi Xing. As soon as the battle in the east of the city began, Vast Heaven Great Emperor sent a message to Yi Xing and then led people to charge out of the south of the city. The martial artists that Vast Heaven Great Emperor led were all high-level martial emperors. They were all inner elders of the Big Dipper Sword sect. The moment they charged out of the south of the city, they were like a sharp knife that pierced through the blockade formed by the martial artists of Xingxiang Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Yin Palace. Feng Guangtian, how dare you leave Big Dipper City? You're digging your own grave. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. A person yelled. It was a 9-star Great Emperor. Xingxiang Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Yin Palace each had a 9-star Great Emperor. They surrounded Big Dipper City. The anti-teleportation formation they had set up was only targeted at the Big Dipper Sword sect. Their own teleportation formations were unaffected. Teleportation formations were set up all around Big Dipper City. The martial artists of the three major sects could appear anywhere around Big Dipper City in the shortest time possible. Following that, 2 more loud laughs could be heard. The other 9-star Great Sovereign had also arrived. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were hiding outside the south of the city. After receiving Vast Heaven Great Emperor's message, they began to sneak into the city. When they saw that the battle had started, they avoided the area where everyone was fighting and rushed into the inner city. "Who's there?" A loud yell came from the front. A 7-star Great Emperor flew into the sky and blocked Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's path. This person was wearing Xingxiang Palace's uniform. He should be an inner elder of Xingxiang Palace. "Kill!" Yi Xing yelled coldly. Naturally, he would kill anyone from Xingxiang Palace without mercy. Wei Qingxian immediately activated her icy star form and struck out with her palm. Extreme cold chi spread forward like a gale. "You're courting death." The 7-star Great Emperor was enraged when he saw that 2 4-star Great Emperors dared to attack him. With a yell, he threw a punch at Wei Qingxian. The fist and palm collided. There was a loud explosion and energy splattered everywhere. The 7-star Great Emperor's expression changed abruptly. The power of the cold chi palm was not weaker than his. What was more terrifying was that the cold chi was like a maggot attached to the bone. It immediately spread to his body through the fist and made him shudder involuntarily. He felt as if the blood in his body had frozen. His body was so cold that he could not keep up with his thoughts. Wu Shixing's arrow intent was attached to his body. He shuttled through the void and instantly appeared in front of the seven-star Great Emperor. He pointed his finger and an arrow shot out. Affected by the cold chi, the seven-star Great Emperor's reaction was greatly slowed. He could only watch as the finger shot towards his head. With a bang, his head exploded. The seven-star Great Emperor died instantly. Chapter 851. With Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian working together, killing a seven-star king was as easy as flipping their hands. It only took them a blink of an eye. Then, without slowing down, the two continued to rush toward the inner city at a speed of 100 miles per breath. The three quasi-gods from Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace were held back by Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. Most of the high-level kings were also attracted by Emperor Vast Sky's team. Therefore, the defense in other areas was naturally weak. The area where Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were was actually guarded by a team of Astral Elephant Palace's kings. The seven-star king was the leader of the team. The other kings were focused on the battle in the distance and didn't react in time. The seven-star king was the first to intercept, but he was instantly killed by Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The other kings didn't dare to stop them and fled in fear, hurriedly reporting to Nine-Star Emperor. When they finished reporting, Nine-Star Emperor received the news. In a few breaths' time, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had already flown a few hundred miles and reached the edge of the inner city. Yi Xing and Emperor Vast Sky had been in contact. Although Emperor Vast Sky was fighting with the Nine-Star Emperor, he had sent a team to meet up with Yi Xing. The two sides had already met up, and Emperor Vast Sky brought Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian into the inner city. Retreat! Emperor Vast Sky ordered. Their goal just now was to attract the attention of the other martial artists. In reality, they hadn't gone too far from the inner city. Now that they were retreating, they quickly retreated into the inner city. The kings from Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace chased to the edge of the inner city but didn't dare to continue. The inner city had a large number of completed level 5 arrays and even incomplete level 6 arrays. Even a first Nirvana quasi-god would be in great trouble if they were caught in them. After the kings retreated into the inner city, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue also retreated. Although the other three quasi-gods had the upper hand, they couldn't stop Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. They could only watch as the two retreated into the inner city. You want to help the giant spirit sect? In your dreams. Watching Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue disappear, Xing Qingji laughed loudly. At this point, he thought that the Big Dipper Sword sect wanted to break out of the encirclement to reinforce the Great Spirit sect and beat back the Big Dipper Sword sect's martial practitioners. Big Dipper Sword sect, Main Hall. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were brought here by the Big Dipper Sword sect. Soon, Emperor Vast Heaven, Feng Hanqiu, and Feng Junyue, two quasi-gods, arrived. There were also more than 10 peerless emperors. Without exception, when they looked at Yi Xing, they were both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Yi Xing cupped his fists and greeted everyone. Senior Hanqiu, Senior Junyu, Sect Master Feng, Elders. Emperor Vast Heaven looked at Yi Xing and said, Yi Xing, have you really been accepted as a disciple by a true God Elder? Only then did Emperor Vast Heaven notice Wei Qingxian and ask, who is this? Yi Xing nodded and said, this is my partner, Wei Qingxian. After Wei Qingxian and Emperor Vast Heaven greeted each other, Yi Xing continued, if I hadn't been accepted as a disciple by a true God Elder, why would I have returned to the Starry Crescent Land? Master sent me back to the Starry Crescent Land because he thought I was a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword sect and wanted me to come back to help my old sect. Secondly, it was also a training for me. He wanted me to cultivate in the Starry Crescent Land so that I could return to the Dark Star continent with my own strength in the future. Although Yi Xing's explanation had a loophole, which was that he couldn't explain why Wei Qingxian had come to the starry crescent land with Yi Xing. Everyone was concerned about the safety of the Big Dipper Sword sect and didn't think too much about the truth of Yi Xing's words. Quasi-god Feng Hanqiu was the most anxious about the safety of the Big Dipper Sword sect, so he urgently asked, "Now, how can we help our sect get out of this predicament?" Yi Xing smiled and said, "Master told me to bring some treasures. Senior Hanqiu, with these treasures, even if we can't counterattack Xingxiang Palace or Demon Sealing Valley, we should have no problem restoring the Big Dipper dynasty." The eyes of Emperor Vast Heaven, Feng Hanqiu, Feng Junyue, and the others all brightened. Feng Hanqiu said, "Yi Xing, you are now a disciple of the Dark Star God Palace and a disciple of a true God expert. You must not call us senior anymore. Just call us senior. What treasures have you brought?" "Okay, senior brother Hanqiu." Yi Xing nodded and raised his hands. A sword appeared in each of his hands. The moment the swords appeared, their powerful auras made all the martial artists' eyes widen. The two quasi-gods, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, looked at the two swords with bright eyes and cried out in surprise, "Middle-quality divine weapons?" Divine weapons were offensive tools among divine weapons. They were divided into low-quality, middle-quality, high-quality, and supreme quality. Divine weapons were noble, and each grade made a huge difference in power and value. The majority of quasi-gods used low-quality divine weapons. Only powerful quasi-gods at the 4 Nirvana level or higher could easily obtain middle-quality divine weapons. As for high-quality divine weapons, very few quasi-gods possessed them. They were treasures that only true gods possessed. As for supreme-quality divine weapons, they were treasures that even true gods rarely possessed. The 7 factions of the Starry Crescent continent had existed for tens of thousands of years, and they all possessed divine weapons. However, they were the most ordinary low-quality divine weapons. There wasn't a single middle-quality divine weapon. The value of a middle-quality divine weapon wasn't something that a quasi-god who had just entered the Star Nirvana realm could afford. But now, Yi Xing had taken out middle-quality divine weapons, and 2 of them at once. How could Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue not be shocked? That's right. Middle-quality divine weapons. Yi Xing nodded and handed the sword in his right hand to Feng Hanqiu. This is the sun-chasing star sword. Its specialty is its speed. It's suitable for senior brother Hanqiu. Then, Yi Xing handed the sword in his left hand to Feng Junyue. This is the sky-shaking sword. Its specialty is its strength. It's suitable for senior brother Junyue. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue took the swords from Yi Xing excitedly. Are these really for us? The 2 of them found it hard to believe. They were once core disciples of the Dark Star Temple, so they naturally knew how precious middle-quality divine weapons were. They weren't something that ordinary quasi-gods could possess. Even low-quality divine weapons were extremely precious to first Nirvana quasi-gods, let alone middle-quality divine weapons. The Big Dipper Sword sect would produce a quasi-god every 1,000 years or so. For tens of thousands of years, there were dozens of quasi-gods. However, only 3 of them brought back divine weapons from the Dark Star Temple. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue didn't bring back any divine weapons from the Dark Star Temple. The divine weapons they used were left behind by the predecessors of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Although middle-quality divine weapons were precious, Yi Xing had many of them. Moreover, sword-type weapons weren't suitable for him. When he became a 9-star king, he could enter the Heavenly Bao continent and obtain all of Luo Tiangong's treasures. He could also enter the Star Secret Realm and obtain the inheritance of Star Supremacy. To Yi Xing, middle-quality divine weapons weren't too precious. He didn't mind giving them away. Chapter 852. Yi Xing said, "Of course it's for you too. Middle-grade divine weapons are precious, but they're nothing to my master. You don't have to be so polite." The 2 were overjoyed. Feng Hanqiu said, Good. With this sun-chasing star sword, Star Silver Death has nothing to fear. This old man will be able to compete with him. I no longer need to rely on the dynasty's draconic luck to guard this small place." Feng Junyue nodded. "With me, even if Star Elephant Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, Dark Moon Palace, and Golden Lion sect join forces, our Big Dipper Sword sect can fight them. Senior Brother Hanchio, what are we waiting for? Let's go straight to Star Elephant Palace and the Great Spirit sect's crisis will be resolved. The two were in a good mood and laughed excitedly. They looked at each other and bowed to Yixing. Thank you, Junior Brother Yixing. Thank you, your master. Yixing laughed. The difference in strength between quasi-gods is greater than that between kings. Star Silver Death is a second Nirvana quasi-god and won't be easy to deal with just one middle-grade divine weapon. However, with two middle-grade divine weapons and the two of you working together, Star Silver Death will be defeated. Feng Hanchio thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Now that the Great Spirit sect is being attacked by Star Silver Death and the others, we couldn't save them even if we wanted to. Now that we have the strength, we should go and save them immediately. Big Dipper City, East City. The void split open, and the two quasi-gods, Feng Hanchio and Feng Junyue, walked out. Their quasi-god auras exploded, and their power was earth-shattering. Air waves rolled in the sky and clouds surged like the sea. The three quasi-gods, Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan, immediately traveled through the void and appeared in front of Feng Hanchio and Feng Junyue. At this time, the three of them already knew that two four-star kings had rushed into the inner city during the previous battle. However, the three of them didn't care. They were just two four-star kings. Even if they were stronger than a seven-star king, they wouldn't care. Looking at Feng Hanchio and Feng Junyue, Xing Qingji laughed. Old farts, what tricks are you up to? In short, you're dreaming if you want to rescue the Great Spirit sect. Feng Hao was a few hundred years younger than Xing Qingji, so he looked much younger. However, his face was also filled with a sinister smile. After the Giant Spirit sect is destroyed, it will be your Big Dipper Sword sect's turn. Feng Hanchio snorted coldly and said, Xing Qingji, your good days are over. Go to hell. As he spoke, Feng Hanchio formed a sword seal and summoned the sun-chasing star sword. A dazzling sword light appeared out of nowhere. This sword light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, revealing a vast divine might that made people not dare to look at it directly. Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan's expressions changed drastically as they exclaimed, mid-grade divine weapon. Feng Hanchio said coldly, that's right. It's a middle-grade divine artifact, the heaven-shaking gale sword art. Whoosh, following Feng Hanchio's sword seal, the sun-chasing star sword swept out like a gale. Sword light swept out, attacking Xing Qingji layer after layer. Xing Qingji's expression changed drastically. He had exchanged blows with Feng Hanchio several times, and their strength was on par. However, Feng Hanchio, who was using a middle-grade divine artifact, was currently bursting with power that made his heart palpitate. He felt as if he was facing Xing Silver Death. Xing Qingji shouted, lend me a hand. As he spoke, Xing Qingji also summoned a divine artifact. It was a golden square seal called the Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal. The Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal bloomed with dazzling golden light. It grew to the size of a mountain and soared into the sky. Bang 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 bang. The sword light from the sun-chasing star sword struck the Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal layer after layer, constantly producing loud noises. In the blink of an eye, countless exchanges had occurred. The dazzling golden light of the Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal suddenly dimmed. Xing Qingji was sweating profusely. The Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal trembled in the sky. It was extremely strenuous to withstand Feng Hanchio's attacks. At this moment, Feng Hao and Xian Yuan attacked at the same time. Demon Sealing God Destroying Seal. Yin Wind Ghost Sword Technique. The two of them shouted at the same time. Feng Hao wore a pair of low-grade divine artifact gloves. In the blink of an eye, he formed hundreds of hand seals. The layers of hand seals were extremely complex. As for Xian Yuan, he summoned a low-grade divine artifact sword. In an instant, a chilly wind blew in the sky. There were faint cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. The Demon Sealing God Destroying Seal and the Yin Wind Ghost Sword Technique, the two divine artifacts on the left and right of the Vajra Heaven Suppressing Seal, attacked the layers of sword light at the same time. The trembling Vajra heaven-suppressing seal immediately stabilized. Feng Hao and Xian Yuan blocked most of the attack power of the sun-chasing star sword. Xing Qingji's situation immediately improved. He let out a long sigh of relief. Although Feng Hanqiu's strength had greatly increased due to the sun-chasing star sword, he could not gain the upper hand in a head-on fight with 3 quasi-gods. However, the sun-chasing star sword's specialty was its speed, not its strength. It could not unleash its true power in a head-on fight with the enemy. Feng Hanqiu smiled. The sword technique in his hand changed, and he shouted, "Go!" Swish! The sword light that filled the skies suddenly condensed at one point. The sun-chasing star sword appeared. It only appeared for a moment before it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The sun-chasing star sword did not disappear. It was just that its speed was so fast that it caused one to be unable to see clearly. The sword light circled in the air. In the blink of an eye, it bypassed the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan's attacks and stabbed at Xing Qingji. Xing Qingji's hair stood on end. He sensed a terrifying danger and was greatly shocked. "Return!" Xing Qingji shouted. The Vajra heaven-suppressing seal, which was as big as a mountain, flew back to Xing Qingji like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Xing Qingji and shrunk to the size of a wash basin, barely blocking the attack of the sun-chasing star sword. The shrunken Vajra heaven-suppressing seal was much weaker. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal was knocked back by the sword and crashed into Xing Qingji's body. Xing Qingji's chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body shot backward. "Seal!" Feng Hao shouted. The collision between the sun-chasing star sword and the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal stopped. Feng Hao immediately seized the opportunity and slapped out a set of hand seals. Demon Sealing God-Destroying Seal. Demon Sealing Seal sealed, God-Destroying Seal attacked. Feng Hao used all his strength to perform the Demon Sealing Seal. Seals covered the sun-chasing star sword. Feng Hanqiu performed the sky-sweeping gale sword technique and used all his strength to drive the sun-chasing star sword. The sun-chasing star sword trembled. Even though it was a middle-grade divine weapon, it could not break free for a while. This showed how strong the sealing power of the Demon Sealing Seal was. Xian Yuan was overjoyed. He formed a sword technique and pointed at Feng Hanqiu. He shouted, "Die!" A cold wind blew. The low-grade divine sword in the sky flashed with a bright light. While the sun-chasing star sword was being sealed by the Demon Sealing Seal, it attacked Feng Hanqiu. He. At this moment, Feng Junyue, who had not made a move, laughed. He suddenly formed a sword technique and shouted, "Heavenly Dragon Mountain Suppressing Sword Technique." Whoosh! A sword light appeared out of nowhere, bringing with it a vigorous aura. This sword light was like a mountain with heavenly dragons dancing in it. It was extremely powerful. It fell from the sky and slashed at the low-grade divine sword that Xian Yuan had used. With a crisp sound, the low-grade divine sword was sent flying into the distance. Xian Yuan's body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Another middle-grade divine weapon? Xian Yuan screamed in horror. Chapter 853. Feng Hanqiu's strength was close to Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan's. However, with a middle-grade divine weapon, his strength had reached a level where even the 3 of them were at a disadvantage. Now, Feng Junyue had also taken out a middle-grade divine weapon. Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan were all shocked and terrified. They were shocked because the Big Dipper Sword sect did not have any middle-grade divine weapons, and Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue had never used one before. How did they both have a middle-grade divine weapon all of a sudden? Middle-grade divine weapons were not cabbages. In the Starry Crescent Land, they were supreme treasures, the strongest divine weapons that had never appeared before. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue both had such treasures. It was so strange that Xing Qingji and the other 2 could not believe it. In a flash, the 3 of them recalled the news that their subordinates had reported. 2 4-star kings had broken through the blockade and entered the inner city. The Big Dipper Sword sect did not have any middle-grade divine weapons. Now that two four-star kings had entered the sect, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue each had one. At this moment, Xing Qingji and the other two understood that the two middle-grade divine weapons must be related to the two four-star kings. Xing Qingji and the other two immediately regretted it. If they had known that two four-star kings had entered the sect with middle-grade divine weapons, they would not have fought with Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. They would have killed the two four-star kings directly and snatched the two middle-grade divine weapons. Under a strong attack, the Big Dipper Sword sect's dynasty luck would be exhausted in less than 3 to 5 years, and they would be completely annihilated. It was too late to say anything now. If Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue only had one middle-grade divine weapon, they would still dare to fight. However, with two divine weapons, their lives would be threatened. How would they dare to fight? Junior brother Hao, junior brother Yuan, retreat. Xing Qingji, who was spurting blood from his own Vajra heaven suppressing seal, yelled. Then, he turned into a beam of light and fled. His speed was so fast that he could travel at least 600 miles in one breath. Although Xing Qingji reminded them verbally, Feng Hao and Xian Yuan knew that they had to retreat. What they needed was not Xing Qingji's verbal reminder, but Xing Qingji's practical help. Once Xing Qingji fled, they could only face Feng Junyue's Heavenly Dragon Mountain Suppressing Sword art head-on. The heaven-shaking mighty divine sword sent Xian Yuan's low-rank divine sword flying. Its momentum was like a rainbow, and it did not diminish in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, it slashed in front of Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan's face was filled with horror as he retreated rapidly. At the same time, he formed a defensive sword seal and activated a dense protective sword aura. In a hurry, how could he defend against the terrifying power of the mighty heaven-shaking sword? Boom! With a loud explosion, Xian Yuan's protective sword aura was completely dispersed. His body shot backwards like a cannonball, and blood sprayed out in a long line. Xian Yuan's body was like a parched earth. Large amounts of cracks appeared on his body. They were all caused by the sword qi. One of the main sword scars was deep and long. Even his divine bones were broken. Large amounts of his internal organs were crushed. However, quasi-gods had immortal bodies. As long as their divine bodies were not completely crushed in an instant, it was not a fatal injury. They only needed to consume their life force to quickly recover. Xian Yuan used the force of this attack to escape. His flesh wriggled, and his damaged body was quickly repaired. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. The moment Xian Yuan was injured, the chasing sun star sword also penetrated the seal of the demon sealing seal. At this moment, Feng Hao was also turning to flee. His speed was not inferior to Xing Qingji and Xian Yuan's. However, the chasing sun star sword was faster than Feng Hao. Like a beam of light, it caught up with Feng Hao in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the back of Feng Hao's head and pierced it into pieces. Even though his head was gone, Feng Hao's speed did not decrease. He fled 600 miles in one breath. His flesh wriggled, and his head grew back in the blink of an eye. Quasi-gods were extremely fast, and it was not easy to catch up with them. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue did not chase after Xing Qingji and the other two. Instead, they looked at each other and made a decision. Boom! Feng Junyue wielded the heaven-shaking mighty sword and performed the Heavenly Dragon Mountain Suppression Sword technique. The mountain-like sword force carried a terrifying attack power and attacked the martial artists of Xingxiang Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Dark Yin Palace. The speed of a king was much slower than that of a quasi-god. Xing Qingji and the other two escaped, but the kings of the three forces were not that fast. When they saw Xing Qingji and the other two escaping, it was too late for them to escape. The heaven-shaking mighty sword was unstoppable. The anti-teleportation formation was instantly destroyed, and a large number of kings were killed. Feng Hanqiu instantly traveled through the void and appeared at another location outside Big Dipper City. A large number of kings of the three forces were gathered here. Once the chasing sun star sword was used, it was naturally an easy massacre. Kill! At this moment, Great Emperor Vast Sky also led the martial artists of Big Dipper Sword sect out of the inner city. The martial artists of Xingxiang Palace and the other two forces were completely defeated. In this battle, other than Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan, the three quasi-gods, only a small number of kings escaped through the teleportation formation. The rest all died in Big Dipper City. Giant Holy City. Star Silver Death and the others were resting in the outer city to recover their strength. The giant holy sect no longer had a source of imperial dragon luck. They could not replenish it, so there was no need to keep attacking. Suddenly, Star Silver Death and Feng Nongying's communication pearls received a message, and it started to vibrate violently. Obviously, someone had sent an extremely important message using a special communication method. Both of them were surprised. Now, the dynasties of Big Dipper Sword Sect, Giant Holy Sect, and Moon Severing Sect had all been destroyed. Only the three major sects could only rely on their imperial dragon luck to defend their territory in the inner city of the imperial capital. It was only a matter of time before the three major sects were destroyed. What else could be so urgent? Star Silver Death and Feng Nongying took out their communication pearls. Then, their expressions changed at the same time, revealing shock. Feng Nongying looked at Star Silver Death and said, "Brother Yin, you received the message too?" Star Silver Death nodded and said in shock, "The Big Dipper Sword Sect has a middle-grade divine weapon, and Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue each have one. How is this possible?" Feng Nongying said in shock, "Yes. Middle-grade divine weapons are so precious. Even in the Dark Star Temple, only senior brothers who are quasi-gods of the fourth nirvana and above have one. Very few junior quasi-gods have one. How could the Big Dipper Sword Sect have a middle-grade divine weapon?" The two looked at each other in disbelief. However, since Xing Qingji and Feng Hao had sent this message, it could not be fake. Star Silver Death immediately stood up and said, "Let's put the attack on the Giant Holy Sect aside for now. Let's go to the Big Dipper Sword Sect and have a look. Middle-grade divine weapon is not something that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue are qualified to have." The two immediately notified Jin Hongqing and left the Giant Holy City with the kings of Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Golden Lion Sect. In the Giant Holy City, quasi-god Lu Zhenghong sensed that Star Silver Death and the others had left. He was slightly surprised. They had besieged the Giant Holy City and attacked for more than a year. It was strange that they would suddenly leave. Chapter 854. Not long after Star Silver Death left Giant Spirit City, he received another message from Xing Qingji. Star Silver Death was furious when he saw that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were leading the experts of the Big Dipper Sword Sect to the Astral Dynasty. The Big Dipper Sword Sect's goal was obvious. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the quasi-gods of the Celestial Elephant Palace were outside to attack the royal capital and destroy the dragon luck. The imperial dragon luck was the foundation of the sect. Once the sect was in trouble, the imperial dragon luck could protect them for 100 to 200 years. The Big Dipper Sword Sect wanted to destroy the Celestial Elephant Palace's foundation. How could Star Silver Death not be angry? Star Silver Death immediately sent a message to Xing Yuehong, who was besieging the Moon Severing Sect, asking him to return to his sect and deal with the Big Dipper Sword Sect's invasion. Feng Nongying also sent a message to Feng Shaoyuan, asking him to bring the Demon Ceiling Valley's martial artists to the Astral Elephant Palace as reinforcements. The Big Dipper Sword Sect went straight for the capital of the Celestial Elephant Palace. They adopted the method of besieging the way to rescue the Zhao, and resolved the crisis of the Giant Spirit Sect and the Moon Severing Sect in an instant. After the martial practitioners of Astral Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley retreated, quasi-god Lu Zhenghong of the Giant Spirit Sect and quasi-god Qiumenjun of the Moon Severing Sect also received messages from the Big Dipper Sword Sect. When Lu Zhenghong and Qiumenjun found out that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue possessed middle-grade divine weapons, they were both surprised and overjoyed. They finally understood why the Astral Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley retreated. Immediately, the two of them left the sect and headed to Astral Elephant Palace. The Astral Dynasty had existed for even longer than the Beidou Dynasty. Naturally, its draconic luck was abundant. Destroying it was not an easy task, and it could not be done in a short period of time. Therefore, although Star Silver Death was furious, he was not in a hurry. He waited until he met up with Xing Qingji, Xing Yuehong, and the other quasi-gods before returning to the capital of the Celestial Dynasty. At this time, Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun had already joined up with the Big Dipper Sword Sect's cultivators. Senior brother Han Qiu, junior brother Junyue. Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun could see from afar that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were both controlling a mid-rank godly sword and attacking the array formation in the inner city. Middle-grade divine swords were terrifyingly powerful, allowing Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's attacks to reach the level of second nirvana quasi-gods. Level 5 arrays couldn't stop them at all and were all destroyed. Even some level 6 arrays were on the verge of collapse. Even the Celestial Elephant Sect's Wang Dynasty Dragon Luck, although already awakened, did not have the control of a quasi-god. Under the control of the Celestial Elephant Sect's master, the 10,000 Elephant Emperor, the Celestial Elephant Sect could only parry and not fight back. However, the Royal Dynasty's luck was extremely dense. Even with a 9-star king controlling it, the consumption of luck was several times faster than that of a quasi-god. It would still take a lot of time to completely destroy it. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue stopped attacking. Soon, Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun arrived in front of them. Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun's gazes landed on the middle-grade divine weapons of Feng Hanqiu and Qiu Minjun. Lu Jinghong's voice shook as he said, "It's really a middle-grade divine weapon. Senior brother Hanqiu, what's going on? How come you have a middle-grade divine weapon?" Lu Jinghong was indeed shocked. He wasn't that much older than Feng Hanqiu. In the past, whenever he saw Feng Hanqiu, he would call him Old Devil Hanqiu. But now, with a middle-grade divine weapon in hand, Lu Jinghong felt a huge pressure and treated Feng Hanqiu seriously. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue were both elated. They were in a good mood. Feng Hanqiu chuckled and said, "This is the great fortune of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Do you still remember Yi Xing, who participated in the competition under the name of the Big Dipper Sword Sect when the Dark Star Divine Palace recruited disciples 6 years ago?" Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun nodded at the same time. Lu Jinghong said, "Of course. He defeated numerous kings with his cultivation base of 9th-level astral-reaching realm and was the champion of the competition. Senior brother Hanqiu, what does he have to do with this?" Feng Hanqiu's joy deepened as he said, "Junior brother Yi Xing is a genius. He was chosen by a true God Elder in the Dark Star Godly Palace and was accepted as a disciple. True God experts can travel through different space continents and know about the changes in the Starry Crescent Land. Thus, they sent junior brother Yi Xing back to the Starry Crescent Land to solve the Big Dipper Sword Sect's crisis." Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun were dumbfounded. Middle-grade divine weapon was already shocking enough, but it actually involved a true God expert? Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun had also cultivated in the Dark Star Godly Palace when they were young. From outer disciple to inner disciple, they eventually became core disciple. Only after exhausting their potential did they return to the Starry Crescent Land. Naturally, they knew how high a true God expert was in the Dark Star Godly Palace. Qiu Minjun said joyfully, "Such a good thing. Congratulations. You've only been in the Dark Star Godly Palace for a few years, and you've already been accepted as a disciple by a true God Elder. Such a thing is extremely rare in the Dark Star Godly Palace. It's the first time for a disciple of the Starry Crescent Land." While Yu Minjun was speaking, Lu Jinghong had already followed Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's gaze. Not far away, among the kings of the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Yi Xing was standing side by side with Vast Sky Emperor. Only 6 years had passed. Lu Jinghong and Qiu Minjun naturally remembered Yi Xing, the champion of the Dark Star Godly Palace's disciple recruitment competition. Both of their gazes were filled with sighs. Who would have thought that Yi Xing would have such a promising future? Seeing the two quasi-gods land on him, Yi Xing nodded from afar. Feng Junyue touched the mighty sky-shaking sword in his hand, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He said, "For the past few years, we've been bullied by the Celestial Palace. Now that we finally have the strength to fight back, we can't just stand here. Senior brother Zhenghong, senior sister Minjun, since you're here, let's attack together. Today, we'll vent our anger. Lu Zhenghong shouted, all right. For the past 2 years, Star Silver Death and the others have been attacking the giant spirit sect. We've almost lost 10 to 20% of our dynasty dragon luck. Today, we'll let the Celestial Palace have a taste of our power. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue continued to take out their middle-grade divine weapons. Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun also attacked. The 4 quasi-gods attacked the dynasty dragon luck of the Celestial Palace fiercely. Terrifying explosions shook the heavens and the earth. Not long after Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun arrived, Star Silver Death and the others arrived as well. Astral Elephant Palace, Devil Ceiling Valley, Dark Moon Temple and Golden Lion Sect. A total of 4 sects experts. Among them, Astral Elephant Palace had 3 quasi-god realm experts, Devil Ceiling Valley had 3 quasi-god realm experts, Dark Moon Temple had 1 quasi-god realm expert, and Golden Lion Sect had 1 quasi-god realm expert. The number of kings was in the hundreds, and there were dozens of high-level kings who were peerless emperors. 8 quasi-gods, dozens of high-level kings and hundreds of beginner and mid-level kings gathered together. Needless to say, their aura was strong. The wind and clouds in the sky cleared a path, and the air billowed. It was as if a prehistoric divine beast was moving. From afar, Feng Hanqiu and the others sensed the arrival of Star Silver Death and the others. They stopped attacking, and the 2 sides soon faced each other in the sky outside the Celestial Palace. Chapter 858. At this time, Yi Xing attacked like a ghost. He activated the Vermilion Bird Star phase and shot out astral arrows. The Frozen King was hit by the astral arrows and instantly shattered into pieces. Although the 7-star kings weren't sealed in ice, their speed was slowed down. How could they dodge Yi Xing's attack? Their heads were instantly crushed by the astral arrow. The majority of the kings present had only constructed a low-grade king body. Those who had constructed a mid-grade king body could be counted on one hand. Whether it was low-grade or mid-grade king bodies, the head was a vital point. Once the head was crushed, the king would naturally die. When Yi Xing attacked, he was like a life reaper. Wherever he passed, the kings of the 4 forces would die one after another. Even the 7-star kings couldn't resist the joint attack of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. Yi Xing attacked more than a dozen times in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of kings had died under Yi Xing's hands. None of them had an intact corpse. Although kings didn't have undying bodies, their vitality was still very strong. Usually, in a battle between kings, as long as the disparity in strength wasn't too great, it wouldn't be easy to kill the other party. Killing them in one blow was even more difficult. Between kings, there had to be a gap of 1 realm in strength to have a great chance of killing the other party. And to kill them in one blow, there had to be a gap of 2 or even 3 realms. For Yi Xing to kill more than a dozen kings in the blink of an eye, that was too shocking. However, if one understood Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's strength, the result wouldn't be so shocking. When the 2 were still kings, Yi Xing already had the strength to kill a 7-star king. Wei Qingxian was also invincible under the 7-star king realm. Now, the 2 of them had become 4-star kings. They had broken through from the initial stage to the mid-stage king realm. Their strength had increased tremendously. Yi Xing's strength had probably reached the level of being able to kill an 8-star king. As for Wei Qingxian, she was at the peak of 7-star kings. Just think about it. If a 7-star ruler and an 8-star ruler joined forces, how terrifying would their strength be? Wei Qingxuan's attacks had the ability to freeze and control the enemy's movements. Yi Xing's attacks were extremely fast and powerful. They had terrifying penetrative power and destructive power. When the 2 of them worked together, one controlled the enemy while the other killed the enemy. Naturally, the effect of killing the enemy was doubled. It was much more terrifying than when a 7-star ruler and an 8-star ruler worked together. Killing the other party's kings was naturally like cutting grass. Although there were many kings in the Starry Crescent Land, they were not as common as cabbages. Every time one of them died, it would be a great loss. How could they withstand Yi Xing's swift harvest? In less than 10 breaths of time, Yi Xing had already killed more than 10 kings. The number of kings that died in his hands was much more than the total number of kings that died in the hands of the Big Dipper sword sect. In just a few breaths of time, more than 10% of the kings of the 4 major powers had died. This result was out of everyone's expectations, and it was shocking. The Big Dipper sword sect's cultivators were naturally overjoyed. However, the kings of the 4 major powers were incomparably shocked. Even the emperors of the Starry Crescent realm were terrified of Yi Xing. None of them dared to make a move against Yi Xing. Since the other party did not take the initiative to attack, Yi Xing took the initiative to attack. Yi Xing was in the front, and Wei Qingxian was behind him. Wei Qingxuan's speed was 100 li in a breath. Her sovereign bloodline was activated, and she struck out with her icy palms. Although the attack power was not strong, it had a great effect on the enemy kings. Only 8-star emperors could rely on their strength to ignore the attack of this cold chi. The azure cloud wings opened behind Yi Xing's back. Yi Xing's speed was even faster than Wei Qingxuan's, reaching 100 li in a breath. Every time Wei Qingxian attacked with her cold chi, Yi Xing would be the first to attack. For a time, wherever Yi Xing went, the enemy kings would retreat as if they had seen a ghost. But even so, there were still many kings who died under Yi Xing's hands. After all, Yi Xing's speed was too fast, much faster than 7-star emperors. In addition to Wei Qingxuan's cold chi attacks, ordinary kings would not be able to dodge in time. The deaths of the kings of the 4 major powers boosted the morale of the Big Dipper sword sect's kings. Yi Xing die. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded. A King Realm expert wielding a supreme-grade profound weapon charged towards Yi Xing. It was an emperor of the Starry Crescent realm. Although the battle was chaotic and the people from both sides were mixed together, the general area where the kings of both sides were located was still very clear. Yi Xing killed his way through, so he naturally went deeper into the enemy's territory. The emperor of the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Golden Monkey Emperor, had long been paying attention to Yi Xing. When he fought with the great emperor of the Big Dipper sword sect, he didn't charge forward. He was in a position where he could fight or retreat. When he saw Yi Xing going deeper into his territory, he immediately retreated and whipped out his supreme-grade profound weapon, the Golden Dragon Truncheon. How terrifying was the might of an 8-star emperor's attack! The void was compressed by the truncheon, and the trees and plants below were crushed into dust. Even the ground cracked open. If this truncheon landed, it would definitely cause the earth to crack and mountains to crumble. A huge crater would be formed in a radius of 10 li. Wei Qingxuan's frosty palm print covered a distance of more than 10 miles, but the Golden Monkey King's figure was not weakened by the frosty air at all. In half a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yi Xing. Moreover, as soon as the Golden Monkey Emperor attacked, another 7-star emperor attacked Wei Qingxian. With the Golden Monkey Emperor dealing with Yi Xing, the 7-star emperor wasn't afraid of Wei Qingxian. It seemed long, but it all happened in an instant. The Golden Monkey Emperor was too fast. Although Yi Xing wasn't slower than his opponent, he couldn't maintain his top speed forever. There was a time gap between every move. As long as he seized the opportunity, it was normal for the slower one to hit the faster one. Otherwise, with Yi Xing's speed, which was close to 200 li in a breath, and the Golden Monkey Emperor could only reach 150 li in a breath. Wouldn't that mean that as long as Yi Xing was moving, the Golden Monkey Emperor would never be able to hit Yi Xing? Of course not. For example, at this moment, the Golden Monkey Emperor's truncheon came at the same time as Yi Xing's 2 moves. Yi Xing couldn't avoid it. Since he couldn't avoid it, he could only face it head-on. The Golden Flame Bow immediately appeared in Yi Xing's hand. With a burst of violent power, the shadow of the Golden Flame Bow shot out with an explosive sound. The Golden Monkey Emperor's power was too terrifying. The shadow of the Golden Flame Bow was destroyed in one strike. The Golden Dragon Truncheon and the Golden Flame Bow collided violently. The Golden Dragon Truncheon focused on power, while the Golden Flame Bow focused on shooting. In a head-on collision, the Golden Flame Bow was naturally at a disadvantage. Moreover, Yi Xing's power was much weaker than the Golden Monkey Emperor's. As the Golden Flame Bow bent and shot, Yixing was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 859. Seeing Yixing sent flying by the Golden Monkey King's mace, the kings from the Astral Elephant Palace and the rest of the four powers were invigorated. On the other hand, the kings from the Big Dipper Sword sect were shocked. The vast Sky Emperor's eyes widened as his aura erupted once more. The mace's power surged as he tried to push back all his opponents to save Yixing. However, their priority was to kill Yixing. Now that the Golden Monkey King had the chance, the other kings wouldn't allow the vast Sky Emperor to save Yixing. Whether it was the Astral Elephant Palace or the kings from the other three powers, they all unleashed their full strength to resist the mace's mace. Several 8-star sovereigns vomited blood, and the 9-star emperor's face paled. However, they had the advantage in numbers and managed to suppress the mace's mace. As for the other two emperors, one was held back by the myriad phenomenon emperor, while the other was in a similar situation as the vast Sky Emperor. They used their absolute advantage in numbers to resist the mace's mace, preventing the vast Sky Emperor from saving Yixing. The 8-star sovereigns from the Big Dipper Sword sect naturally faced the same situation. Although Yixing had killed quite a few kings, most of them were low-level and mid-level kings. Only a few 7-star sovereigns had died, and the other side's high-level kings hadn't lost much strength. In terms of overall strength, the four powers still had the upper hand. The 7-star sovereign charging at Wei Qingxian was at the peak of the 7th rank, and he was extremely powerful. Wei Qingxian wouldn't be able to win quickly, and she wouldn't be able to save Yixing. Ha ha ha. The Golden Monkey Emperor laughed heartily and was in high spirits. After sending Yixing flying with a kick, his body swayed slightly before stabilizing. He shouted, "Die!" As he spoke, the Golden Dragon Mace shone with a dazzling golden light. The Golden Dragon Mace rushed forward and chased after Yixing. Once again, the Golden Dragon Mace in his hands smashed down. "Hang in there, Yixing." The hearts of the kings of the Big Dipper Sword sect tightened. The Big Dipper Sword sect's crisis had been resolved by Yixing. How could they be willing to see Yixing be killed by the Golden Monkey King? Wei Qingxian, on the other hand, was calm. She knew that Yixing had a supreme-grade divine body. Even if he was hit by the Golden Monkey Emperor, his life would not be in danger. Moreover, Yixing had not used his true power yet. Just as the Golden Dragon Mace was about to strike Yixing's body with its scintillating golden light, a massive palace suddenly appeared out of thin air before crashing down from the sky like a massive mountain. It was a replica of the divine artifact, Stellar Hall. The Star Hall was no ordinary god artifact. Although Yixing was unable to use its true power, he could control it as he pleased as the master of the Star Hall. How heavy was the Star Hall? It was much heavier than the Sky Dragon Truncheon. When it came down, the Golden Dragon Truncheon lost all its golden light and smashed the Golden Monkey King to the ground. Even an 8-star emperor would find it extremely difficult to wield a divine weapon. Yixing was only a 4-star emperor. How could the Golden Monkey King have expected that Yixing would suddenly summon a divine weapon? Naturally, he was caught in the middle and struck to the ground by the Starry Palace in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ground within a radius of tens of li caved in. Mountains crumbled. The Star Hall was hundreds of meters tall and stood in the middle of the collapsed ground like a mountain. God artifact? Heavens, that's a huge god artifact. How is this possible? How can a 4-star king use a god artifact? Whether it was the kings of the Big Dipper Sword sect or the kings of the other 4 factions, they were all shocked by this sudden change. Looking at the Star Hall that was hundreds of meters tall, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the quasi-gods in the distance were engaged in an intense battle, exchanging dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, they were also paying attention to the situation here. Yixing taking out a god artifact also shocked these quasi-gods. Especially Xingqingji, whose expression changed when he saw the Star Hall. As the person who had plotted against Emperor Xinghan and wanted to steal his god artifact, Xingqingji naturally recognized the Star Hall. 700 years ago, Emperor Xinghan was plotted against by Xingqingji and the then palace lord of Xingxiang. He was poisoned and undoubtedly died. However, Emperor Xing Han used the Great Space-Breaching Talisman to escape from the Starry Crescent Land and disappeared. 700 years later, Xing Qingji saw the Star Hall again, but it was actually Yi Xing who had taken it out. How could he not be shocked? While Xing Qingji was distracted, Feng Hanqiu seized the opportunity and swung the chasing sun sword in the sky, bypassing Feng Hao and Xian Yuan's blockade and instantly attacked. In an instant, the sweeping sword light shrouded Xing Qingji's entire body. The sky-sweeping gale sword technique was all about the word sweep. Like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, it swept past and was filled with rotating power. The sword light shrouded Xing Qingji and also spun at an extremely fast speed, filled with terrifying strangulation power. Xing Qingji's divine body was instantly cut into pieces. In a battle between quasi-gods, dozens of blows could be exchanged in the blink of an eye. A moment of distraction, even if it was only for a moment, was a fatal flaw. Although the divine body was immortal, Xing Qingji's divine body was far from being reborn from a single drop of blood. If his body was cut into pieces, he would die. Senior brother Qingji. Feng Hao and Xian Yuan turned pale with fright and exclaimed at the same time. In an instant, Feng Hao formed hundreds of hand seals and slapped at Xing Qingji. It was the demon sealing seal. Xian Yuan wielded his low-tier divine sword and attacked Feng Hanqiu. In the blink of an eye, the demon sealing seal hit Xing Qingji's chasing sun star sword. Although it was not completely sealed, the speed of strangulation was greatly reduced. Xing Qingji let out a painful howl. Blood sprayed out like a long river as he rushed out from the rotating sword light. His hands and feet had already lost half of his body. More than half of his head had also been cut into pieces by the chasing sun star sword. Only a small part of his head and half of his chest remained. If Feng Hao had not saved him in time and used the demon sealing seal to seal the chasing sun star sword, Xing Qingji's entire body would have been cut into pieces and he would have died without a doubt. In the distance, Feng Hanqiu's figure flickered. Like a phantom, he shuttled through the void and avoided the attack of Xian Yuan's Yin Wind Ghost Sword technique. Seeing that Xing Qingji was not dead, he sighed. It was too difficult to kill a quasi-god. Feng Hanqiu felt that it was a pity that he did not succeed when he finally had the chance. The quasi-god was the strongest power of a force. Killing one would be a heavy loss for any force. Feng Hanqiu knew that if he could not kill Xing Qingji just now, it would be almost impossible to kill him again. Xing Qingji's flesh and blood wriggled and his divine body reconstructed. In the blink of an eye, he recovered to his original state. However, his face was pale. His body had suffered such heavy injuries. Recovering to his normal state consumed too much of his vitality. Xing Qingji's vitality was greatly damaged. After becoming a quasi-god, this was the first time Xing Qingji had faced a life-and-death crisis. He looked at Feng Hanqiu, his eyes full of anger and malice. At the same time, Xing Qingji's desire to kill Yi Xing grew stronger and stronger. He knew that the Starry Hall was not an ordinary divine weapon. It was also not a mid-tier divine weapon. It was a high-tier divine weapon. Chapter 860. Yi Xing's retreating body suddenly stopped. He stood in the air with a smile on his face. The Stellar Hall was indeed a high-grade divine artifact. Without activating its power, it was able to suppress the Golden Monkey Emperor with just its strength. However, it was impossible to kill an 8-star Emperor with just the suppression of the Stellar Hall. Although the Golden Monkey Emperor was instantly struck down from the sky by the Stellar Hall, he did not suffer any serious injuries. Boom! With a loud explosion, the mountain-like Stellar Hall suddenly flew into the air. The Golden Monkey Emperor was in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength from. When he was struck by the Starry Hall, he was naturally suppressed in an instant. However, when he landed on the ground, he unleashed his full strength and blasted the Starry Hall away. Without activating the Stellar Hall's power, it was just a hard weapon. To put it bluntly, it was just a pile of scrap metal. It was only because it was made of high-grade divine metal that it was heavy. However, the power of one blow was not inferior to that of a supreme-grade profound weapon. The Golden Monkey Emperor roared angrily after sending the stellar hall flying. His aura surged and his strength exploded to the limit. He even used more than 100% of his terrifying strength. You can't activate such a divine artifact. It's a waste for it to be in your hands. Dai Yixing. Even a divine artifact can't save you. The Golden Monkey Emperor shouted. The Golden Monkey Emperor shouted. He had personally faced the attack of the Starry Hall and naturally knew that Yixing had not activated the power of this divine weapon. Although the Golden Monkey Emperor did not know the grade of the Star Palace, judging from its aura and shape, he knew that it was definitely not a low-grade divine artifact. If such a powerful divine artifact was activated, how could he, the Golden Monkey Emperor, who was only at the 8th layer of the Star Sea realm, withstand it? He would probably be crushed into meat paste in an instant, dying without a doubt. The Golden Monkey Emperor naturally did not believe that Yixing was deliberately not activating the divine artifact's power. He knew that Yixing could not activate the divine artifact's power, so he was full of confidence. The Golden Monkey Emperor had been struck by the Stellar Hall because it had appeared out of nowhere and descended from the sky. It was out of his expectations. Having learned his lesson, the Golden Monkey Emperor was prepared and would not be easily struck by the Stellar Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Monkey Emperor released a golden light and suddenly flashed forward. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Although the Golden Monkey Emperor was rushing towards Yixing, he was not moving in a straight line. Instead, he was constantly changing his position. Clearly, he was using some kind of footwork. As a result, Yixing was unable to predict where the Golden Monkey Emperor would appear next. It was impossible to hit him with the Stellar Hall. If he could activate the power of the Starry Hall, the divine fire in the hall would attack and turn a large area into a sea of fire. No matter how the Golden Monkey King changed his position, he would be burned to ashes. Unfortunately, Yixing could not destroy the power of the Stellar Hall, so he could only use other methods. In the face of the Golden Monkey King, Yixing showed no fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Yixing instantly retreated like a stream of light. At the same time, a beam of starlight soared into the sky, transforming into a massive black hole vortex. Yixing had utilized the black hole astrology. In an instant, the Golden Monkey Emperor was plunged into a world of darkness. His supreme metal element astrology could not tear apart the darkness enveloped by the black hole astrology. He could only barely see a few hundred meters around him. As for Yixing, he moved through the world of darkness without making a sound. The Golden Monkey Emperor could not detect him and instantly lost track of Yixing. The Golden Monkey Emperor was shocked. He immediately activated his astral energy, forming a dazzling golden shield to protect his body. Just then, another beam of starlight soared into the sky. Yixing had used the Sagittarius astrology again. In the starry crescent continent, it was no secret that he possessed the supreme astrology. Yixing could use it without worry. The black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology stood side by side in the sky. Whether it was the distant quasi-gods or the nearby kings, they could all feel the terrifying power contained in these two great astrologues. The golden flame bow appeared in Yixing's hands. Yixing drew the bowstring and used the dark wind fire arrow technique. A black flame arrow quickly formed. The Golden Monkey Emperor's astral energy protected his body and the golden dragon truncheon in front of his chest. He was on high alert as he chased after Yixing. The black flame arrow was now fully formed. Yixing immediately released the bowstring. The black flame arrow was extremely compatible with the world of darkness. It moved through the world of darkness at high speed without making a sound. It was only when it was within a few hundred meters of the Golden Monkey Emperor that he sensed a weak vibration. Although this vibration was weak, it contained an extremely sharp aura and was filled with terrifying penetrative power. The Golden Monkey Emperor was shocked. He immediately reacted and realized that it was an arrow. However, the black flame arrow covered the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. If the Golden Monkey Emperor had seen Yixing shoot the arrow and had been prepared, he might have had a chance of avoiding it. But now, there was no way to avoid it. Moreover, the space around the Golden Monkey Emperor had solidified. It was like an invisible solid that sealed his body and made it difficult for him to move. Even an 8-star emperor could not move. It was clear that the power of the solidified space was very strong. This meant that Yi Xing's archery skills had reached an extremely high level. The Golden Monkey Emperor sensed the arrow coming and had just understood. He did not even have time to look in the direction of the arrow before his head was hit by the black flame arrow. Bang! The black flame arrow pierced through the Golden Monkey Emperor's head. With a loud explosion, the Golden Monkey Emperor's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist that scattered in all directions. The Golden Monkey Emperor did not even have time to scream before he died. His headless corpse fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Yi Xing stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. Dense astral energy surged out and transformed into a huge hand, grabbing the Golden Dragon Truncheon and storage ring. From the moment Yi Xing used the Black Hole Astrology and Sagittarius Astrology to the moment the Golden Monkey Emperor's head exploded by the arrow, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The martial artists present were still shocked by Yi Xing's use of the Black Hole Astrology and Sagittarius Astrology. A moment of carelessness and the Golden Monkey Emperor lost his head and died. This was an 8-star emperor. At this point in the battle, there were many 8-star emperors who had been injured. However, the Golden Monkey Emperor was the first to die. Yi Xing grabbed the Golden Monkey Truncheon and his storage ring and put them away without checking them. Then he drew the Golden Flame Bow. The black flame arrow quickly took shape and locked onto an 8-star emperor in the distance. He had even used the Black Hole Astrology and Sagittarius Astrology. He had already used his trump card. Naturally, he wanted to take the opportunity to kill. The 8-star emperor who was locked onto by the black flame arrow instantly fell into a world of darkness. He was horrified. The black flame arrow left the bowstring instantly. While the 8-star emperor was still in shock, the arrow hit his head. Just like the Golden Monkey Emperor, his head exploded and he died instantly. Chapter 861. The power of the black hole astral form increased as the cultivator's cultivation base increased. The current black hole astral form formed a world of darkness that could cover hundreds of miles. Therefore, even if Yi Xing was hundreds of miles away, he could still be enveloped by the black hole astral form. At this moment, the battle between the kings of both sides only covered a radius of hundreds of miles. This meant that even if Yi Xing stood still, he could still use the black hole astral form to trap any target in the world of darkness. As for the arrows that Yi Xing shot out, they were shot from the supreme grade profound bow, the Golden Flame Bow, which had a much longer range than the Crimson Flame Bow. The arrow's power was maintained at a distance of more than 300 miles. Therefore, as long as one was trapped in the world of darkness, they would immediately face Yi Xing's arrows and be in danger of dying. In this area, Yi Xing could target any of the martial emperors. Yi Xing's targets were the 8-star sovereigns of the 4 major forces. The 9-star great emperors were much stronger than Yi Xing. The black hole astral form might not be able to trap them in the world of darkness, and the arrows that were shot out might not be able to kill them. However, Yi Xing was very confident that he could kill the 8-star sovereigns in one shot. Although the 9-star great emperors were the pinnacle of the kings of both sides, the 8-star sovereigns were also very important. The 9-star great emperors of the other side were originally no match for the vast heaven great emperors. It was precisely because of the dozen or so 8-star sovereigns that they were able to suppress the vast heaven great emperors. As long as Yi Xing killed these 8-star sovereigns, the 9-star great emperors of the other side would soon be defeated and the Big Dipper Sword sect would naturally emerge victorious in this battle between the kings. In the blink of an eye, a black flame arrow was formed and shot out explosively. Immediately, an 8-star sovereign lost his life. The arrow that Yi Xing shot out was extremely fast and had an extremely strong binding force. It could also change direction at will. It was impossible to block or evade, and its lethality was heaven-defying. Once the arrow was shot out, an 8-star sovereign would definitely die. In just a few breaths' time, several 8-star sovereigns had died under Yi Xing's arrows. The pressure on the three great emperors of the Big Dipper sword sect was greatly reduced, and they began to counterattack with all their might. On the other hand, the kings of the four forces were shocked, especially the 8-star sovereigns. They were terrified that Yi Xing's next arrow would be shot at them. A quasi-god ancestor. Many kings of the four major forces of the Big Dipper sect cried out for help. In the current situation, the Big Dipper sword sect already had the absolute advantage. The three great emperors with divine weapons were already extremely terrifying. Now, Yi Xing was harvesting the lives of the 8-star sovereigns as if he was cutting grass. If he killed all the 8-star sovereigns, the great emperors of the other side would not be able to resist at all and their lives would be in danger. Without the help of the quasi-gods, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. In fact, there was no need to wait for the kings to cry out. The quasi-gods in the distance were constantly watching the battle between the kings. However, Feng Nongying and Xing Yuehong were suppressed by Qiu Minjun and could not even take care of themselves. Feng Xiaoyuan and Jin Hongqing were also in the same situation. Under Lu Jinghong's attack, even their souls were injured. As for Xing Qingji, Feng Hao, and Xian Yuan, two of them were using all their strength to hold back Feng Hanqiu while the other could go and rescue him. However, Xing Qingji's vitality was greatly injured and could not use half of his strength. Feng Hao and Xian Yuan were also not in good condition and could not leave for a while. Only Star Silver Death, who was thousands of miles away, had an overwhelming advantage against Feng Junyue. However, Star Silver Death's plan was to kill Feng Junyue in one go or snatch the middle-grade divine weapon from Feng Junyue's hands. Feng Junyue was already at a disadvantage. Now, he could only parry and could not fight back. He was fully focused on defense. Therefore, there was a change in the battle between the kings. Star Silver Death did not care at first and planned to snatch the middle-grade divine weapon from Feng Junyue's hands first. Star Silver Death did not know that Yi Xing was using the two supreme celestial forms to kill the 8-star sovereigns. It was as easy as killing dogs. Within a few breaths, he had killed several of them. No matter how much Star Silver Death wanted to snatch the middle-grade divine weapon from Feng Junyue, he had to give up for now. If he allowed Yi Xing to continue killing, all the 8-star sovereigns of the four forces would be killed. Moreover, Yi Xing had used a divine weapon just now. Star Silver Death immediately thought of Yi Xing, Tiger Roaring 3 slashes. Star Silver Death yelled and performed one of the killing moves of the Heavenly Tiger Roaring Saber technique. In an instant, the Heavenly Tiger roared and 3 saber auras slashed down at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions sounded at the same time. Feng Junyue spat out blood and was blasted back dozens of miles. Star Silver Death did not chase after him. Instead, he looked at the battlefield of the kings thousands of miles away. He snorted and waved his hand, tearing the space in front of him. Tearing the space to teleport was a skill of a quasi-god. Star Silver Death tore the space and entered the dimensional void in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the space in the sky above the battlefield of the kings was torn apart. Star Silver Death walked out. The aura of a second nirvana quasi-god suddenly spread out. An invisible force pressed down. Within hundreds of miles, all the kings felt a huge pressure and fell from the sky. Although the aura of a quasi-god was also a kind of aura, it was much stronger than that of a king. The power could be condensed into something tangible. Once a quasi-god unleashed his aura, the space around him would become a forbidden zone. Apart from other quasi-gods, no one could fly. Star Silver Death's eyes were as sharp as knives. He immediately locked onto Yi Xing and sneered. Whoosh! A flash of saber light appeared. Star Silver Death instantly took out a low-grade divine saber and performed the Heavenly Tiger Roaring Saber technique. He slashed at Yi Xing. Before the astral saber arrived, Yi Xing could already feel a bone-piercing sharpness from dozens of miles away. The attack of a second nirvana quasi-god was too frightening. If this saber really chopped down, even without the astral saber touching Yi Xing's body, just the sharp aura of nothingness would be enough to split Yi Xing in half. Clang! The space suddenly cracked open. A pitch-black circle came out and collided with the saber light in the sky. Sparks flew and a deafening explosion sounded. Star Silver Death frowned. The saber light rolled back in anger. The pitch-black circle retreated, and Lu Zhenghong walked out of the rift in space. He raised his hand and grabbed it. It was the mediocre-grade divine artifact that Yi Xing had given him, the Obsidian Soul Annihilating Circle. Not only was the Obsidian Soul Extinguishing Ring powerful, but it was also extremely destructive to the soul. Feng Xiaoyuan and Jin Hongqing's souls had suffered heavy injuries from the battle with Lu Zhenghong. They were dispirited and listless. If Lu Zhenghong wanted to withdraw, the two of them could not stop him. After Star Silver Death forced Feng Junyue to retreat, he traveled through space and attacked Yixing. Lu Zhenghong had been prepared. He also forced Feng Xiaoyuan and Jin Hongqing to retreat and blocked Star Silver Death's attack. With the middle-grade divine weapon Obsidian Soul-Destroying Ring, Lu Zhenghong was fully capable of fighting Star Silver Death. Lu Zhenghong, you're courting death. Star Silver Death roared. His aura exploded like a furious tiger. Lu Zhenghong sneered. He looked at Star Silver Death fearlessly. Just then the space cracked. Feng Junyue also traveled through space. Chapter 864. Within 3 days, Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, Dark Een Palace, and Golden Lion Sect delivered the compensation to the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Giant Spirit Sect, and Moon Severing Sect. Although they were unwilling, they could only compensate and seek temporary peace. Only then would they have time to scheme against Yixing. After the Big Dipper Sword Sect reclaimed their territory and rebuilt their dynasty, gathering draconic luck, they were busy. The quasi-gods of the Big Dipper Sword Sect presided over the sect, while the kings traveled around the territory. However, Yixing was not among these kings. After returning to the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Yixing entered secluded cultivation and did not take a single step out of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. As a result, the plan to assassinate Yixing while he was away would not work. With Yixing in the Big Dipper Sword Sect, even if Star Silver Death gathered all the quasi-gods on his side, they would not be able to break in. Star Silver Death was very vexed by this. He naturally knew that Yixing had great potential. If Yixing was given enough time to grow, he would become a huge threat in the future. As long as the kings of the Big Dipper Sword Sect left the capital, they were confident that they could ambush and kill any one of them. However, if this king was not Yixing, there was no need to ambush him. This was because once they stirred up trouble, another war would erupt. Starting another war over an insignificant person was clearly unwise. Star Silver Death gathered the quasi-gods to discuss countermeasures. In this regard, the quasi-gods were helpless. Yixing was in the Big Dipper Sword Sect, and they could not force their way in. What could they do? Jin Hongqing had been silent all this time. With 8 quasi-gods together, he rarely spoke. However, at this time, his eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of an idea. Star Silver Death, who had been observing the situation, said, Jin Hongqing, do you have a plan? Jin Hongqing nodded and said, Yixing is in the Big Dipper Sword Sect. There's nothing we can do. The only way to kill him is to lure Yixing out of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Currently, Jin Hongqing was in the same boat as Astral Elephant Palace. If Astral Elephant Palace won, the Golden Lion Sect would be able to maintain its status as a subordinate force, and he would be able to survive. However, if the Big Dipper Sword Sect won, both his life and the Golden Lion Sect would be doomed. Therefore, even though Jin Hongqing regretted boarding the ship, but as a grasshopper on a string, he could only contribute to Astral Elephant Palace. Star Silver Death nodded and said, But how can we lure Yixing out of the Big Dipper Sword Sect? Jin Hongqing said, Yixing is now a 4-star king. He is cultivating in the Big Dipper Sword Sect because he wants to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. When he reaches a certain level and has the battle prowess of a quasi-god, he will come to deal with us. However, the cultivation of the king realm is not easy. Even if he is extremely talented, it will still take a long time for him to make a breakthrough. It will probably take 20 or 30 years for him to have the battle prowess of a quasi-god. We release the news that some place has a treasure that can help a king to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. I think Yi Xing will definitely be tempted. Perhaps he will be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Xing Qingji had already recovered his vitality by now. His expression was normal as he said, "This is indeed a method, but it may not work." Putting aside how rare a treasure that can help a king to make a breakthrough in his cultivation is, others may not believe it. Even if they believe it, the Big Dipper Sword sect will probably treat Yi Xing like a treasure and not let Yi Xing take the risk himself. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue will probably personally make a trip for Yi Xing to look for the treasure. Lies can be easily exposed. All the quasi-gods nodded in agreement. It was indeed not easy to trick Yi Xing out of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Star Silver Death shook his head slightly. He had considered Jin Hongqing's method before, but just as Xing Qingji said, it was very difficult to work and had been rejected by him long ago. Jin Hongqing said, "What if this is not a lie? You all know about this Star Catcher Cloud fruit, right?" Star Silver Death's eyes lit up as he said, "The Star Catcher Cloud fruit is a supreme saint fruit that can help a king to improve his cultivation. It can help a king to advance a king by 1 realm, a king by 2 realms, and a king by 3 realms." Jin Hongqing, do you know anything about the Star Catcher Cloud fruit? Jin Hongqing nodded and said, "That's right. When I was a 9-star king, I ate a Star Catcher Cloud fruit. Although it did not directly improve my cultivation, the fact that I could become a quasi-god is definitely related to that Star Catcher Cloud fruit." Jin Hongqing was different from the other quasi-gods present. They all became quasi-gods in the Dark Star Temple and then returned to the Starry Crescent Land. Jin Hongqing, on the other hand, was only a 9-star Great Emperor when he returned from the Dark Star Temple. It was only after he returned to the Starry Crescent Land that he became a quasi-god. Star Silver Death said happily, "Tell us, where is the Star Catcher Cloud fruit?" Jin Hongqing said, "In an extraterritorial starland, there is a Star Catcher Cloud fruit tree. The Star Catcher Cloud fruit is a king's saint fruit that ripens once every 1,000 years. That extraterritorial starland also connects to the Starry Crescent Land every 1,000 years. When the Star Catcher Cloud fruit ripens, it happens to be the same time that the extraterritorial starland connects to the Starry Crescent Land. 1,000 years ago, I entered that place by chance and obtained a Star Catcher Cloud fruit." Jin Hongqing smiled and said, "That extraterritorial starland is very strange. Quasi-gods can't enter it, and there is a group of natives living there. They can't cultivate astral chi and can only cultivate their physical bodies. They are like ferocious beasts in human form and are extremely powerful. The Star Catcher Cloud fruit tree is their sacred tree, but it has no effect on their cultivation. 1,000 years ago, I entered that place and stole a Star Catcher Cloud fruit." When Jin Hongqing mentioned that quasi-gods couldn't enter that extraterritorial starland, Star Silver Death's eyes lit up. Since quasi-gods couldn't enter, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue couldn't help Yi Xing enter to search for treasures. Only kings could go. With the attraction of the Star Catcher Cloud fruit, Yi Xing would definitely go in person. In this way, they would have a chance to kill Yi Xing. Star Silver Death said, "In the Starry Crescent Land, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue will definitely protect Yi Xing, so we won't have a chance to kill him. If we want to kill Yi Xing, the chance is in that extraterritorial starland. Let the 9-star Great Emperor enter with a divine weapon. The first purpose is to kill Yi Xing and rob Yi Xing of his treasures. The second purpose is to kill the natives and rob the Star Catcher Cloud fruit." Jin Hongqing nodded and said, "If we can kill Yi Xing in the extraterritorial starland and get his treasures, everything will be great." Xing Qingji asked, "How do you know that quasi-gods can't enter? Also, as a 9-star Great Emperor, why did you only steal 1 Star Catcher Cloud fruit and not all of the Star Catcher Cloud fruit?" Jin Hongqing said, "Brother Qingji, you don't know. 1,000 years ago, I discovered that extraterritorial starland with the late quasi-god Jin Yen of my sect. However, when I entered, Jin Yen was blocked by the power of rules and couldn't enter. Also, Brother Qingji, don't underestimate those natives. Even a divine weapon can't hurt them. Without a divine weapon, you are no match for them." Chapter 865. The Big Dipper dynasty was re-established, and the dynasty's draconic luck was condensed once more. Within the Big Dipper sword sect, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were cultivating in seclusion. Their cultivations were also advancing at a rapid pace. Both of them had obtained a lot of corpse jades. Although their astral energies were strong, and even the corpse jades of the 7-star Death Spirit King couldn't help them break through, it still sped up their cultivation speed. Ever since the Astral Elephant Palace paid the compensation, the Starry Crescent Land regained its former peace. On the surface, the 7 great sects were living in harmony. Time passed slowly, and a year later, Wei Qingxian and Yi Xing's cultivations broke through to the 5th level of the Astral Sea realm, becoming 5-star kings. Both of them were people with great comprehension abilities, and their cultivation had also improved a lot. Their strength had increased by a large margin. After the two broke through, they continued to cultivate in seclusion. If they wanted to fight against quasi-gods, they would have to become high-step kings at the very least. The corpse jades of the 7-star Death Spirit King played a huge role in breaking through to 5-star kings so quickly. However, the corpse jades of the two had lost their effect from the 5th level of the Astral Sea realm to the 6th level, and from the 6th level to the 7th level. Especially from the 6th level to the 7th level of the Astral Sea realm, that was the difference between a mid-step king and a high-step king. Even though the two of them were rich in resources, they estimated that it would take at least 8 to 10 years to become a 7-star king in the Starry Crescent Land. 10 years for Yi Xing, 8 for Wei Qingxian. Another half a year passed, and a piece of news came from the Astral Elephant Palace. The Astral Elephant Palace was preparing to send high-step kings to an outer realm star continent to search for the star-catcher cloud fruit. The 7 great sects each had their own intelligence network, and each sect had planted spies. If something big happened, it would spread quickly. When the Big Dipper Sword sect received this news, they immediately took it seriously. The star-catcher cloud fruit was no ordinary fruit. It was a supreme-grade sacred medicine that could raise the cultivation of a king. It was even a great task for a 9-star great emperor to break through to the quasi-god realm. As the Big Dipper Sword sect investigated and verified the news, they found out that the source of the news was Jin Hongqing of the Golden Lion sect. Time passed day after day, and the Starry Crescent Land was connected to the Starry Crescent Land was closer and closer. Feng Hanxiu decided that he would tell Yi the news and let him decide whether he wanted to search for the star-catcher cloud fruit or not. Feng's Feng was the Dipper Sword sect, and he was surprised by Yi. Feng Hanxiu S and Feng was Dipper Sword sect. Yi Feng Dipper. Him Feng Dipper Sword sect. Feng Dipper Martial Dipper Feng Dip sect, Feng. S Dipper Dipper Senior Martial Senior Feng Dipper Feng. Diaper. T Dipper Divine. The star-catcher cloud fruit was an extremely rare saint fruit. Although Yi Xing was knowledgeable, he had never heard of it before. He shook his head. Feng Hanxiu explained, "This is a supreme-grade holy fruit that can raise a king's cultivation. It can raise a high-level king's cultivation by 1 layer, a mid-level king's cultivation by 2 layers, and a low-level king's cultivation by 3 layers. It can even help a 9-star great emperor break through to the quasi-god realm." Yi Xing's heart thumped. As expected of a high-step saint fruit. It's a good treasure indeed. Where can I find such a treasure? He was currently distressed about breaking through to 7-star great emperor. It would take a long time, but if he had the star-catcher cloud fruit, he could easily become a 7-star great emperor. A high-step king could barely wield a divine weapon, but a 7-star great emperor could only wield a divine weapon. Only a 9-star great emperor could wield a divine weapon freely. If Yi Xing became a 7-star great emperor, he wouldn't be inferior to a 9-star great emperor in any aspect. He could wield a divine weapon and fight against a quasi-god realm expert. Yi Xing estimated that he would need at least 10 years to become a 7-star great emperor if he cultivated step by step in the Big Dipper Sword sect. This was without any accidents. If he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, it would take even longer. Although 10 or 20 years was a short time for other kings, Yi Xing's goal wasn't just to be a king or quasi-god realm expert. He wanted to stand at the peak of the martial path and become a legendary sovereign. Naturally, his requirements were higher. He shouldn't stay in the king realm for too long. Therefore, Yixing was naturally tempted by the star-catcher cloud fruit. If he could obtain one, Yixing would be able to make continuous breakthroughs in his cultivation and become a high-step king. Feng Hanqiu said, "The star-catcher cloud fruit is a rare treasure that can only be found by chance. It only existed in the starry crescent land once, but it has long gone extinct. In the past tens of thousands of years, every time a star-catcher cloud fruit appeared, it basically came from the extraterritorial star continent." Yixing was slightly surprised. Extraterritorial star continent? Feng Hanqiu nodded. The extraterritorial star continent is a small continent that floats between the starry crescent land. It's not as vast as the starry crescent land, but it's not small either. Every starry crescent land has a large number of extraterritorial star continents. However, the two extraterritorial star continents are not in the same space. Unless it's a specific time, they can't travel. Now, there's news that an extraterritorial star continent is about to connect with the starry crescent land, and that star-catcher cloud fruit is on that extraterritorial star continent. After a pause, Feng Hanqiu continued, "Unfortunately, I heard that the extraterritorial star continent is restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Only kings below the quasi-god realm can enter. Otherwise, Junior Brother Junyu or I can go and see if it's true. We'll definitely get one for you." Yixing asked, "Is this news reliable?" Feng Hanqiu said, "It's reliable. Forces like the Astral Elephant Palace have also sent kings to search for it. Moreover, the quasi-god Jin Hongqing of the Golden Lion sect entered that extraterritorial star continent 1,000 years ago and obtained a star-catcher cloud fruit. This has a lot to do with him becoming a quasi-god." Yixing said, "Since that extraterritorial star continent might have star-catcher cloud fruit, then I'll have to try my luck and see if I can get one. If I'm lucky enough to get it, then the destruction of the Astral Elephant Palace will hasten." Yixing had the void-piercing divine eyes that could see through space. If that extraterritorial star continent really had star-catcher cloud fruit, it definitely wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. He would definitely go and search for it himself. Feng Hanqiu said, "Although the news is reliable, we can't rule out the possibility that the Astral Elephant Palace deliberately made up fake news to kill you when you go to the extraterritorial star continent. I'll send Guang Tian and Feng Yang with divine weapons to go with you." Yixing nodded and said, "Qing Xian will also go with me. Then I'll have to trouble Emperor Guang Tian and Emperor Feng Yang." Another month passed and it was time for the extraterritorial star continent to connect with the starry crescent land. Yixing, Qing Xian, Emperor Guang Tian, and Emperor Feng Yang left the Big Dipper Sword sect. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue sent them all the way to the extraterritorial star continent. Chapter 866. With Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue escorting them, they did not encounter any accidents along the way. Soon, they arrived at the place where the starry crescent land was connected to the extraterritorial starland. It was located in a valley among the mountains, and there was a space crack. Yixing, Wei Qingxian, Emperor Vast Sky, and Emperor Feng Yang passed through the space crack and entered the extraterritorial starland. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue gave it a try. Just as the news said, they were blocked by the rules of heaven and earth. In the extraterritorial starland, Yixing and the other three appeared in the sky above a mountain range. They were surrounded by endless mountains. The four landed on the mountain range and looked around. Yixing and Wei Qingxian even used their eye techniques to look into the distance to check out the environment. Yixing looked into the distance until the end of the world. He roughly estimated that this was an extraterritorial starland with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. In addition, Yixing's expression was slightly surprised when he saw that there were a lot of natives living on this starland. These aborigines had the same facial features and limbs as normal humans. However, their height and physique were much higher than normal humans. An adult male was more than 3 meters tall and had terrifying muscles. Even the women were tall and strong. According to Yi Xing's estimation, the physical strength of these natives, regardless of whether they were male or female, would not be inferior to a Star Sea Realm king. More than 50% of the extraterritorial starland was ocean. Of the other 50%, 30% were mountains. The Aborigines only took up 20% of the extraterritorial starland. Even so, the number of Aborigines was astronomical. These Aborigines lived in tribes. The smaller tribes only had a few hundred people, while the larger tribes had millions. There were more than 10,000 tribes of various sizes, and more than a dozen tribes with millions of people. In fact, in the most central region of the star continent, there lived the largest tribe with tens of millions of people. It could no longer be called a tribe, but a huge country. The tall indigenous people had built a huge city with a radius of thousands of miles. In this city, Yi Xing found a star-catcher cloud fruit tree with dozens of star-catcher cloud fruits growing on the tree. Since he had come to the extraterritorial star continent for the star-catcher cloud fruit, Yi Xing had naturally made preparations. He had read through all the information regarding the star-catcher cloud fruit. Yi Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. In this city, about 70% of the people were adults, and all of them had the strength of a king. This meant that there were 30 to 40 million kings. Even if all the kings of the starry crescent land were to be added together, there would not be more than 100,000 of them. Yet, a tribe in a small extraterrestrial starland had 30 to 40 million natives who were as powerful as kings. Yi Xing saw many natives who were as powerful as high-level kings kneeling and praying to the star-catcher cloud fruit tree. It was obvious that the natives valued the star-catcher cloud fruit tree greatly. Moreover, the location of the star-catcher cloud fruit tree was surrounded by high walls. On top of the high walls, there were hundreds of natives standing guard at all times. Yi Xing was surprised. He carefully searched the huge city with tens of millions of natives and found a team of human kings. It was a team of 5, and all 5 of them were 9-star great emperors. Yi Xing recognized 4 of them. They were the palace master of the Star Elephant Palace, the great emperor of the Demon Ceiling Valley, the 9-candle great emperor of the Dark Moon Palace, and the Golden Rock great emperor of the Golden Lion sect. There was another great emperor that Yi Xing had seen outside the Star Elephant Palace, but he did not know which sect the great emperor belonged to. The 5 great emperors were hiding in the woods outside the city. Their auras were concealed and merged with the surroundings silently. Even if someone was nearby, they would not be discovered. However, under Yi Xing's void-penetrating god eyes, their disguise was not effective at all. Yi Xing easily saw through them with a glance. The vast heaven martial monarch asked when he saw Yi Xing's surprise, "Yi Xing, what did you find?" Yi Xing's void-penetrating god eyes were still looking into the distance. He smiled and said, "I saw some familiar faces. Xing Wanxiang, Feng Zhu, Xian Jiuzhu, Golden Rock, and a 9-star great emperor whose name I don't know. There are 5 of them in total. They are hiding outside the city with the star-catcher cloud fruit tree. I'm not sure if their target is the star-catcher cloud fruit tree in the city, or me." The vast heaven martial monarch was astounded and said, "The patriarchs of the 4 sects are all here. I'm afraid it's not as simple as the star-catcher cloud fruit. I think their real target is you." The wind sun martial monarch said, "That old man Feng Zhu is here too. He's not easy to deal with. He's the strongest expert below the quasi-god realm. I'm afraid I can only fight against him with my godly weapon. If he were to bring his godly weapon, his strength would be on par with the quasi-gods. He won't be easy to deal with." The vast heaven martial monarch nodded. He was obviously intimidated by martial monarch Feng Zhu. Yi Xing grinned and said, "Don't worry, their ambush won't escape my eyes. They think they are hiding in the dark, but I'm actually hiding in the dark while they are out in the open. There's no way they can trick me." Saying this, Yi Xing continued to look into the distance and said, "I'll check this place first and see if there's anything else." The gaze of the void-breaking god eye traveled through the void, looking at land after land. When he saw the end of one direction, Yi Xing changed direction. With a radius of several 100,000 miles, it could be considered extremely vast. However, Yixing only used his eyes to roughly scan the area. How fast was his speed? In just a quarter of an hour, he had already seen more than half of this starland. When the gaze of the void-breaking god eye suddenly traveled through a large sea of fire, Yixing's face lit up with joy. It was the otherworldly flame. This sea of fire stretched for tens of thousands of miles and reached the edge of the star-catcher cloud continent. However, the sea of fire didn't stop there. Instead, it extended beyond the star-catcher cloud continent and turned into a long river of fire that scattered into the starry sky. It went to a place where Yixing couldn't see. Yixing saw an extremely terrifying flame energy in this sea of fire. It was even stronger than the flame torrent that Yixing had encountered in the starry sky. The otherworldly flame there must have reached the divine level. The area within 10,000 miles of this sea of fire was barren, without a single blade of grass. There were no indigenous people living within 10,000 miles of this sea of fire. Presumably, for the indigenous people of this star continent, this was simply a forbidden area. However, Yixing's joy grew as he looked at this terrifying sea of fire. He said, "I have a way to deal with them." The eyes of the vast sky emperor and the wind sun emperor lit up. They asked at the same time, "What is it?" Yixing smiled and said, "My azure cloud wings can devour other types of azure metal to increase its grade. I have divine azure metal materials that can upgrade the azure cloud wings to a divine weapon. However, I don't have any divine azure metal flames on me. I found a large sea of fire at the edge of the star-catcher cloud continent. The flames there can increase the grade of my starfire seed. When my starfire seed evolves and refines the divine azure metal, my azure cloud wings will reach the divine level. Then, my speed will reach the quasi-god level, even faster than the average quasi-god. With the speed of a quasi-god, they will be in trouble." Chapter 867. Yixing and the other three did not go to the big city in the center of the star continent. Instead, they went to the sea of fire at the edge of the star continent. When they were 1,000 miles away from the sea of fire, the four of them felt extremely hot, as if their bodies were about to be incinerated. Yixing asked the other three to stop and said, "Qingxian, you guys wait outside. I will go and absorb the fire essence. It won't take long." Wei Qingxian nodded and said, "Be careful." Yixing smiled and activated the starfire seed. The heat was immediately reduced, and he continued to move closer to the sea of fire. Supreme-grade imperial body. With an immortal body, Yixing's physical resistance to fire was stronger than the two 9-star Great Emperors, Vast Heaven Great Emperor and Wind Sun Great Emperor. In addition to the starfire seed and the defense of the Tao of Fire, Yixing stopped when he was about 100 miles away from the edge of the Sea of Fire. Although he was not in the Sea of Fire, the temperature was already very hot and the fire essence was not low. Swoosh Yixing immediately used the black hole astrological form and turned into a huge black hole vortex. It spun rapidly and devoured the fire essence around him. At the same time, Yixing also activated the starfire seed and the starfire seed also absorbed the fire essence. A huge amount of fire essence gathered in Yixing's body and even strengthened the vermilion bird astrological form. Yixing's understanding of the great Tao of Fire also increased rapidly in the process of devouring the fire essence. Countless fire yuan qi shrouded Yixing and Yixing almost turned into a man of fire. His resistance to fire became stronger and stronger. He continued to move forward and gradually walked into the Sea of Fire. In the end, Yixing walked 100 miles away from the Sea of Fire. When his resistance to fire reached a certain level, he directly entered the Sea of Fire. The fire essence in the Sea of Fire, whether it was the concentration or the quality, was much higher than outside the Sea of Fire. Yixing was like a whale sucking in water, madly devouring the fire essence. So the great Tao of Fire has such a profound mystery. Good, this is really good. As Yixing devoured more and more fire essence, his comprehension of the grand Tao of Fire became more and more profound. He gained many new insights and was overjoyed. The fire energy in this Sea of Fire was too surging. Yixing had been absorbing it for over 2 hours, but the surrounding fire energy was still endless. However, the star fire seed in his dantian had undergone a qualitative change. It had suddenly risen to a new level. The astral flame seed was white with a tinge of gray and contained a terrifying amount of energy. Even Yi Xing was shocked. If this astral flame seed struck a quasi-god, their divine body would be greatly damaged and their life force would be greatly damaged. After being burned for a long time, even an immortal would die. Clearly, the star fire seed's grade had been raised to the divine grade. Now that the quality of the astral flame seed had increased, Yi Xing's resistance to fire had also increased. Flames that could burn a quasi-god were nothing to Yi Xing now. Moreover, not only had the quality of Yi Xing's star fire seed increased, but the power of his vermilion bird aspect had also increased. It was now closer to the center of his forehead. Most importantly, Yi Xing's comprehension of the true meaning of fire had increased by leaps and bounds. It was just that he hadn't had enough time to completely digest it. If he had enough time to fully comprehend what he had learned today, Yi Xing's true meaning of fire might have a qualitative breakthrough. This sea of fire was simply a treasure trove for Yi Xing. Even if the starland didn't have the star catcher cloud fruit, Yi Xing had still obtained a great harvest. After the quality of the star fire seed had increased, its power had stopped increasing. The vermilion bird aspect had also been strengthened to the limit. The vermilion bird on his aspect had become even more obvious. Yi Xing had also comprehended the true meaning of fire to a critical point. What he needed was time to digest it. Although the fire energy in this sea of fire was still surging, it was no longer of any use to Yi Xing. Yi Xing left the sea of fire. Looking at the smile on Yi Xing's face, Wei Qingxian and the other two knew that Yi Xing had gained a lot. Did you succeed? Wei Qingxian asked when Yi Xing walked in front of her. I succeeded. Yi Xing smiled slightly. His expression was full of joy as he said, next, it's time to upgrade the azure cloud wings to a divine artifact. In the heavenly Bao continent, Yi Xing had obtained dozens of divine artifacts. Among them, 80% were low-grade divine artifacts. Some were weapons, some were defensive equipment, some were elixirs, some were materials, some were ancient books on formations, and some were secret manuals on cultivation techniques and martial arts. Among them, there was a divine green gold material. Yi Xing took it out. Yi Xing raised his hand and the azure cloud wings appeared in his palm. The star fire stirred, and the divine green gold was quickly melted and refined into the azure cloud wings. Not long after, the azure cloud wings produced a surge of aura. There was no wind in the surroundings, and the clouds surged in the sky. There were even strange flashes of light. A natural phenomenon, the birth of a divine artifact. The quality of the azure cloud wings had a huge leap. It had been upgraded from a top-grade Xian artifact to a low-grade divine artifact. Flying treasures were the most precious and rare. A low-grade flying divine artifact's value was no less than a middle-grade divine artifact. Even if a king had a low-grade flying divine artifact, his speed would be comparable to a quasi-god. If a quasi-god had a low-grade flying divine artifact, his speed would be much faster than a quasi-god of the same level. Being a little faster wasn't a big advantage. However, when one's speed reached a certain level and far surpassed the enemy's, it could be fatal. Yi Xing kept the azure cloud wings in his palm and they grew out from his back. They were about 1 zhang wide and weren't very big. However, the aura they exuded and the perfect lines of the wings were like flowing water. With a single glance, one could tell that the wings were terrifyingly fast. Emperor Vast Sky said excitedly, "Quickly try it and see how fast it can reach." Yi Xing nodded and disappeared with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of miles away. Yi Xing estimated the distance. In one breath, he had flown more than 600 miles, almost 700 miles. A quasi-god of the first nirvana could generally fly about 600 miles in one breath. Therefore, Yi Xing's azure cloud wings was a little faster than most first nirvana quasi-gods. It was indeed a low-grade flying divine artifact. Other 5-star kings wouldn't be able to use it even if they had a low-grade flying divine artifact. There were two reasons why Yi Xing could use the God-grade azure cloud wings. First, Yi Xing had refined the azure cloud wings when it was a supreme-grade spirit artifact. He had been nourishing it with his aura and bloodline. It had long become one with Yi Xing. Therefore, Yi Xing could surpass levels. Second, Yi Xing's astral energy was much stronger than that of a 5-star king. Even a 7-star king would pale in comparison to Yi Xing. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Yi Xing could casually use the God-grade azure cloud wings. Yi Xing's figure flashed and he returned to Wei Qingxuan's group. He smiled and said, "Now, it's time to give them a big gift." Chapter 869. The 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 4 did not expect Yi Xing to suddenly shoot an arrow at them. The black flame arrow shuttled through the night sky and merged with the darkness. It was difficult to see it with one's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled hundreds of miles and arrived in front of the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 4. This arrow was not aimed at any one of them. The power it contained was not strong and penetrating, but it was extremely explosive. As soon as it arrived in front of the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 4, the power in the arrow exploded violently. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion. Yi Xing used the Sagittarius constellation and the power of the arrow was no less than a 9-star Great Emperor's full power attack. Although none of the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 4 were directly hit by the black flame arrow, the terrifying explosive power was not to be underestimated. They quickly blocked the power of the explosion and revealed themselves from their hiding places. Yi Xing, on the other hand, was flapping the azure cloud wings with all his strength. His speed suddenly increased and he traveled 600 miles in a breath. In the blink of an eye, he had flown past the 5 great emperors. The indigenous people who were chasing Yi Xing from behind were stunned. Yi Xing could travel 600 miles in one breath. This speed was more than twice as fast as the fastest indigenous people. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing had already widened the distance between them by several hundred miles. Yi Xing had achieved his goal. As long as he left, the indigenous people would not be able to catch up with him. They would definitely find trouble with the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the others. Therefore, Yi Xing did not reduce his speed. He flew more than 1,000 miles in 2 blinks of an eye. Damn it, we've been tricked by this kid. The 5 great emperors blocked the power of the arrow's explosion and appeared in the calm void a few dozen miles away. Looking at Yi Xing's rapidly disappearing figure, the 10,000 Elephant Emperor roared angrily. Such a fast speed? He must have traveled 600 miles in a breath. This is a speed that only quasi-gods can achieve. The flying treasure behind Yi Xing must be a divine weapon. The 9 Candles Great Emperor looked at Yi Xing's figure in the distance and was stunned. Flying divine artifact? The Golden Rock Emperor sounded surprised. The divine artifacts themselves were extremely precious treasures. Each of the 7 sects in the Starry Crescent Land only had a few divine artifacts. Some had 3 or 4 and some had only 1 or 2. At the very least, flying artifacts were even rarer. In the entire Starry Crescent Land, only the Demon Sealing Valley had one. It was the treasure of the Demon Sealing Valley. At this moment, the indigenous people who had chased after Yi Xing were getting further and further away from him. They could only watch from afar and had nowhere to vent their anger. Their gazes immediately shifted to the 5 great emperors who were not far away. This caused the 5 great emperors to frown. These natives were not ordinary. Since they were able to chase out of the city the fastest, they were definitely the strongest group in the city. The weakest among them was probably a 7-star king, while the strongest was comparable to a 9-star great emperor. There were so many aborigines. Even if they all carried divine weapons, they did not dare to underestimate them. The 5 great emperors took out their divine artifacts at the same time. The only difference was that while the other 4 great emperors had taken out their divine artifacts, Great Emperor Fengju took out a pair of black wings. Great Emperor Wan Xiang exclaimed, "The heavenly demon divine wings is the treasure of the Demon Sealing Valley. Brother Fengju, you have brought it with you?" Great Emperor Fengju chuckled and said, "There is only one chance. If we miss it, it will be hard to come by again. Naturally, we have to be prepared. Brother Wanxiang, you guys deal with these natives. I will go after Yi Xing. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon divine wings behind Great Emperor Feng Ju flapped and his figure turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into the distance. The heavenly demon divine wings was a low-grade flying divine artifact. Great Emperor Feng Ju's astral energy was much denser than Yi Xing's. Thus, when he used the low-grade flying divine artifact, his speed was even faster than Yi Xing's, reaching a speed of 700 miles in a breath. Great Emperor Feng Ju was the #1 king of the Starry Crescent Land. He was invincible under the quasi-god realm. The density of his astral energy was also second to none among the 9-star great emperors. Thus, when he used the low-grade flying divine artifact, he was naturally faster than the average 9-star great emperor. In fact, he was even faster than a first nirvana quasi-god. Great Emperor Wanxiang and the other 3 used their divine artifacts and quickly engaged in a fierce battle with the Aborigines. Great Emperor Feng Ju's eyes locked onto Yi Xing's figure and chased after him with extreme speed. He would not stop until he killed Yi Xing. Yi Xing immediately realized that someone was chasing after him and was surprised. Looking back, he saw that it was Great Emperor Feng Ju who was using a low-grade flying divine artifact. Yi Xing suddenly realized that Great Emperor Feng Ju was also using a low-grade flying divine artifact. Moreover, Great Emperor Feng Ju's speed seemed to be even faster than his. In a breath's time, the distance between the two of them was only a few dozen miles. In less than a few dozen breaths, Great Emperor Feng Ju would be able to catch up. You dare to chase after me alone? As expected of the strongest king of the Starry Crescent Land, he. Yi Xing smirked coldly. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I wonder how many of them can you take on alone? Time passed by one breath after another. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. When they were about 300 miles apart, Yi Xing waved his hand and the high-grade divine artifact, Starry Palace, appeared. Bush, bush, bush. 3 figures flew out from the Starry Palace. They were Wei Qingxian, Great Emperor Vast Heaven, and Great Emperor Feng Yang. The Starry Palace was different from other divine artifacts. It had a space within. Yi Xing had entered the city in the middle of the Starry Crescent Land to steal the Starry Cloud Fruit. He had let Wei Qingxian, Great Emperor Vast Heaven, and Great Emperor Feng Yang into the Starry Palace. After all, Yi Xing had comprehended the true intent of darkness. He could approach the Starry Cloud Fruit Tree silently in the dark. However, Wei Qingxian and the other 2 couldn't. Therefore, they could only hide. Now that Great Emperor Feng Ju was chasing after them, Yi Xing naturally let the 3 of them come out to face him together. Wei Qingxian and the other 2 appeared and flew to Yi Xing's side. The 4 of them locked their gazes on Great Emperor Feng Ju. Great Emperor Vast Heaven and Great Emperor Feng Yang took out their divine artifacts. Great Emperor Feng Ju stopped dozens of li away from the 4 of them. He faced Yi Xing's group alone without any fear. Feng Quangtian, Feng Yang, so the 2 of you came in as well. You even brought divine artifacts. Great Emperor Feng Ju laughed coldly. It seems like you're here to deliver a big gift to this emperor. Since you're here, then leave your lives here. As he spoke, Great Emperor Feng Ju raised his hands and a pair of black gloves appeared. The black gloves had a terrifying aura and were covered with twisted runes. It was also a divine artifact. The quasi-god Feng Hao of the Demon Sealing Valley had always been using this pair of gloves. Now, he was lending it to Great Emperor Feng Ju. It seemed like in order to kill Yi Xing in the extraterritorial Starry Continent, the other party had really put in a lot of effort. Great Emperor Feng Ju was the #1 king of the Starry Crescent Land. He was invincible under the quasi-god realm. With a divine artifact, he could fight against a quasi-god realm 1 nirvana. Now, Great Emperor Feng Ju had 2 divine artifacts. The gloves increased his attack power and the wings increased his speed. They were probably even more terrifying than a quasi-god realm 1 nirvana. Chapter 870. He also has a pair of godly weapon gloves. He has 2 godly weapons, one that increases attack power and the other that increases speed. Vast Sky Emperor and Wind Sun Emperor exclaimed at the same time. Their expressions were ugly. Emperor Fengju was already difficult to deal with just 1 godly weapon, let alone 2. Vast Sky Emperor and Wind Sun Emperor were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. Yi Xing also frowned slightly. The fact that Emperor Fengju dared to chase after them alone meant that he had terrifying strength to rely on. Haha. Emperor Fengju laughed as he glanced at Yi Xing's group with a smug expression. Are you afraid now? It's useless to be afraid. You'll die even if you're afraid. As he spoke, Emperor Fengju began to form hand seals. Hand seals were formed one after another. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of hand seals slammed toward Yi Xing and the others. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. Be careful, it's the demon sealing god-destroying seal. Feng Hao had used the demon sealing god-destroying seal before, and Yi Xing had seen it clearly. Emperor Fengju's demon sealing god-destroying seal was slightly weaker than quasi-god Feng Hao's, but it was still extremely powerful. Sky Dragon Mountain Suppressing Sword Art. Sky Sweeping Gale Sword Art. Vast Sky Emperor and Wind Sun Emperor instantly used their godly weapons and low-grade godly weapons. Of the 2 godly weapons, one was heavy and powerful, while the other was as fast as a shooting star and extremely sharp. They slammed into the hand seals viciously. Following a deep explosion and a sharp cracking sound, the combined attacks of Martial Monarch Vast Sky and Martial Monarch Feng Yang were even stronger than Martial Monarch Fengju's attacks. Martial Monarch Fengju's hand seals were either shattered or sliced in half before vanishing into thin air. Kill. Vast Sky Emperor and Wind Sun Emperor yelled at the same time. Their godly weapons shone brightly as they shot toward Emperor Fengju with blinding speed. Emperor Fengju sneered coldly. He had a feeling of disdain towards the 2 divine weapons that were attacking him. Whoosh! The heavenly demonic god wings suddenly flapped and heavenly monarch Fengju's figure instantly disappeared, turning into a black afterimage. His speed was too fast. Even Martial Monarch Vast Heaven and Martial Monarch Wind Sun could not see Martial Monarch Fengju's figure clearly despite being 9-star Martial Monarchs. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian both activated their God-tier eye techniques at the same time. They were able to see Heavenly Emperor Fengju's movements clearly. To the left. Yi Xing suddenly shouted. Emperor Fengju quickly changed his position with the help of the Heavenly Demon Wings, causing Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Feng Yang to lose their sense of direction. Then he attacked from the left side of the 2 emperors, sending out 2 seals. The attack from before was only the demon sealing seal. Now he was using the god-destroying seal. The demon sealing seal only sealed the enemy's attack, while the god-destroying seal killed the enemy's life. Their power was incomparable. If the god-destroying seal was strengthened by a god-tier weapon, Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Feng Yang would be severely injured and might even lose their lives. The Heavenly Demon Wings was much more useful than the god-tier weapon glove. Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Feng Yang could deal with Emperor Fengju if they worked together. In fact, they might even be stronger. However, once Emperor Fengju used the speed of the Heavenly Demon Wings, the 2 of them could not see Heavenly Emperor Fengju's figure clearly. At this moment, even if Heavenly Emperor Fengju did not have the god-tier weapon glove, he could still defeat the 2 of them with his speed. When Yi Xing shouted, Wei Qingxian and he attacked at the same time. One of them was an icy palm print that carried a chilling aura, while the other was a flaming bow shadow that carried a violent force. Bang! Bang! The icy palm print and the flaming bow shadow were instantly shattered into pieces. The spreading icy aura was also swept back in an instant. Yi Xing's strength was only at the level of a 9-star Great Emperor, and Wei Qingxian was only at the level of an 8-star Great Emperor. They were no match for Heavenly Emperor Fengju's attack. Although he broke their attacks from afar, the recoil was still strong. Yi Xing and Qingshuan's bodies shook violently as they staggered back and vomited blood. If it weren't for their supreme-grade imperial bodies, they would have been seriously injured by the recoil. What a terrifying power! Yixing thought. This gave him a direct understanding of the power of a quasi-god. The power of Heavenly Emperor Fengju's god-tier weapon glove was only comparable to an ordinary first nirvana quasi-god, but its power was still terrifying. Although Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's defense was destroyed in an instant, it wasn't in vain. It bought time for Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky and Heavenly Emperor Feng Yang. The two of them immediately used their god-tier weapons to break through Heavenly Emperor Fengju's attack, and continued to attack Heavenly Emperor Fengju. Hee. Heavenly Emperor Fengju's figure disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a sneer. A speed of 600 miles per breath was too fast for a 9-star Great Emperor. As soon as Heavenly Emperor Fengju moved, Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky and Heavenly Emperor Feng Yang completely lost their ability to determine his position. Yi Xing's God Eye of Void Piercing had been observing Heavenly Emperor Fengju's figure. At the same time, he used his third astrology. Whoosh, a ray of starlight shot into the sky, turning into a huge black hole that hung high in the sky. The world of darkness instantly enveloped Heavenly Emperor Fengju. World of darkness? Heavenly Emperor Fengju was surprised. Then, a third eye opened on his forehead. The eyeball was filled with black runes. He chuckled, "The world of darkness can't affect me. All of you must die." What? Yi Xing was surprised. The black hole astrology was his last resort. If the black hole astrology could affect Heavenly Emperor Fengju and cause him to fall into the world of darkness, Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky and Heavenly Emperor Feng Yang still had a chance to turn the tables. However, Heavenly Emperor Fengju's eye technique could see through the darkness. The world of darkness of the black hole astrology couldn't affect Heavenly Emperor Fengju. With Heavenly Emperor Feng Yang's speed, Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky and Heavenly Emperor Feng Yang would definitely lose. In the face of such extreme speed, even with Yi Xing's warning, Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky and Heavenly Emperor Feng Yang couldn't react in time. They could block it once, but they couldn't block it again and again. Therefore, Yi Xing didn't hesitate. He shouted, "Qingxian, senior brothers, quickly enter the Stellar Palace." As he spoke, Yi Xing flew over with the Stellar Palace. Wei Qingxian, Heavenly Emperor Vast Sky, and Heavenly Emperor Feng Yang knew that they weren't Heavenly Emperor Fengju's match. They didn't resist and were instantly sucked into the Stellar Palace. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xing withdrew the Stellar Palace in a streak of light. Then, he pushed the azure cloud wings to the limit and turned into a streak of light that flew away. At this moment, Yi Xing was running for his life. His speed was extraordinary, reaching the speed of 700 miles in a breath. Run? Do you think you can escape? Heavenly Emperor Fengju snorted. He turned into a streak of light and chased after Yi Xing. Chapter 871. In the night sky, two streaks of light, one in front and one behind, streaked across the void at extreme speed. In front was Yi Xing and behind him was Heavenly Emperor Fengju. Both of them were moving at a speed of 700 li per breath. Mountains, rivers, and earth receded rapidly in their vision. Even the void was pierced through by the two of them. It was almost no different from shuttling through the void. Originally, Heavenly Emperor Fengju's speed was slightly faster than Yi Xing's with the Heavenly Demonic Divine Wings. But at this moment, Heavenly Emperor Fengju was chasing while Yi Xing was running for his life. Naturally, the situation was different. Survival could greatly stimulate one's potential. Yi Xing was in such a state. His speed exceeded his usual limit and wasn't any slower than Heavenly Emperor Fengju. Under such extreme speed, not only did Yi Xing circulate his astral energy to the limit, but he also pushed the azure cloud wings to the limit. The true intent of wind that greatly increased speed was also pushed to the limit. The azure cloud wings was only a low-grade flying divine tool. Its range of speed increase was fixed. Once it reached the limit, it couldn't go any faster. If he wanted to go faster, he would have to work on the Grand Tao of Wind. While Yi Xing was flying at extreme speed, the true intent of wind was pushed to the limits. His comprehension of the Grand Tao of Wind was also far greater than usual. Not only that, under the stimulation of life and death, Yixing's perception had also greatly increased. His true intent of wind, which was originally hard to make any progress, actually had a breakthrough now. There were signs of him breaking through to a higher level. Behind him, Heavenly Emperor Fengju was very surprised that Yixing's speed could reach such a level. However, there was one thing that Heavenly Emperor Fengju was certain of. His cultivation was higher than Yixing's and his astral energy was denser. He would definitely be able to maintain his speed for a longer period of time than Yixing. Heavenly Emperor Fengju's laughter came from behind. Yixing, your speed has exceeded the limit. Although it's fast, your astral energy consumption has also increased. I wonder how long you can maintain this speed? Once your astral energy fails and your speed slows down, I'll be able to catch up to you and make you die without a burial ground. Yixing turned a deaf ear to Heavenly Emperor Fengju's words. Under this kind of extreme speed, and at the same time trying to deduce the true intent of wind, Yixing could no longer divert his attention to speak. However, Yixing's expression didn't change at all. He wasn't affected by Emperor Fengju at all. He was flying towards the Sea of Fire at the edge of the Starland. Although Yixing couldn't maintain this state for long, it wouldn't last for long. With one chasing and the other fleeing, Yixing flew to the edge of the Sea of Fire that was strong enough to burn a quasi-god. That blazing Sea of Fire contained an extremely terrifying fire energy. Yixing used the true intent of fire and the Starfire Seed to protect his body and directly charged into the Sea of Fire. Heavenly Emperor Fengju came to a halt outside the Sea of Fire. His face was filled with astonishment. The fire energy within the Sea of Fire was terrifying even to him. He didn't dare to enter, but Yixing actually flew in just like that. Heavenly Demon God's Eye. Heavenly Emperor Fengju immediately used his eye technique. The third eye on his forehead opened and looked into the Sea of Fire. He saw Yixing flying in the Sea of Fire. The surrounding fire energy couldn't do anything to him. After flying for several thousand li in the Sea of Fire, Yixing finally stopped when he saw that Heavenly Emperor Fengju didn't enter. With a wave of his hand, he brought out the Stellar Hall and entered it in a flash. The Stellar Hull wasn't an ordinary divine tool. It could attack and defend. It even had a space inside that could store people. It had many different functions. Although the fire energy within the Sea of Fire was terrifying, it couldn't do anything to the Stellar Hull's material. Although Yixing couldn't destroy the Stellar Hull's power, the material of the Stellar Hull was enough to withstand the power of the Sea of Fire for quite some time. Inside the Stellar Hull, Wei Qingxian and the other two saw Yixing coming in. They hurriedly asked, "What's the situation?" Yixing said, "The other party has a flying divine tool. I can't shake them off. I'm currently in the Sea of Fire where I stopped before. Fengju dares to chase after me. However, he has an eye technique and can see the situation inside the Sea of Fire. He has been observing the situation outside the Sea of Fire." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven frowned and said, "What should we do? You can't use the Stellar Hull's power to block the fire energy. The Stellar Hull will gradually heat up. In the end, it will become as powerful as the fire in the Sea of Fire and burn a quasi-god to death." Yixing smiled faintly. "It's fine." Yixing raised his hand and 2 star-catcher cloud fruits appeared in his hand. He continued, "I didn't waste my time entering the city. I got 2 star-catcher cloud fruits. After Qingxian and I refine these fruits, we'll go find Fengju to settle the score." Star-catcher cloud fruits can raise a mid-level king's cultivation by 2 realms. Good, very good. When you become 7-star kings and wield divine weapons, you should be able to contend against quasi-gods. At that time, Fengju will have to face the consequences. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven and Heavenly Emperor Fengyang were overjoyed. Yixing gave one of the star-catcher cloud fruits to Wei Qingxian and said, "Let's refine it together." Wei Qingxian happily received it. The two of them immediately consumed the star-catcher cloud fruits and refined them. The star-catcher cloud fruits contained a vast amount of astral energy. As soon as they entered his stomach, Yixing felt the rich astral energy rush through his body like a surging river. The astral energy in his body strengthened at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xing could clearly feel that his cultivation base was rising steadily. It was not even enough to describe it as 1,000 miles a day. Originally, after breaking through to the 5-star king realm, Yi Xing had already consolidated his cultivation base to the late stage of the 5th-star king realm. Not long after consuming the star catcher cloud fruit, Yi Xing's cultivation base had reached the peak of the 5th-star king realm, showing signs of breaking through to the 6th-star king realm. As for Wei Qingxian, her cultivation was one level higher than Yi Xing's. She was already at the peak of the 5th stage. When Yi Xing felt that he was about to break through to the 6th-star king realm, a powerful aura erupted from Wei Qingxian. Her cultivation had already broken through. Very soon, Yi Xing also broke through to the 6th-star king realm. The process was extremely smooth and there were no obstructions at all. After becoming 6-star kings, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's cultivation levels continued to rise. Their auras also gradually became more and more powerful. 6th level early stage, 6th level middle stage, 6th level late stage, 6th level peak stage. It was only when their cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level that the two of them felt a slight obstruction, and they were no longer as unstoppable as before. However, the power of the stars in his body was still surging. It seemed that breaking through to the 7-star king realm wouldn't be a problem. It was just that it would take a little longer than breaking through to the 6-star king realm. A violent aura radiated from Wei Qingxuan's body. She was one step ahead of Yi Xing again, breaking through to the 7-star king realm. The sovereign bloodline and the purple heavens were indeed the highest talents on the path of cultivation. Yi Xing calmed himself down. The aura emanating from Wei Qingxuan's breakthrough didn't affect him at all. His mind was completely focused on cultivation as he advanced step by step toward becoming a 7-star king. 2 hours after Wei Qingxian broke through, an even more surging aura erupted. Yi Xing's cultivation finally broke through the step, reaching the 7th layer of the astral sea realm, jumping into the ranks of high-level king tiers. Chapter 873. Seeing Yi Xing emerge from the sea of fire, the eyes of the 5 emperors lit up with murderous intent. Yi Xing took out the starry palace. Wei Qingxian, Emperor Vast Sky, and Emperor Feng Yang walked out from the starry palace and stood beside Yi Xing. They looked at the 5 emperors from afar with murderous intent. Emperor Feng Ju looked at Yi Xing and the other 3 and laughed coldly. Finally, you can't withstand the burning of the flames? Unfortunately, you'll still die after leaving the sea of fire. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian both had supreme-grade imperial bodies. When they didn't release their cultivation, no one could tell their cultivation base. Emperor Feng Ju didn't expect that in just a few hours, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had both become 7-star kings. Compared to a few hours ago, their strength was worlds apart. Emperor Wan Xiang and the others had sinister smiles on their faces. They took out the weapons in their hands. Terrifying auras swept out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. Yi Xing's gaze swept across Emperor Feng Ju and the others. He laughed coldly and said, "We still don't know who will die." The green sandalwood divine bow appeared in Yi Xing's hands. He took a deep breath and drew the bow. The bow was a special weapon. It had the most destructive power. The arrows shot out from a middle-grade bow were much more destructive than other middle-grade weapons. Even though God Monarch Feng Ju and the others weren't quasi-gods, so they were unable to accurately determine the tier of the god artifact just by comparing it to their own god artifacts, they could tell that Yi Xing's god bow was much stronger than theirs. Emperor Feng Ju and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. They felt a piercing energy that sent chills down their spines. This power caused the 5 of them to feel a sense of fear. However, their eyes were filled with excitement. Looking at the azure sandalwood divine bow, the myriad forms emperor's eyes lit up. He shouted, "He really does have other divine weapons. This divine bow's aura is even stronger than ours. It might be a mid-rank divine weapon. Don't let him shoot an arrow." As he spoke, the myriad elephant emperor brandished his divine weapon and charged at Yi Xing. Emperor Feng Ju and the other emperors attacked at the same time. On Yi Xing's side, Wei Qingxian, Emperor Vast Sky, and Emperor Feng Yang attacked at the same time. Wei Qingxian was wearing a low-grade divine weapon, the Ice Silkworm Cold Silk Gloves. She performed the self-created Black Tortoise's Freezing Wind Ice Palm. With a single palm strike, the area of dozens of miles in front of her turned into ice and frost. Pure white extremely cold energy surged out. Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Feng Yang used the Big Dipper Sword Sex Heavenly Dragon Mountain Suppressing Sword Art and Heaven Shaking Gale Sword Art. The 5 emperors attacked at the same time. Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Feng Yang only blocked 2 of the emperor's attacks. Emperor Feng Zhu, Emperor Wan Xiang, and Emperor Jiao Zhu's attacks seemed to be heading for Yi Xing. They were instantly enveloped by the pure white aura. Icy palms landed on the 3 emperors' attacks. When Wei Qingxian was a 5-star king, she had used the freezing ice palm against Emperor Feng Zhu. However, it had little effect and was destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Wei Qingxian was using the same martial art, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. When the icy palms collided with the weapons, the 3 emperors immediately felt a terrifying backlash, especially the pure white aura. It froze the weapons of the emperors, greatly reducing their speed. Emperor Feng Zhu was shocked. He had seen Wei Qingxuan's strength before. How did it suddenly increase to such a level? It wasn't any weaker than the attack of a quasi-god. Of course, Wei Qingxuan's frigid astral qi was still weak compared to the combined attack of the Sealing Jew Emperor, Myriad Elephant Emperor, and 9 Candle Emperor. In just a blink of an eye, the ice shattered and the frigid astral qi in the air dispersed. However, the blink of an eye was more than enough for Yi Xing. On the green sandalwood divine bow, a black flame arrow had already completely condensed and shot out explosively. Dark Wind Fire Arrow Art. 3 true intents of the Tao gathered in the black flame arrow. Among them, the true intents of wind and fire had already reached the small success stage. Coupled with the might of the mid-grade divine bow, the power of this arrow was shocking. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions sounded at the same time. The weapons of Emperor Wan Xiang and Emperor Jiao Zhu were sent flying back. Emperor Feng Zhu's demon sealing seal instantly exploded. Although the attacks of the 3 great emperors were affected by Wei Qingxuan's chilly aura, they were still shocked that Yi Xing's arrow had defeated them. Their hearts skipped a beat. Emperor Feng Zhu was the most shocked. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? You've become a 7-star king and your strength has increased to such a level?" Then, Emperor Feng Zhu's expression froze. He suddenly thought of something and yelled, "You've consumed the star-catcher cloud fruit?" Yi Xing sneered. 3 rays of starlight shot out from his glabella. He had used 3 different astrological aspects. The Black Hole constellation, Sagittarius constellation, and Vermilion Bird constellation hung high in the sky. Yi Xing drew the azure sandalwood divine bow again. Murderous intent enveloped Emperor Feng Zhu and the others. The world of darkness formed by the Black Hole astrological aspect also enveloped the 5 emperors. At the same time, the Sagittarius constellation and the Vermilion Bird astrological aspect poured down surging stellar energy. The Sagittarius constellation's stellar energy was filled with extreme penetrative power, increasing the lethality of the arrow. The Vermilion Bird astrological aspect increased the power of the flame within the arrow, greatly increasing its offensive power. A black flame arrow formed on the azure sandalwood divine bow. Whether it was its offensive power or penetrative aura, it was more than twice as strong as before. What was even more terrifying was that this arrow contained extreme spatial binding power. Wherever the arrow was pointed at, the void around it would instantly solidify like an iron wall. Emperor Feng Zhu and the others all felt a terrifying invisible force that imprisoned them. It was as if a quasi-god was suppressing them. They were already shocked when they were trapped in the world of darkness. Now, they were even more terrified. Emperor Feng Zhu had the heavenly demon god eye and Emperor Jiao Zhu had comprehended the true meaning of darkness. They weren't affected by the world of darkness. However, The two of them were even more terrified when they saw the black flame arrow leave the azure sandalwood divine bow. Heavenly demon god wings. Grand Emperor Sealju immediately used the power of his flying divine item to cut through the void, breaking the binding force. Grand Emperor Sealju turned into a ray of light and flew away, covering hundreds of li in a breath. Although he had broken through the binding force, his speed was affected. The arrow pierced through the air. Emperor Jiuzhu didn't have a flying divine weapon, so he couldn't move or dodge under the spatial binding power. He wanted to use his divine weapon to save them, but it was too late. He could only watch as the black flame arrow pierced his head. Bang! Emperor Jiuzhu's head instantly exploded, turning into bits of flesh and blood. At the same time, Wei Qingxian, Emperor Vast Heaven, and Emperor Feng Yang's attacks also hit the three emperors of myriad forms. They were trapped in the world of darkness and restricted by the spatial binding power. They couldn't dodge and didn't know where the attacks were coming from. Naturally, they couldn't block them and suffered fatal injuries. They screamed and died one after another. Chapter 874. In the blink of an eye. Apart from Sealju, the other four great emperors lost their lives in the blink of an eye. Even if they had divine weapons, they couldn't protect themselves. Under the influence of the space-binding technique, Emperor Fengju was only able to escape 400 li in the blink of an eye. This speed was extremely fast for a 9-star great emperor, but it was extremely slow for a quasi-god. Yi Xing pulled the string of the green sandalwood divine bow again. In the blink of an eye, another black flame arrow was formed. This time, Sealju wasn't affected by the spatial binding. His heavenly demon divine wings were pushed to the limit, allowing him to escape 1,000 li in the blink of an eye. However, when the black flame arrow on the green sandalwood divine bow was formed and locked onto Sealju's figure, Sealju felt the spatial binding enveloping him. The heavenly demon divine wings sliced through the void, shattering the spatial binding. However, his speed was reduced to 400 li in the blink of an eye. Yi Xing took a step forward and flapped his green cloud wings. He was like a green light streaking across the sky, traveling 1,000 li in the blink of an eye. He was almost twice as fast as Sealju. The distance between the two shrunk to a few hundred li in the blink of an eye. Yi Xing released the bowstring and the black flame arrow shot out from the green sandalwood divine bow. At this moment, Grand Emperor Fengju flew a few hundred miles forward with all his might. He was about 1,000 miles away from Yi Xing. However, in a single breath, the black flame arrow shot out 1,000 miles and hit Grand Emperor Fengju squarely. A mid-grade divine bow had a range of a few thousand li. Even if it was at its peak, it would still reach 3,000 li. Yi Xing couldn't unleash the full power of a mid-grade divine bow, but it wasn't a problem for him to reach 1,000 li at its peak. The black flame arrow pierced through Sealju's back and exited his chest. A terrifying power exploded within Sealju's body. With a loud explosion, Sealju's body was torn into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. He was dead on the spot. Even with a low-grade flying divine tool, he couldn't escape death in front of a mid-grade divine bow. Moreover, Yi Xing's green cloud wings was also a low-grade flying divine tool. His speed was much faster than Sealju's eyes. Sealju didn't even have a 10% chance of escaping. With a flap of the azure cloud wings, Yi Xing appeared at the place where Emperor Fengju died. He grabbed the heavenly demonic divine wings, the low-grade divine weapon gloves, and Emperor Fengju's storage ring. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing erased the seal in the storage ring and probed it with his spiritual power. As the leader of a sect and the #1 king of Starry Crescent Land, Emperor Fengju's storage ring was filled with valuable treasures. However, the truly valuable items were his 2 divine weapons. Needless to say, the heavenly demon divine wings were even more valuable. The value of a low-grade flying divine weapon was almost equivalent to a mid-grade divine weapon. Yi Xing found 5-star catcher cloud fruits in the ring. Sealju chased Yi Xing all the way here and didn't leave. It was obvious that Myriad Elephant Emperor and the others had broken into the city in the middle of the star continent and taken the star catcher cloud fruits. The 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other three all possessed divine weapons that were extremely lethal to the strongest aboriginals. Although the aboriginals had the advantage in numbers, they were still at a disadvantage against the 4 divine weapons. Otherwise, the 10,000 Elephant Emperor and the other 3 wouldn't have been able to pluck so many star catcher cloud fruits. Wei Qingxian, Vast Sky Emperor, and Wind Sun Emperor brought the divine tools and storage rings to Yixing and handed them over to Yixing. It was obviously because of Yixing that they were able to win the battle. With Yixing's power, he could easily suppress the 5 great emperors on his own. Yixing still had a few mid-grade divine tools and more than 20 low-grade divine tools. To the cultivators of the Starry Crescent Land, divine tools were extremely precious, but they weren't enough for Yixing. Therefore, Yixing handed them over to Vast Sky Emperor. Yixing then checked through the Myriad Elephant Emperor's storage ring. The items inside were similar to sealed jewels. They were all extremely precious treasures for high-level kings, but they weren't enough for Yixing. However, there were a few star catcher cloud fruits in each ring. There were a total of 34 star catcher cloud fruits. Including the 2 that Yixing had taken, there were 36 star catcher cloud fruits. To kings, the star catcher cloud fruits were priceless treasures that couldn't be bought. However, to quasi-gods they were useless. Yixing and Wei Qingxian already had the star catcher cloud fruits, so consuming them would no longer be of any use to them. Therefore, Yixing handed over the star catcher cloud fruits and their storage rings to Great Monarch Vast Heaven as the Big Dipper Sword Sex resources. The star catcher cloud fruit was extremely beneficial to a 9-star Martial Emperor's breakthrough to the quasi-god realm. With so many star catcher cloud fruits, Martial Emperor Vast Heaven and Martial Emperor Feng Yang would definitely be able to consume one each. Perhaps, they might even become quasi-gods in the future. Since all the star catcher cloud fruits had been taken, Yixing and the others didn't go to the center of the Starry Crescent Land. Instead, they left the Starry Crescent Land through the passage connecting the Starry Crescent Land. When they returned to the Starry Crescent Land, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, the 2 quasi-gods, were waiting nearby. As soon as Yixing and the others came out, the 2 of them went to welcome them. Seeing that Yixing was safe, their eyes were filled with smiles. Feng Hanqiu asked, "How was it? How was the harvest?" Yixing smiled. Vast Sky Emperor said excitedly, "Great harvest. Great harvest." Feng Junyue said happily, "It seems that you have successfully obtained the star catcher cloud fruits. Yixing and Qingxian have broken through, right?" Yixing and Wei Qingxian both nodded with smiles on their faces. Feng Yang Emperor said excitedly, "It's not just the star catcher cloud fruits. Not only did we get all the star catcher cloud fruits, but we also got 5 divine weapons and a flying divine weapon." 5 divine weapons and a flying divine weapon? Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue both took a deep breath when they heard this. They were pleasantly surprised. Feng Hanqiu said, "A flying divine weapon? Is that the Demon Sealing Valley's treasure, the heavenly demon wings?" Vast Sky Emperor and Feng Yang Emperor nodded. Feng Hanqiu was overjoyed and laughed. The Demon Sealing Valley is willing to take out such a treasure. Since the treasure is in your hands, they must be in deep trouble. Feng Yang Emperor smiled. Of course, Junior Yixing has broken through and his strength has increased greatly. I think even a first Nirvana quasi-god would be no match for him when he wields a divine weapon. The 5 great emperors were all killed effortlessly. At this time, Yixing opened his void-breaking god eye and looked around. He found Star Silver Death, Xing Qingji, and the others tens of thousands of miles away. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Yixing said, "Star Silver Death and the others are nearby. Let's go pay them a visit. I owe a lot of chapters and haven't paid them back. I'm very sorry. Tomorrow is a new year and there should be a new atmosphere. I'm going to update 8 times to apologize. After midnight, there will be 4 chapters in a row. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., there will be another 4 chapters in a row. Brothers, please support me. Chapter 875. There were 6 quasi-gods on the other side. They were Xing Yinhua, Xing Qingji, Feng Xiaoyuan, Feng Nongying, Xian Yuan, and Jin Hongqing. Other than Xing Yuehong and Feng Xiaoyuan guarding the sect, the other quasi-gods were all gathered here. Xing Yinhua and the others all opened their divine eyes to observe the situation at the entrance. They also wanted to know if Yi Xing had been killed by Feng Zhu, Xing Wanxiang, and the others in the extraterritorial starland. However, when they saw Yi Xing and the others come out, their expressions changed. They were so well prepared that the Demon Sealing Valley even gave the Demon Sealing Valley's heavenly demon wings to Emperor Feng Zhu. Quasi-god Feng Hao also lent his divine weapon to Emperor Feng Zhu, allowing Emperor Feng Zhu, who was already invincible among kings, to reach the quasi-god level. Their purpose was to ensure that their plan was foolproof. However, their plan still failed. Yi Xing was not dead and had returned from the extraterritorial starland alive and well. Feng Xiaoyuan clenched his fists and shouted, "Damn it! How is this kid still alive?" Xing Qingji was also shocked and angry. What are Xing Wanxiang, Feng Zhu, and the others doing with their divine weapons? Yi Xing came back alive. What should we do? With Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue guarding him and Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun supporting him at any time, we can't kill him. Although they had 6 quasi-gods present and the Big Dipper Sword sect only had Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue, and Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun were not present, Xing Qingji also thought that there was no chance to kill Yi Xing. This was because Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue could hold on for a long time with their middle-grade divine weapons. As for Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun, once they received the news, they could use the teleportation formation to rush over in 15 minutes. In such a short time, they could not break through Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's defense. Once Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun arrived, even with the help of Xing Yuehong and Feng Hao, they were no match for them, let alone the 6 quasi-gods. Feng Nongying suddenly said, "They're coming toward us?" Whether it was in terms of strength or constitution, a quasi-god's physical body had undergone nirvanic rebirth. Their eyesight was also 10 times stronger than a king's. The martial Dao's divine eye could see tens of thousands of li, and as they underwent nirvanic rebirth, they could see up to hundreds of thousands of li. The other quasi-gods naturally saw Yi Xing and the others heading their way. Star Silver Death's gloomy eyes flashed with a bright light. Star Silver Death said, "Maybe Feng Han, Qiu Feng, and Jun Yu know that Yi Xing was attacked in the extraterritorial starland and are here to settle accounts with us. If they dare to attack, then this will be a great opportunity to kill Yi Xing." Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue defended themselves with their mid-grade divine weapons. The 6 of them couldn't do anything to them. However, if Feng Hanqiu and Jun Yu took the initiative to attack, then the situation would be different. As long as they could stall them for a breath's time, the other quasi-gods would have a chance to kill Yi Xing. Once a quasi-god unleashed their full strength, killing a king would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Even though Emperor Vast Sky and Emperor Feng Yang had divine weapons, Star Silver Death didn't think much of them. As for Yi Xing, he naturally didn't think much of him. In Star Silver Death's eyes, the only troublesome ones were Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. If the 2 of them focused on defense, it would be fine. If the 2 of them dared to attack, Star Silver Death was confident that he could hold them back for 1 or 2 breaths, giving the other quasi-gods enough time to kill Yi Xing. Thinking of this, Star Silver Death narrowed his eyes. His killing intent intensified. Before long, Yi Xing and the others arrived in front of Star Silver Death and the other quasi-gods. They stopped 100 li away. The 2 sides looked at each other intensely. Before they spoke, the atmosphere was already filled with killing intent. Yi Xing scanned the 6 of them and said, "Your 4 sects have already compensated and asked for peace, but you sent 5 emperors with divine weapons to kill me in the extraterritorial starland. It seems that you don't want peace anymore?" Star Silver Death snorted and said, "In the extraterritorial starland, even martial artists of the same sect can fight over treasures. You all went to fight for the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit. What's wrong with them wanting to kill you?" After a pause, Star Silver Death continued, "Since you already know about the 5 of them, where are they?" The 5 emperors all had divine weapons, especially Emperor Fengju, who had the heavenly demon divine wings. In terms of threat, they were even more threatening than Quasi-God 1 Nirvana. Star Silver Death had never imagined that the 5 emperors would die at the hands of Yi Xing's group. Yi Xing smiled and said, "You're right. There's nothing wrong with killing each other in order to fight for the Star Catcher Cloud Fruit. So, I killed Fengju, Xing Wanxiang, and the others." Star Silver Death and the other 5 quasi-gods all looked shocked. "I killed them all. I killed them all." This sentence resounded in the ears of the 6 quasi-gods like thunder. It lingered for a long time. Emperor Fengju, Xing Wanxiang, and the other 4 emperors had divine weapons. Emperor Fengju alone was more terrifying than a quasi-god 1 Nirvana. The other 4 emperors working together with divine weapons were no weaker than a quasi-god 1 Nirvana. So, if Yi Xing really killed Emperor Fengju and the others, it would be as shocking as killing 2 quasi-gods. "You killed them all?" Xing Qingji exclaimed. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He shouted, "That's impossible. Based on your—" Before Xing Qingji could finish, Yi Xing interrupted him. "Based on my— Not only did I kill the 5 of them, I also want to kill you, Xing Qingji." As he spoke, Yi Xing raised his hand, and the celestial palace appeared in his hand. Yi Xing continued, "Xing Qingji, you still recognize this celestial palace, right? Back then, you poisoned Emperor Xing Han in order to snatch the celestial palace. In the end, Emperor Xing Han used the space-breaching talisman to take the celestial palace away. In the end, I obtained it. Today, I will avenge Emperor Xing Han by killing you, old thing." The celestial palace disappeared in a flash from Yi Xing's hand. It was put away by Yi Xing. Xing Qingji watched the celestial palace disappear in a flash, but the greed in his eyes did not diminish. He said angrily, "I went through the Nirvana tribulation and became a quasi-god. You want to kill me? What a joke! Come and try to kill me if you have the guts." Feng Xiaoyuan said coldly from the side, "You talk big, but don't turn out to be a coward when the time comes for us to see who's better." These words were obviously meant to provoke Xing Qingji. In Feng Xiaoyuan's opinion, Xing Qingji was a veteran quasi-god 1 Nirvana and was definitely not someone a little king like Yi Xing could contend against. After all, even a 9-star king was very far away from a quasi-god. It was an insurmountable gap. As for Yi Xing, the cultivation that he revealed in the previous battle was only that of a 4-star king. Even if he obtained the star cloud fruit in the extraterritorial star land and raised his cultivation by 2 levels, he was only a 6-star king. Even if Yi Xing had a breakthrough in his cultivation along the way, his cultivation could only reach star C level 7 at most. In the battle between a 7-star king and a quasi-god 1 Nirvana, if one was not familiar with Yi Xing, one would know that the quasi-god 1 Nirvana would definitely win. Happy New Year, brothers. Chapter 876. Yi Xing smiled slightly. Today, he had already made up his mind to kill Xing Qingji and avenge Xing Han Great Emperor. There was no need for others to provoke him. Yi Xing's gaze sharpened as he said, "Xing Qingji, then let's have a battle of life and death. No escape, no interference, until one side is dead. How about that? No escape, no interference, until one side is dead." When Yi Xing stated these 3 conditions, Xing Qingji only felt joy in his heart. These were also the conditions he wanted to propose. Otherwise, with Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue watching from the side, it would not be easy to kill Yi Xing. However, Yi Xing's gaze was extremely penetrating. It had a feeling that it went straight to the heart and soul, making Xing Qingji feel very uncomfortable. Xing Qingji was still very confident. He ignored the slight discomfort he felt and chuckled. "Good," he said. "Come, I'd like to see what tricks a little king like you can play." As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Qingji flashed into the distance like a stream of light. In a breath, he was 600 miles away. The killing intent in Yi Xing's eyes gradually solidified. The azure cloud wings appeared on his back. His figure was also like a stream of light, also moving 600 miles in a breath. He was still 100 miles away from Xingqingji. Seeing the azure cloud wings on Yixing's back, Xingqingji smiled coldly and said, "I was wondering why you dared to fight with me. It turns out that you have a flying divine tool. Ha! This is a good treasure. I'll take it as a gift from you to me." As he spoke, Xingqingji attacked like lightning. At the same time, he used the saint-level celestial form, the white tiger celestial form. On a golden star, there was a huge shadow of a white tiger, roaring at the sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Xingqingji had already taken out his divine weapon, the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal. The seal became as big as a mountain and shone with golden light. With terrifying power, it suppressed Yixing. Although the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal was huge, its speed was not slow. It covered a distance of 100 miles in an instant. However, compared to Yixing's speed, the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal was too slow. With a flap of the azure cloud wings, Yixing was like a streak of light, easily evading the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal's attack. Xingqingji's expression turned surprised. His attack speed was much faster than his movement speed, exceeding 400 kilometers in one breath. He was even faster than a second Nirvana quasi-god's movement speed. However, Yixing easily dodged his attack. This was truly strange. This meant that Yixing's speed was far beyond 600 miles per breath. Could it be a mid-grade flying-type divine artifact? Xingqingji thought to himself. As for minor accomplishment true intent of wind, Xingqingji did not even consider it. As a quasi-god, he was very clear about how difficult it was to achieve minor accomplishment true intent. Yixing was the true king. To be able to achieve peak minor accomplishment true intent of wind was already very heaven-defying. Whoosh! Before Xingqingji could think any further, an astral arrow suddenly pierced through the air. Yixing had used the Sagittarius constellation and the Vermilion Bird constellation. Yixing's movement speed was too fast. In an instant he was behind Xingqingji, giving Xingqingji a huge shock. In an instant, golden light bloomed from Xingqingji's body, forming a golden light shield to protect him. Meanwhile, the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal swept out a golden light blade that slashed behind him. Relying on the strength of his protective aura and the vitality of his divine body, Xingqingji forcefully endured Yixing's astral arrow and seized the opportunity to attack Yixing wildly. The astral arrow had just touched the golden light shield when the golden light blade that filled the sky had already slashed toward him. Xingqingji's judgment of the astral arrow's penetrative power was severely mistaken. His golden light shield was like a bubble that was pierced by Yixing's finger. The sharp astral arrow instantly pierced into Xingqingji's divine body. However, this sharp astral arrow left as quickly as it came. Just as the golden light blade was about to strike Yixing's body, Yixing suddenly retreated hundreds of miles away. The attack of the golden light blade missed. This speed not only shocked Xingqingji, but also the quasi-gods in the distance. With such extreme speed, it was extremely difficult to even touch the other party. Xingqingji was not in a good situation. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yixing charged over from another direction. It was still a finger energy arrow with extreme speed and piercing power. After his previous experience, Xingqingji simply combined his astral energy with his divine body to protect the surface of his body. The Vajra heaven-suppressing seal also slashed out golden light blades toward Yixing. Xingqingji was very confident in his divine body. He had an immortal body, so it was not difficult for him to take Yixing's attack head-on. However, Yixing was only a king. As long as he was hit once, he would lose his life. Xingqingji would never have expected that Yixing also had an immortal body. However, Yixing did not use his immortal body to fight desperately. They both had immortal bodies, but as a quasi-god, Xingqingji's vitality was much higher than Yixing's. Fighting desperately was not worth it for Yixing. Moreover, with Yixing's strength, there was no need for him to fight desperately. Yixing attacked Xingqingji from different directions time and time again. Xingqingji relied on the advantage of his divine body and remained as immovable as a mountain. He used the astral energy from the Vajra heaven-suppressing seal to counterattack. Soon, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Every time, Yi Xing's astral arrow penetrated Xing Qingji's external defense and caused some damage to his divine body. However, just as the power was about to fully erupt, the golden light blades arrived and Yi Xing immediately retreated. Although Yi Xing's clothes were not touched by Xing Qingji, the slight injury that Xing Qingji suffered was no different from being uninjured. Yi Xing, your attack is like a mosquito bite. It can't do anything to me. I only need to attack once to kill you. I'll see how many times you can dodge. Xing Qingji shouted. Although he was shocked by Yi Xing's strength, he was still very confident. Although Yi Xing was extremely fast, Xing Qingji believed that he was in an invincible position. If Yi Xing escaped, he would not be able to catch up. However, the two had agreed to fight to the death. As long as Yi Xing dared to continue fighting to the death, he was confident that he would be able to hit Yi Xing once and kill Yi Xing. Whoosh! Another ray of starlight shot into the sky. Yi Xing used the black hole astrology, and the world of darkness instantly enveloped Xing Qingji. Yi Xing shuttled through the world of darkness without making a sound. The astral energy from his astral energy arrows appeared and disappeared mysteriously, making it even harder to guard against. Xing Qingji opened his divine martial eye. The suppression of a quasi-god over a king allowed him to see hundreds of miles away even in the world of darkness. Every time, Xing Qingji used his divine body to withstand the attack and then used the golden light blades to attack in a wide range. He did not need to pinpoint Yi Xing's exact location. He only needed to know where he was. Therefore, the black hole astrology did not affect this battle much. Xing Qingji laughed and said, Yi Xing, this is your last trump card. You're still far from being able to fight me. Chapter 879. Feng Junyue attacked Jin Hongqing at the same time. The heaven-shaking godly mighty sword carried the sound of a dragon's roar, and the sword light of 1,000 feet long cut Jin Hongqing into two halves. Then the two halves of Jin Hongqing's body were cut into pieces by the sword radiance. His flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Jin Hongqing's flesh and blood wriggled, but the speed of regeneration was slower than the speed of the sword radiance. In the end, he was cut into pieces. His vitality was exhausted and he died. If it were any other time, Jin Hongqing wouldn't have been killed by Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue's attacks. However, he was shot by Yi Xing and lost more than 80% of his life force. He was already severely wounded, which was why Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue killed him. When Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue attacked Jin Hongqing, Wei Qingxian attacked as well. She attacked Star Silver Death and the other three who were running away. Wei Qingxian performed the speed secret skill of the Samsara Palace. She suddenly crossed hundreds of miles in the void. She clapped her hands, and the extremely cold Gang Qi instantly covered dozens of miles in front of her. Star, Silver, Death, and the other three were all enveloped in it. Many ice palm prints slapped at them. How dare a little king come after us? You're asking for death. Star Silver Death was infuriated. He shouted coldly and formed a saber art. The low-grade divine saber shone brightly. A saber aura cut the sky in half and arrived in front of Wei Qingxian in an instant. Other than Yi Xing, Star Silver Death had never taken a king seriously. Wei Qingxian was only a 7-star king. She wasn't weak and could be compared to a one-nirvana quasi-god with her low-grade divine weapon. However, a king was still a king. There was a fundamental difference between a king's body and a divine body. In Star Silver Death's eyes, he was going to cut Wei Qingxian in half. Wei Qingxuan's cold Gang Qi attack was going to be broken. Not far away, there was a teleportation formation that Star Silver Death and the others had set up beforehand. It could be used to travel between the sects quickly. As long as they escaped to the teleportation formation, they could return to the royal capital and fight the enemy with the dragon luck of the dynasty. With the speed of a quasi-god that could travel hundreds of miles in a breath, it would only take the blink of an eye for them to reach the teleportation array. Wei Qingxian didn't withdraw his palm in the face of Star Silver Death's attack. Instead, he opened his third eye in the center of his forehead and used the Samsara Divine Eye. Light of Reincarnation. A dazzling multicolored light shot out from the Samsara divine eye. It erupted with terrifying power and collided with the saber light in an instant. Wei Qingxian pushed the power of the light of reincarnation to its limits, and it was even more frightening than Quasi-God Nirvana's full power attack. Although it couldn't compare to the power of Star Silver Death Saber, it still managed to dim the dazzling saber and reduce its power by 70 to 80%. The light of reincarnation dissipated in an instant. The saber aura fell and hit Wei Qingxian right in the middle of his body. His upper body was almost split open, and his head was also split in half. Star Silver Death snorted coldly. "I can't kill you with one strike, you puny king tier." However, to Star Silver Death's surprise, his opponent's frigid aura didn't dissipate after being hit. The four of them were still affected by the frigid aura, and their speed was greatly reduced. The flesh on Wei Qingxuan's body wriggled, and the cut on her body healed in an instant. A supreme-grade imperial body? Star Silver Death, Feng Xiaoyuan, Feng Nongying, and Xian Yuan exclaimed at the same time. They had all been outer sect disciples of the Dark Star Temple and were very knowledgeable. Naturally, they knew that supreme-grade imperial bodies were immortal, just like divine bodies. They also knew how rare supreme-grade imperial bodies were. Darkness suddenly enveloped Star Silver Death and the others. Yi Xing traveled 1,000 miles in one breath. His murderous intent descended, and his black hole astrological form pulled the four of them into the world of darkness. At the same time, a black flame arrow shot through the world of darkness with terrifying power and penetrating energy. It shot toward Star Silver Death and the others. Star Silver Death and the others were not only trapped in the world of darkness, but the void around them also suddenly solidified. The power of space confinement imprisoned them. They should have reached the teleportation formation by now, but Wei Qingxuan's frigid aura greatly delayed them, giving Yi Xing time to condense another black flame arrow and kill them. His target was Xian Yuan. Light of Samsara. At that moment, Wei Qingxian activated her reincarnation divine eyes again. She unleashed her strongest attack. Dazzling multicolored light shot out and instantly pierced through space as she charged towards Feng Nongying. Moreover, Wei Qingxuan's hands were not idle either. She repeatedly struck out, and all of them were the ultimate killing moves of the Wind-Cold Ice Palm. The Wind-Cold Ice Palm was either a firm chop or a horizontal chop. Every strike was like a cutting blade, and the attack power was very terrifying. These strong and slashing ice palms all attacked Star Silver Death. As a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death's suppression of Yi Xing's cultivation was very obvious. The black hole star's effect on him was much weaker than that of a first Nirvana quasi-god. The world of darkness couldn't block his vision. However, Feng Nongying, Feng Xiaoyuan, and Xian Yuan were greatly affected by the black hole star. Even with the star, they couldn't see more than 100 miles away. Whether it was Yi Xing's black flame arrow or Wei Qingxuan's light of samsara, they were both extremely difficult to defend against in the world of darkness. Without help, Feng Nongying and Xian Yuan would definitely be injured. Needless to say, the black flame arrow's attack power was also terrifying. Not only could it hurt the body, but it could also hurt the soul. Star Silver Death was already facing Wei Qingxuan's ice palms. Although he could block them and still had energy to spare, he could only save Xian Yuan or Feng Nongying. He couldn't block both the black flame arrow and the light of samsara. In terms of the threat of death, the black flame arrow was greater than the light of samsara. However, in Star Silver Death's heart, Feng Nongying was much more important than Xian Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Star Silver Death made up his mind to save his partner. Star Silver Death suddenly slashed out a peerless blade aura. It shone for thousands of feet and roared in the sky. In an instant, the power to bind space, the ice palms, and the light of samsara were all shattered by this blade. The terrifying attack of a second Nirvana quasi-god was indeed terrifying. However, no matter how strong this blade was, it couldn't turn around to destroy the black flame arrow. When Xian Yuan discovered the black flame arrow, he was already 100 miles away. He couldn't react in time and the black flame arrow pierced through his body. He immediately let out a shrill cry. Xian Yuan was terrified as his life force was rapidly draining away. Bush, bush, bush. Star Silver Death grabbed Feng Nongying with one hand and Feng Xiaoyuan with the other. Taking advantage of the fact that the cold aura and the power to bind space had dissipated, he quickly rushed toward the teleportation formation. He knew very well that the longer they stayed, the greater the danger they would be in. If they didn't leave, they might all die here today. Star Silver Death couldn't take the three of them to the teleportation formation quickly. Since Xian Yuan was already severely injured, he had to give up on Xian Yuan. Star Silver Death. Xian Yuan roared and looked at the three people not far away. They suddenly disappeared into the distance. He was filled with despair. Chapter 880. A moment later, Star Silver Death brought Feng Xiaoyuan and Feng Nongying to the teleportation formation. Star Silver Death immediately activated the formation. At the same time, Yixing shot out a black flame arrow. It traveled thousands of miles and reached them in an instant. Bang! Star Silver Death took out his low-grade godly saber and cut the black flame arrow apart. A beam of light shot up into the sky and covered the three of them. The teleportation formation had been activated. Star Silver Death, Feng Xiaoyuan, and Feng Nongying turned from solid to illusory and gradually disappeared. Xian Yuan, who did not manage to escape, was naturally attacked by Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue. He was severely injured and soon died under the attack of two middle-grade godly weapons. The battle was over and the surroundings quieted down. However, the ravines that stretched for over 2,000 kilometers bore witness to the fierce battle that had just taken place. Even though it hadn't lasted for long, the destructive power of a clash between quasi-gods was terrifying. It was impossible to say how many mountains had been flattened and how many canyons had appeared. Moreover, the flesh and blood of three quasi-gods were scattered all over the ground. In the starry crescent land, quasi-gods of the first nirvana stood at the peak. It was rare for a quasi-god of the second nirvana to appear in tens of thousands of years. Moreover, it was difficult for a quasi-god of the second nirvana to kill a quasi-god of the first nirvana. Therefore, it was extremely rare for three quasi-gods to die at the same time in the history of the starry crescent land. Looking at the devastated ground, Feng Hanqiu's face was full of smiles. He said, "This time, three of their quasi-gods have died. Their strength has been greatly reduced and they can no longer compete with us. From now on, they can only hide in the inner city of the capital and rely on the luck of the dynasty to prolong their feeble existence." Ha! Feng Junyue said regretfully, "It's a pity that three of them escaped. They even built a teleportation formation in the wilderness. How thoughtful." Feng Hanqiu said, "They were also afraid that Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun would come and join forces with us. With the teleportation array, they would have a way out. However, they probably never expected that Lu Zhenghong and Yu Minjun would not come. Instead, it was junior brother Yixing who had greatly improved his strength and killed them." Feng Junyue smiled. "Yes. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe that Yixing's strength has reached such a level. That middle-grade godly bow is too powerful. If it were not for the teleportation formation, they would have died here." Yixing looked at the teleportation formation and said, "Their escape is only temporary. As long as they do not have a way to leave the starry crescent land, their lives will always be in my hands." One day, they will die without a doubt. Feng Hanqiu touched his beard and smiled. "That's right. Now, they can only rely on the luck of the dynasty to contend with us. If Junior Yixing's cultivation makes another breakthrough and his strength increases, he will reach a level that no one in the starry crescent land has ever reached. By then, even the dynasty's luck will not be able to stop Junior Yixing's archery." Yixing nodded. His cultivation still had a lot of room for improvement. Right now, he could not break through the dynasty's luck by force. However, what about after he reached the 8th level of the Astral Sea realm? By then, his strength would be on another level. Moreover, if he could reach the 8th level of the astral sea realm, so could Wei Qingxian. By then, it would not be difficult to break through the dynasty's luck. Yi Xing's lips curled up. Then let's give them some time to breathe. When Qingxian and I reach the 8th level of the astral sea realm, we will settle the score with them. Feng Junyue said, there is no need to give them time to breathe. Junior Yi Xing, you and Junior Qingxian can cultivate as much as you want. Before you make a breakthrough, don't worry about these things. Senior Hanqiu and I, together with Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun, will break through the Golden Lion sect and the Dark Moon Palace first. These two sects do not have any quasi-gods. They will not be able to hold on for long with the dynasty's luck. Then we will split into two groups. One will attack the Celestial Palace and the other will attack the Demon's Ceiling Valley. They will not even have time to breathe. Speaking of Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun, it did not take long for them to arrive. Quasi-gods were the pinnacle of martial arts in the Starry Crescent Land. They were very sensitive to the fluctuations of energy in the Starry Crescent Land. For example, when quasi-gods fought, the fluctuations were very strong. Even if they were far away, other quasi-gods would still be able to sense it. Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun had rushed over because they sensed the quasi-gods' battle. When they learned that Xing Qingji, Jin Hongqing and Xian Yuan, the three quasi-gods, had all fallen, they were shocked and could not believe it. Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun did not have any objections to Feng Junyue's suggestion. Both sides decided that Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue would attack the Dark Moon Palace, while Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun would attack the Golden Lion sect. After these two sects were broken, the Dark Moon Palace's territory would belong to the Big Dipper Sword sect, while the Golden Lion sect's territory would be divided equally between the Giant Spirit sect and the Moon Severing sect. After that, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue continued to attack the Celestial Elephant Palace, while Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun went to attack the Demon's Ceiling Valley. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian naturally did not participate in these matters. The two returned to the Big Dipper Sword sect and lived a comfortable life under a quiet mountain. Time passed quickly. A year later, the Dark Moon Palace and the Golden Lion sect were breached one after another. Without quasi-gods to control Wang Chao's Longqi, he could not fully utilize its power. Feng Hanqiu, Feng Junyue, Lu Zhenghong, and Qiu Minjun all had middle-grade divine weapons. Their attack power was at the level of second nirvana quasi-gods, so the speed of their attack was naturally fast. After that, Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue went to the Celestial Elephant Palace, while Lu Zhenghong and Qiu Minjun went to the Demon's Ceiling Valley. Another great battle had begun. Of these two sects, the Demon's Ceiling Valley had three quasi-gods, while the Celestial Elephant Palace had Star Silver Death. Although they were powerless to counterattack, Feng Hanqiu and Lu Zhenghong could not quickly break through. The battle entered a stalemate. Although the effect was not great, Feng Hanqiu, Lu Zhenghong, and the others did not stop. Each side had two quasi-gods, and each side had one quasi-god resting while the other quasi-god attacked. This cycle repeated, and the attacks continued. Month after month, year after year. 5 years later, in the summer. In the Big Dipper Sword sect, the sky was high and the clouds were broad. A terrifying aura swept over from somewhere in the mountains behind. Between heaven and earth, the power of the stars in the void all sensed it and surged toward the source of the aura. A huge amount of star power gathered together, forming a huge cloud of stars. It was like a funnel, floating in the sky. Below, there seemed to be a monster that devoured star power, madly devouring the star power. Of course, there was no monster below, but Yi Xing, whose cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the astral sea realm. His breakthrough in cultivation had caused a huge commotion, and it had attracted the star power between heaven and earth. At this moment, he was madly devouring this star power, and the astral energy in his body had been greatly strengthened. Compared to when he was a 7 stars king, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Chapter 881. On the Big Dipper Peak, The vast Sky Emperor and the Wind Sun Emperor stood on the peak, looking at the star power funnel in the distance. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. The vast Sky Emperor said, "A year ago, Wei Qingxian broke through to the 8th level of the Star Sea realm. Yi Xing has finally broken through." The Wind Sun Emperor said happily, "Ha! Look at the commotion caused by Yi Xing's breakthrough. It's much bigger than Wei Qingxuan's. His strength must have improved a lot. It seems the end of the Celestial Elephant Palace has finally arrived." The vast Sky Emperor nodded with a smile. The end of the Celestial Elephant Palace has indeed arrived. The star power in the sky was completely absorbed by Yi Xing. Yi Xing stood up and opened his eyes. Although he had just broken through to the 8th level of the Star Sea realm, his cultivation was very stable and not far from the middle of the 8th level. Wei Qingxian came to Yi Xing with a bright smile. "Congratulations to Yi Xing for breaking through to the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Yi Xing's archery skill is exquisite enough to receive the title of Arrow Emperor." Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "What about you?" Wei Qingxian smiled and said, "I have the extreme ice body. Any cultivation method I practice will turn into extreme ice chi. I had a title in my previous life, Extreme Ice. However, in the Reincarnation Palace, Star Sea realm cultivators are not qualified to be titled. They have to become quasi-gods. Moreover, only quasi-gods with obvious strengths and great battle strength can be titled." Yi Xing nodded. No matter where it was, only martial artists with special battle strength could be titled. Ordinary martial artists would use their real names to call themselves emperors and not other titles. For example, the vast Sky Emperor and the Wind Sun Emperor were both using their real names. Of course, there were also those who fished for fame. In order to make their name known, they deliberately made up titles that were nothing special. For example, the Golden Monkey Emperor. This kind of situation was more likely to happen in a place with a low level of martial arts. The truly powerful warriors would not bother to make a false name for themselves. Without powerful abilities, a powerful title would only be a joke. Yi Xing looked at Wei Qingxian. "You gave me a title so early, and it's even the Arrow Emperor. I'm afraid that all the kings of archery will hate me. Won't I become a laughingstock if word gets out?" Among the titles, individual titles were the most resounding. For example, saber, sword, and other types of weapons, wind, fire, and other types of attributes. Once one obtained an individual title, it meant that one was the most outstanding person on the path of martial arts. For example, the Sword Emperor was the strongest amongst the Sword Emperors, and this would cause the other Sword Emperors to be displeased. Another example would be the Fire Emperor. He was the strongest Fire Emperor amongst all the Fire Emperors. Similarly, he would cause the other Fire Emperors to be displeased. The Arrow Emperor was naturally the strongest amongst the Archery Emperors. This title was the pinnacle of archery. The Emperor was the Arrow Emperor, and after becoming a god, he would be the Arrow God. This was bound to cause the other Archery Emperors to be displeased. Wei Qingxian looked at Yi Xing and smiled. He. When Yi Xing was a 7 stars king, he already had the ability to kill quasi-gods. Now that he has broken through to the 8th level of the Astral Sea realm, his strength has reached a new level. Even in my previous life in the Reincarnation Palace, I have never seen such a powerful archery emperor. If Yi Xing can't be called the Arrow Emperor, then no one else in this world would dare to. If any archery emperors are displeased, then they can come and compete with Yi Xing. Ha! Junior sister Qingxian is right. If junior brother Yi Xing can't be called the Arrow Emperor, then who would dare to? Junior brother Yi Xing, the title of Arrow Emperor belongs to none other than you. Laughter was heard as Martial Monarch Vast Heaven and Martial Monarch Wind Sun descended from the sky and arrived at Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's residence. Yi Xing cupped his fists at the two. Senior brothers, please don't make fun of me. We are not making fun of you. The two of us are here to congratulate the Arrow Emperor on his breakthrough. His strength has improved tremendously, reaching a level that no one has ever reached in the Starry Crescent Land before. The vast Heaven Emperor and the Wind Sun Emperor restrained their expressions and cupped their fists at Yixing. Ever since Yixing came into contact with martial arts, he had been determined to reach the peak of martial arts. To cultivate martial arts, one had to cultivate to the peak. As a martial artist, one had to be the strongest. Therefore, Yixing was very satisfied with the title of Arrow Emperor. Since that was the case, Yixing did not hesitate to accept the title. Arrow Emperor Yixing said, "After cultivating for more than 5 years, I have finally taken this step. My strength has indeed improved. I should go to the Celestial Elephant Palace to help Senior Brother Hanqiu and Senior Brother Junhua." The vast Heaven Emperor smiled. With the Arrow Emperor making a move, he will naturally succeed and sweep the starry crescent land. The Wind Sun Emperor also said excitedly, "The end of the Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Sealing Valley has arrived." The Arrow Emperor, Yixing, nodded at the two of them. "Senior brothers, Qingxian and I will go now." Through the teleportation formation of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Yixing and Wei Qingxian arrived near the Celestial Elephant Kingdom. After becoming an 8-star emperor, Yixing's speed had increased. He could fly 1,000 miles in a breath with Wei Qingxian. Soon, they arrived at the Celestial Elephant Kingdom and saw Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junhua. "Junior Brother Arrow Emperor." Seeing Yixing, Feng Hanqiu waved from afar and laughed. Feng Junhua, who was attacking, also retreated. He turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Yixing. "Junior Brother Arrow Emperor, it's only been 5 years and you've already made a breakthrough. That's really fast." Obviously, the two had received the message from the vast Heaven Emperor and knew that Yixing had the title of Arrow Emperor. Yixing looked at the two and said, "Senior brothers, you've been attacking for 5 years. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Feng Junhua laughed. "Senior Brother Hanqiu, you've been here for 5 years. You've been so lonely and tired. However, I've been traveling all over the starry crescent land. I'm in a good mood." Yixing looked at Feng Junhua in confusion. Feng Junhua said, "The Celestial Elephant Palace has been defending all this time. Naturally, they're not satisfied. So, Star Silver Death asked Xing Yuehong to control the Dragon Fate to defend himself while he left the capital city. He wanted to attack the Big Dipper Sword clan without a quasi-god. Naturally, we couldn't let him get away with it. Now that I had the Heavenly Demon Divine Wings, my speed could only be faster than Star Silver Death's, and my attack power was even slightly higher than his. Now that I had made up for my lack of speed, Star Silver Death was no match for me. I've been chasing him for 3 years, running all over the starry crescent land. In the end, he still couldn't get rid of me. He had to go back to the Celestial Elephant Palace angrily to get rid of me." Ha! Feng Junhua laughed happily. He and Star Silver Death were enemies when they were in the Dark God Palace. However, Star Silver Death had been suppressing him. Later, he got a middle-grade divine weapon. His attack power was even better than Star Silver Death's. However, his speed was still not as good. After a long battle, Feng Junhua still lost. Now that he had the Heavenly Demon Wings to make up for his lack of speed, Feng Junhua finally turned the tables. After chasing Star Silver Death for 3 years, of course, he was happy. Chapter 884. Yixing and the other 3 destroyed the 5-colored light barrier as easily as crushing dry weeds. It didn't take long for them to arrive outside the 5-colored light barrier. Bang, 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 bang. The attacks of the 4 landed on the 5-colored light shield one after another, causing a series of explosions. Something strange happened. Under the attacks of Yixing and the other 3, the formation could not withstand a single blow. However, the 5-colored light barrier rippled and blocked the attacks of the 4 people. Even Yixing's arrow attack was blocked and could not penetrate it. Star Silver Death stood in the sky above Xingxiang Palace, looking at Yixing and the other 3 through the translucent 5-colored light shield. He snorted. "I have said that you will never be able to break through my Xingxiang Palace. This 5 elements heaven sealing formation is a complete level 6 formation. It is a treasure that the founder of my sect obtained from the Dark Star continent. It can withstand the attack of a quasi-god third nirvana. It has been guarding the center of the palace and can ensure that my Xingxiang palace will exist forever in the starry crescent land. You will not be able to break through this formation. Feng Hanqiu frowned. A complete level 6 formation was too difficult to deal with. It had already exceeded the limits of the starry crescent land. In the starry crescent land, the cultivation of a martial artist could only reach the level of a quasi-god third nirvana. The imperial dragon luck that they had accumulated was also at the peak of a quasi-god third nirvana. Under normal circumstances, a formation that could withstand a quasi-god third nirvana was indeed impossible to break through in the starry crescent land. However, this was not a normal situation. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were not from the starry crescent land. Yi Xing's strength had exceeded the martial arts limits of the starry crescent land. However, with Yi Xing's quasi-god third nirvana level attack, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through the 5 elements heaven ceiling formation. Even a quasi-god fourth nirvana would need a certain amount of time to break through a level 6 formation. If the array was supplied with energy, it would be even more difficult to break the array. Inside the 5-colored light shield, Star Silver Death sneered and continued. This formation uses the primordial chi of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth as its energy source. When we first established this formation, our founder left behind a method to gather the primordial chi of 5 elements. After more than 78,000 years of accumulation, the amount of primordial chi of 5 elements that we have gathered is beyond your imagination. You want to exhaust the formation's energy to break it? You can attack it for 100 years, or even 1,000 years, but you won't be able to break it. Feng Hanqiu looked at Yi Xing anxiously. What should we do? If the 5-element sky seal formation had enough power to last for thousands of years, then it would be unbreakable. Just like Star Silver Death had said, it would be a competition to see who could live longer. Yi Xing, on the other hand, was confident and composed. He looked at Feng Hanqiu and smiled. It doesn't matter. Even if I can't break it by force now, I'll definitely be able to break it when I become a 9-star king. However, who said that one must break the array by force? Feng Hanqiu's eyes lit up and his face lit up. Oh, junior brother Arrow Emperor knows about arrays? Wei Qingxian smiled. Yi Xing's attainments in arrays are not low. More importantly, his eye technique can see through everything. No array can hide anything from him. If there is a flaw, it won't escape Yi Xing's eyes. Yi Xing smiled and nodded. He activated the God Voidbreaker Eye, and a third eye opened in the center of his forehead. The God Voidbreaker Eye's gaze instantly pierced through the void. The structure of the 5-element sky seal formation was clearly visible under the God Voidbreaker Eye. Yi Xing understood it clearly. Yi Xing carefully examined the structure of the 5-element sky seal formation. He was secretly surprised that he couldn't find a flaw in this array. It was a level 6 array. The killing array could kill quasi-gods, the defensive array could defend against quasi-gods, and the trapping array could trap quasi-gods. It wasn't simple at all. Yi Xing also found a few weak points in the array. However, this 5-element sky seal formation contained the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements were clearly separated on the surface, but they were actually connected. No matter which part of the formation was attacked, the attack would immediately be directed to the 5 elements of the light shield and shared. Therefore, even if there was a weak point in the array, it was impossible to penetrate the defense of the 5 elements of the light shield in one strike. Moreover, the 5-element sky seal formation circulated the 5 elements of the formation and had a self-healing effect. If it couldn't be broken in one strike, the circulating 5 elements of the formation would immediately heal the damaged area. Only a quasi-god 4 nirvana level of attack could possibly break this array if they attacked continuously. A quasi-god 3 nirvana level of attack would have a slim chance of breaking the array unless the array's energy was insufficient. However, even if the chances were slim, they still had to give it a try. After all, Yi Xing's archery contained extremely terrifying penetrative power. Its lethality was much more terrifying than that of an ordinary quasi-god 3 nirvana level of attack. Yi Xing once again drew the green sandalwood divine bow and activated the gray flame void-destroying arrow technique. A pale flame arrow formed and targeted a weak point in the array where the 5 elements of the formation circulated slowly. At this moment, Yi Xing was the focus of everyone's attention. Wei Qingxian, Feng Hanqiu, and Feng Juanyue's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Star Silver Death and Xingihong's eyes were slightly worried. They were afraid that something would go wrong because the 5-element sky seal formation was their last resort. Whoosh! The arrow left the bowstring and instantly pierced through the void. Everyone's attention shifted from Yi Xing to the flaming arrow at the same time. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. On one hand, they hoped that the flame arrow could break the array, and on the other hand, they hoped that the array light shield could block the arrow. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the flame arrow collided with the 5-color array light shield, causing a loud explosion. Yi Xing's arrow was an all-out attack. Its power was much more terrifying than the previous one. The tip of the arrow pierced through the surface of the 5-colored light shield and pierced into it. Unfortunately, the 5-colored light shield had 5 layers of defense. The 5 elements of the primordial qi circulated, and the penetrative power was quickly diverted away. In the end, the arrow only penetrated 3 layers of defense before it could no longer move forward. The surging flame energy exploded, and its power erupted instantly. It broke through another layer of defense, but the last layer of defense was still unshakable. This was Yi Xing's most powerful attack, and the attack was aimed at the weakest point of the array. However, it still couldn't break the array in one strike. The 5 elements of the primordial qi circulated, and the 4 layers of defense that had been broken through were restored in the blink of an eye. Wei Qingxian and the others were disappointed. However, Star Silver Death was overjoyed. He felt relieved. Star Silver Death chuckled. Yi Xing, how's the defensive power of the 5 elements heaven sealing formation? You've already used your most powerful attack, right? Unfortunately, it's still not enough. This array is maintained by an endless stream of 5 elements of primordial qi. If you can't break it with one strike, I won't be able to break it even if I give you 1,000 years. Ha! Although Xingxiang Palace was only left with a radius of 100 miles, the central area was only protected by the 5 elements heaven sealing formation. As a member of Xingxiang Palace, this should be a shameful thing. However, Star Silver Death was inexplicably happy to see Yi Xing being defeated by the 5 elements heaven sealing formation. Today, I have a lot of work to do at my relative's house. I only wrote 2 chapters for now. I'll work hard tomorrow when I return to Shenyang. Chapter 885. Star Silver Death's words reminded Yi Xing that if the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation wanted to protect Xingxiang Palace, it needed an endless supply of 5 elemental yuan qi. The 5 elemental heaven sealing formation was extremely difficult to break because the 5 elemental yuan qi was too dense. Without it, the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation's power would be greatly reduced. Even now, Yi Xing could rely on his extreme penetrative power to break through 4 layers of defense. As long as the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation's power was weakened, it wouldn't be difficult to break through. Yi Xing lowered his head and used his God Voidbreaker Eye to look underground. Not even the dirt and sand could obstruct the God Voidbreaker Eye's vision. Soon, Yi Xing could see the entire underground of the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation. The scene underground caused Yi Xing's eyes to light up, and his lips curled into a smile. 100 li below Xingxiang Palace, there were 5 enormous elemental yuan qi pools arranged in a pentagram. Each elemental yuan qi pool was about 30 li long, 30 li wide, and 30 li high. They were set up with an array that gathered elemental yuan qi of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each elemental yuan qi pool gathered one type of yuan qi. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the yuan qi in the 5 elemental yuan qi pools had reached a terrifying level. The yuan qi had condensed into yuan liquid, which in turn condensed into yuan crystals. Each elemental yuan qi pool was half a pool of yuan crystal and half a pool of yuan liquid. The yuan qi it contained was indeed enough to support the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation against quasi-god San Nirvana's attacks for 1,000 years. However, if quasi-god San Nirvana didn't attack the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation and instead directly destroyed the elemental yuan qi pools, the result would be different. As long as the elemental yuan qi pools were destroyed, the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation would lose its source of power. It wouldn't take long for quasi-god San Nirvana to forcefully break through the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation. Wei Qingxian, who had been paying attention to Yi Xing, immediately noticed the change in Yi Xing's expression and asked, "Yi Xing, do you have a solution?" Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junyue immediately looked at Yi Xing, their eyes filled with hope. Yi Xing nodded. "It's not difficult to break this formation." Feng Hanqiu looked excited. "How do we break the array?" Inside the 5 elemental heaven sealing formation, Star Silver Death's expression changed slightly. Yi Xing's words made him feel a trace of fear. However, Star Silver Death was still very confident in the 5 elements heaven sealing formation left behind by the founder of Celestial Elephant Palace. He immediately calmed his mind. Star Silver Death sneered. "You think it's easy to break the formation? Yi Xing, go ahead and attack. I want to see what kind of ability you have that you dare to speak so arrogantly and attempt to break the formation." Yi Xing drew the green sandalwood divine bow again, his eyes filled with confidence. Then watch carefully. A pale white flame arrow rapidly condensed and took shape. Yi Xing placed the azure sandalwood divine bow at the bottom of the bow. The arrow was not aimed at the 5 elements heaven sealing formation ahead, but the ground outside the 5 elements heaven sealing formation. Wei Qingxian, Feng Hanqiu, and Feng Junyue all looked puzzled. However, Star Silver Death's expression changed drastically inside the 5-colored light shield. Of course, Star Silver Death knew that the power source of the 5 elements heaven sealing formation was the 5 elements pool beneath the ground. However, the 5 elements pool was hundreds of miles underground. Even if someone cultivated an eye technique and had powerful eyesight that could see through 1 or 2 layers of objects, what kind of eye technique could see through hundreds of miles of dirt and sand? Star Silver Death had never heard of such an eye technique. However, Yi Xing's arrow was aimed at the ground of the 5 elements heaven sealing formation. This shocked Star Silver Death. Maybe he's only guessing that the power source of the 5 elements heaven sealing formation is underground, and he hasn't really seen it, so he's just attacking randomly? Star Silver Death guessed. This was the only way he could feel relieved. If Yi Xing was just attacking randomly, Star Silver Death would be much calmer. The 5 elements pool was connected to the 5 elements heaven sealing formation. It wouldn't be that easy to destroy it. If he attacked the 5 elements pool directly, no matter which pool it would have the defensive power of the 5 elements heaven sealing formation. However, the connecting channels between the 5 elements pools were the weakest. Even a quasi-god of Nirvana 2 could break through it without the attack of a quasi-god of Nirvana 3. The 5 elements pools were connected by 5 channels, which formed a 5-pointed star. The 5 elements pools were the 5 corners of the 5-pointed star. Compared to the 5 elements pools, which were 30 miles in length, width, and height, the 5 connecting channels were very small. They were only about 1 meter in diameter. If he attacked randomly, it was unlikely that he would be able to hit the connecting channels that were only 1 meter in diameter. However, the reality was the exact opposite of what Star Silver Death had guessed. The 5 connecting passages could be said to be the 5 flaws of the 5 elements heaven sealing formation. Yi Xing's void-breaking god eyes could see them clearly. The target of the flaming arrow was also locked onto one of the connecting passages. Yi Xing released the bowstring. The flaming arrow left the bowstring instantly and shot into the ground. The resistance of the ground was more than 10 times stronger than that of air. However, the flaming arrow's penetrative power was terrifying. It only took one breath for it to travel 100 miles underground. The flaming arrow made a turn underground, bypassing the defense above the 5 elements pool. It shot to the bottom of the 5 elements pool, then turned upward and shot into one of the connecting channels. The ground shook violently. The 5-colored light shield of the 5 elements heaven ceiling formation shook violently. With one of the connecting channels broken, the balance between the 5 elements pools was broken. The 5 elements heaven ceiling formation was immediately affected. Wei Qingxian, Feng Hanqiu, and Feng Junyue were overjoyed. It seemed that Yi Xing's attack was very effective. In the 5-colored light shield, Star Silver Death's face turned pale instantly. He was controlling the formation. How could he not know that the balance of the 5 elements pool was broken? Beside him, Xing Yuehong's face was not any better. She looked anxious. If the 5 elements heaven ceiling formation was broken, Xingxiang Palace would be destroyed. She and Xing Yuehong would not be able to escape. Yi Xing's Sagittarius and Vermilion Bird constellations appeared above his head. He held the Azure Sandalwood Divine Bow in his hand and used the Azure Flame Void Destroying Arrow technique. He shot another arrow into the ground. The ground shook again. The 5-colored light shield shook violently again. Another connecting channel was broken by the flaming arrow. Yi Xing shot an arrow every 2 breaths. In just 10 breaths, he shot 5 arrows consecutively. All the connecting channels between the 5 elements pools were destroyed. Rumble, the ground shook violently. With the 5 channels destroyed, the 5 elements pools lost their balance and began to collapse. The tremors were more than 10 times greater than before. Rays of light rushed out from the ground. They were white, green, black, red, and yellow. They represented the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elements chi. The 5 elements pool was too rich. At this moment, the eruption created gullies that were hundreds of miles deep in the ground. The range of the 5 elements chi was hundreds of miles. The 5 elements heaven ceiling formation above suffered the greatest impact. It shook violently and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yi Xing and the other 3 retreated hundreds of miles away. They quietly watched the 5 elements chi erupt. In the 5-colored light shield, Xing Yuehong and Xing Yuehong's faces were pale. They were filled with despair. Chapter 888. Hearing how Wei Qingxian addressed him, Yi Xing immediately understood the identity of the blurry man in front of him. Wei Qingxuan's father was naturally reincarnation supremacy. Yi Xing had heard Wei Qingxian mention him many times, but he had never seen him. Although he didn't even see reincarnation supremacy's appearance clearly today, Yi Xing finally had an understanding of how terrifying a supremacy was. Wei Qingxian said happily, "Father, are you here to take us to Reincarnation Palace?" Reincarnation Supremacy shook his head. "I'm here to take you. With your aptitude, you will be in great danger in a high-level continent. Only in Reincarnation Palace can I protect you." Wei Qingxian was stunned and grabbed Yi Xing's hand. "Yi Xing and I are together. How can I leave Yi Xing alone? Father, take Yi Xing to Reincarnation Palace too. His aptitude is very good, and his strength is even stronger than Xian'er's." Yi Xing also held Wei Qingxuan's hand tightly. He had never felt that there would be any obstacles between him and Wei Qingxian, but now he realized that Wei Qingxian was the daughter of a supremacy. Reincarnation supremacy might not take a fancy to a little genius king like him. Many true god experts had appeared in the Dark Star continent, but no one had ever heard of a true god becoming a supremacy. It could be seen that even a true god expert was nothing in the eyes of a supremacy. Yi Xing was an 8-star emperor, but he had the strength of a second nirvana quasi-god. It was indeed heaven-defying. If a true god expert knew about it, they would have to look at him in a new light. However, it was far from enough to catch the eye of a supremacy. As Yi Xing expected, reincarnation supremacy glanced at him. He felt that his whole body was seen through, but reincarnation supremacy didn't show any special expression. 5-star blue fate, Vermilion Bird constellation, proficient in archery, has the blood essence of a true god of archery in his body, and also has a rank 6 fire seed. His combat power is no weaker than a 1 nirvana quasi-god. Except for the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation, everything about Yi Xing was revealed by reincarnation supremacy. He will be a supreme expert among the quasi-gods in the future, but it will be difficult for him to become a true god. His achievements will be limited. Xian, his aptitude is worlds apart from yours. He is not worthy of you. To the reincarnation supremacy, even a true god was nothing. However, to be able to become the strongest among the quasi-gods, one's achievements were indeed limited. In the reincarnation palace, there were a lot of true gods and countless quasi-gods. There was no difference between having a supreme expert among the quasi-gods and not having one. Seeing that reincarnation supremacy looked down on Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian immediately became anxious. "Father, you are wrong. Yi Xing has the paramount constellation and has the strength to kill a second nirvana quasi-god. Yi Xing's potential is not inferior to Xian Er's. Furthermore, Xian Er has already become partners with Yi Xing. Father, don't separate us." Reincarnation supremacy said, "Xian Er, I sent you to a lower continent to let you experience the difficulties of martial arts, not to let you fall in love. Your mother lost her life to save you. I need you to focus on martial arts and become a supremacy. Only then can you join hands with me to save your mother's life. He is only a 5-star blue fate, and it will be difficult for him to become a true god in the future. His lifespan is only a few thousand years. Even if he has the paramount constellation, what's the use? As for you, if you become a true god, you will have a lifespan of 30,000 years. If you become a supremacy, your lifespan will be eternal. At that time, what kind of partner can't you find?" With a wave of reincarnation supremacy's hand, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian separated. Yi Xing wanted to move, but he couldn't. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't open his mouth. The supremacy's methods were mysterious. Now, apart from being able to see and think, he was no different from a statue. Wei Qingxian saw this and said in shock, "Father, what did you do to Yi Xing? My heart already belongs to him. Even if I have a long lifespan, I won't like anyone else. Yi Xing and I have a promise to reach the peak of martial arts and become supremacies together. Father, don't hurt him." Become supremacies together? Reincarnation supremacy seemed to be moved and laughed. Does he really have such ambitions? Wei Qingxian nodded. Yi Xing found that the shackles on his body had disappeared and nodded again and again. Reincarnation supremacy said, "Young man, becoming a supremacy is not something that can be done with words. You have built a top-grade imperial body and have a supreme celestial form. You do have the qualifications to become a supremacy, but your chances of becoming a true god are not high. Becoming a supremacy, Do you know how many true gods have wanted to become a supremacy since ancient times, but they couldn't take this step?" Yi Xing said, "If there is a will, there is a way. Whether it can be done or not, we will only know if we persevere. Senior, this junior doesn't ask Senior to take me to the reincarnation palace, but I beg Senior to tell me the location of the reincarnation palace and how to get there. In the future, I will go there with my own ability. At that time, Senior will not stop me and Qingxian." There were only 3 high-level continents in the flowing light world. The Dark Star Temple, the Radiance Temple, and the Star River Temple were the 3 strongest forces. The reincarnation palace was definitely not in the flowing light world. It was unknown how far it was from here. Yi Xing had become a 9-star king. He could go to the Heavenly Bao continent and obtain Luo Tiangong's inheritance. He could enter the Star Secret Realm and explore the treasures left behind by the Star Supremacy. If reincarnation supremacy took him to the reincarnation palace now, it would be difficult for him to come back. Therefore, Yi Xing was unwilling to be taken away by reincarnation supremacy. Haha. Reincarnation supremacy laughed. He pointed his hand and a message shot into Yi Xing's mind. "Young man, you talk big. However, it's not that easy to go to the reincarnation palace. If you can really go there with your own ability, I will do as you say and allow you to interact with Xian. Shita, let's go. As soon as Reincarnation Supremacy finished speaking, he waved his hand. His and Wei Qingxuan's figures gradually turned illusory. They left the space passage and disappeared. Yi Xing, I'll wait for you. Only Wei Qingxuan's voice was still echoing. As soon as Reincarnation Supremacy left, the space passage immediately returned to its normal state. The still void torrent moved instantly and traveled hundreds of millions of miles in a breath. Yi Xing moved forward with the void torrent, but his mind was focused on the message left behind by Reincarnation Supremacy. As Yi Xing expected, the Reincarnation Palace was indeed not in the flowing light world. It was located in the center of the Reincarnation region, the Reincarnation World. This world was made up of many worlds. It was called the Black Cloud World. In the Black Cloud World, one person had 3,000 worlds. The flowing light world was only one of the 3,000 worlds. There were more than 200 worlds nearby that belonged to the Reincarnation region. The Reincarnation Palace was the most powerful force in the Reincarnation region. It was called the Reincarnation Holy Land. Reincarnation Supremacy was the most powerful person in the Reincarnation region. In the Reincarnation region, every world had a teleportation formation that led to the Reincarnation world. However, the distance between the worlds was extremely far. It was countless times farther than the distance between the continents in the starry sky. The space passage formed by the teleportation formation was very chaotic. Only real God experts could withstand it. Therefore, if one wanted to leave the world through the teleportation formation, one must at least have the strength of a real God expert. Chapter 889. The Strength of a True God Expert. Yi Xing sighed inwardly. His current strength was stronger than a second Nirvana quasi-god, but his attack power was only at the level of a third Nirvana quasi-god. However, if he really fought with a third Nirvana quasi-god, he would definitely lose. After all, strength was not only in terms of attack power, but also in terms of defense, reaction, and so on. The difference in strength between each realm of quasi-god was huge, especially between a sixth Nirvana quasi-god and a true God expert. It was like a natural chasm. Yi Xing still had a long way to go to reach the level of a true god. Not long after, Yi Xing reached the end of the space passage and was repelled by the void torrent. He appeared in the sky above a 10,000-foot-tall mountain. He had arrived at the Dark Star continent. Yi Xing looked back and could not see the space passage. Even with his god eye of void piercing, he could only see a tiny point in space. This was a space passage that could only be entered but not returned. Unless one had the strength of a true God expert, one could break the rules and travel in reverse between the starry star continents. Qingxian, wait for me. I will definitely go to the Samsara Palace to find you. Wei Qingxuan's figure flashed across Yi Xing's mind. The god eye of void piercing pierced through the void. Yi Xing confirmed the direction, and the azure cloud wings appeared on his back as he sped away. The Dark Star continent was more than 10 times larger than the starry crescent land. It was extremely vast. The last time he went from the starry crescent land to the Dark Star continent, he took the void-crossing divine boat, which could teleport tens of thousands of miles in a breath. That was why he could reach the Dark Star temple so quickly. Yi Xing did not have such speed. If he wanted to go to the Dark Star temple, he had to use the nearby transmission formation. About 1,000,000 miles away, Yi Xing saw a huge city and flew toward it at a speed of 1,000 miles in a breath. A little more than 15 minutes later, Yi Xing arrived at the big city called Shui City. Shui City was vast, with a radius of 10,000 miles. Other than the 3,000 miles around the center of the city that was protected by a formation, the rest of the area was not protected by a formation. Yi Xing flew directly into the sky above Shui City, heading towards the teleportation hall in the city. Stop! As soon as Yi Xing entered Shui City, a loud roar could be heard. A 9-star martial monarch flew out from somewhere in the city and blocked Yi Xing's path. Yi Xing stopped more than 100 miles away and asked, "What's the matter?" In the sky above Shui City, Other than the central region's array formation, there were also other cultivators flying. It was clear that Shui City did not prohibit flying. Yi Xing asked himself if he had violated any city rules. The 9-star Great Emperor looked greedily at the azure cloud wings on Yi Xing's back. What a great flying artifact! It can actually allow an 8-star monarch's speed to reach such a level. He's much faster than an ordinary quasi-god. Yi Xing snorted. The other party was actually coveting his azure cloud wings and wanted him to stop. The 9-star martial monarch shifted his gaze from the blue cloud wings to Yi Xing's face and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Xing coldly glanced at the other party. "What does it have to do with you?" The 9-star martial monarch chuckled. "I am Shui Mang, a member of the Shui family in Shui City. Master Shui has taken a fancy to your flying artifact. I'll give you 100,000 high-grade crystals." "Not for sale." Yi Xing spat out 2 words. He turned into a ray of light and instantly went around Shui Mang. Shui Mang was furious. "Stop right there." Yi Xing arrived above the teleportation hall in a few breaths. He descended and treated Shui Mang, who was chasing behind him, as air. Entering the teleportation hall, Yi Xing handed over 100,000 high-grade crystals and immediately ordered, "Teleport to the Dark Star Divine Palace." The Dark Star Divine Palace was the strongest force in the Dark Star continent. The Dark Star dynasty behind it ruled the entire Dark Star continent. Hearing this, the array master in the hall did not dare to delay and quickly adjusted the array formation. At this moment, Shui Mang arrived at the teleportation hall and barged in aggressively. "Master Shui asked you to stop and you still dare to run? Do you want to die?" The moment he entered the teleportation hall, Shui Mang's figure flashed and rushed toward Yi Xing. As he spoke, he threw a punch at Yi Xing's face. Boom! The void trembled and the air exploded. The martial artists in the teleportation hall were shocked. However, when they saw that the one who threw the punch was Shui Mang, they were enlightened. The Shui family was the ruler of Shui City. Shui Mang was only a martial monarch and not a quasi-god, but he was a direct descendant of the Shui family. He was the son of a direct descendant of the Shui family. In Shui City, even a quasi-god would not dare to offend this master. However, the array master who adjusted the array formation for Yi Xing knew that Yi Xing was going to the Dark Star Divine Palace. He probably had a powerful background. "Master Shui." They wanted to warn Shui Mang, but it was too late. Just as they spoke, Shui Mang's fist had already reached Yi Xing's face. A mere 9-star martial monarch dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Yi Xing snorted and pointed a finger. The finger was like an arrow, instantly hitting Shui Mang's fist. The energy around the fist was penetrated by the arrow, and the sharp arrow pierced his fist. Shui Mang immediately felt a sharp pain as if he had been electrocuted. With a miserable groan, his fist went limp. Bang! At this time, Yi Xing kicked out. The energy footprint hit Shui Mang's stomach, and Shui Mang was immediately sent flying out of the teleportation hall. A breath later, Shui Mang rushed in again. He pointed at Yi Xing and shouted, "You dare to attack me in Shui City?" Yi Xing's gaze was sharp. "Oh, you're a little 9-star martial monarch. Could it be that you're the king of Shui City? You don't even care about the Dark Star Divine Palace?" "Dark Star Divine Palace?" Shui Mang was stunned. Yi Xing wasn't wearing the Dark Star Divine Palace's disciple robe, so he didn't think that Yi Xing was a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. The Dark Star Divine Palace had only recently recruited disciples 15 years ago. It was impossible for a new disciple to reach the 8th level of Astral Sea Realm so quickly. If it was an old disciple who had a flying divine tool, he definitely wouldn't be an ordinary disciple. He should have cultivated for more than 100 years and shouldn't still be in the 8th level of Astral Sea Realm. Shui Mang had secretly judged that Yi Xing wasn't a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, which was why he dared to target the Azure Cloud Wings. However, he didn't know that Yi Xing was an exception among the outer disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. He had been in the Dark Star Divine Palace for 15 years, but he had only stayed in the Dark Star Divine Palace for a year. After that, he had traveled to several space continents and outer space continents. Fortuitous encounters came one after another. In just 15 years, he had already reached the 8th level of Astral Sea Realm. Shui Mang said angrily, "Are you trying to scare Master Mang? What kind of Dark Star Divine Palace disciple are you?" As he spoke, Shui Mang looked at the array master who was adjusting Yi Xing's array. Stop for Master Mang. Don't let this brat go. When my Shui family's quasi-god arrives, we'll make him suffer. Yi Xing took out the Dark Star Divine Palace's disciple token. Your Shui city's Shui family doesn't put the Dark Star Divine Palace in your eyes? The Shui family had Shui Inen, a true god expert. As an inner elder of the Dark Star Divine Palace, they were indeed a prominent force in the Dark Star continent. However, even so, the Shui family was only an ordinary 5-star family. There was a world of difference between them and the Dark Star Divine Palace. How would the Shui family's disciples dare to look down on the Dark Star Divine Palace's disciples? After taking out the token, Yi Xing's identity was naturally confirmed. Shui Mang left dejectedly. Yi Xing returned to the Dark Star Divine Palace through the teleportation array. Chapter 890. In the Dark Star Divine Palace, Yi Xing returned to the 10th peak. 15 years had passed, and many of the outer disciples had become 4-star kings. Some were even 5-star kings and had become inner disciples. Most of the outer disciples had become 3-star kings. Only half of them were left. The disciples from the Starry Crescent Land who were originally 2-star and 3-star kings had all broken through to become inner disciples. Even Feng Xiaoxiao, who was originally an 8-star king, had broken through to become a 4-star king 3 years ago and became an inner disciple. Mo Qingyang, the peak master of the 10th peak, met Yi Xing. Good. You are indeed the top disciple of the 10th peak. Since you have not returned from the Heavenly Bao continent, I knew that you had obtained Luo Tiangong's treasure and would have a bright future. I did not expect you to become an 8-star king in just 15 years. You really surprised me. Among all the outer disciples of the 10th peak, Zhuo Fifan from the 7th peak had the fastest cultivation breakthrough. However, he is only a 6-star king now. Although more than half of the outer disciples of the 10th peak had become inner disciples, none of them had become advanced kings. However, Yi Xing was an 8-star king. In comparison, Yi Xing's cultivation was indeed special. He had improved at a godly speed. More importantly, the other disciples were all cultivating in the Dark Star Divine Palace. They had returned from the Heavenly Bao continent with a large number of contribution points and abundant resources. Yi Xing's cultivation had improved so quickly in the Starry Crescent Land, which was a low-level continent, and then in the Starry Crescent Land, which was a middle-level continent. As the peak master of the 10th peak, Mo Qingyang was, of course, happy that Yi Xing had come out of the 10th peak. He personally brought Yi Xing to the inner disciples. In the future, when Yi Xing achieved something, he, the peak master of the 10th peak, would also be proud. The inner disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were much more complicated than the outer disciples. The outer disciples would recruit disciples from the Dark Star Land every 50 years and from the middle-level continents every 100 years. Once these outer disciples became 4-star kings, they would be transferred to the inner disciples. Batches after batches of outer disciples transferred to the inner disciples. Only a small number of them became quasi-gods and became core disciples. The rest stayed in the inner disciples. Everyone under 1,000 years old was a disciple. After 1,000 years of accumulation, there were 20 batches of outer sect disciples gathered in one place. Naturally, there were hundreds of thousands of people. After collecting the inner disciple identity card and clothes, Yi Xing asked Mo Qingyang, "Peak Master Qingyang, is there a good place in the Dark Star Divine Palace where I can raise my cultivation quickly?" Mo Qingyang knew that since Yi Xing had become an 8-star king at such a young age, he was definitely going to break through to the quasi-god realm. In the future, he even wanted to break through to the true god realm. The earlier he broke through to quasi-god, the greater his potential and the greater his chances of becoming a true god in the future. Therefore, raising one's cultivation level was of utmost importance to martial artists. Mo Qingyang recommended a place to Yixing. Regarding the Dark Star Godly Palace, the Star Origin Pagoda is the best place to increase one's cultivation base. There is a level 7 energy gathering array at the bottom of the Star Origin Pagoda, which gathers the Star Origin Qi between heaven and earth into the Star Origin Pagoda. The first level of the Star Origin Pagoda can double the cultivation effect, the second level can double the cultivation effect, and the third level can triple the cultivation effect. Upon hearing this, Yixing was delighted. The third level of the Star Origin Pagoda is indeed very effective. Given the abundance of Star Origin Qi in the Dark Star continent, he would only need a dozen years to break through to the 9-star Great Emperor realm. If he could raise his cultivation effect by 3 times on the third level of the Star Origin Pagoda, he would only need 3 to 4 years to break through, which was enough to shorten the time by 10 years. Mo Qingyang chuckled, "Of course." However, the third level of the Star Origin Pagoda is not a place that anyone can enter as they wish. There is only one cultivation room on the third level, which can only sustain one person's cultivation. Yixing was surprised as he asked, "Only one person can cultivate? Then who should go?" Mo Qingyang said, "Of course it should be the first inner disciple. This is the benefit of the first inner disciple. The first inner disciple can cultivate for a month. On the first day of every month, the other disciples can challenge the first inner disciple. The winner will be the new first and can enter the third level of the Star Origin Pagoda to cultivate. On the first day of the next month, they will have to accept challenges from other disciples." The first inner disciple was a 9th-level Astral Sea Realm cultivator. No matter how strong he was and how unrivaled he was among the kings, Yixing was confident that he could defeat him. Yixing's expression became restless. The first day of every month? There are still 3 days before the first day of the next month. I have to give it a try. Mo Qingyang said, "There are many inner disciples. It is not easy to stand out." The first level of the Star Origin Pagoda can accommodate 1 person, the second level can accommodate 10 people, and the third level can accommodate 100 people. Only the top 101st will be qualified to cultivate in the Star Origin Pagoda. When Yixing was at the 9th star Venerate Lord, he defeated a 3-star king and became the first disciple of the 10th peak. Mo Qingyang knew that Yixing was very strong and had the ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. However, most of the outer disciples from the last 20 batches of inner disciples were stuck at the 9-star king level and had yet to become a quasi-god. They had been stuck at the 9-star king level for a long time, some for 100 years, and some for a few hundred years. It was difficult for their cultivation to improve, so they could only improve their strength. Those who could rank among the top among the hundreds of thousands of inner disciples all had extraordinary strength. It was not an exaggeration to say that even the 100th inner disciple was far stronger than an ordinary 9-star peak king. On the Dark Star continent, many 9-star kings were at the top of their peers. However, when compared to the inner court disciples of the Dark Star Temple, they were no match for the inner court disciples who were ranked 100th in the inner court. As for the top 10 inner disciples, they were even stronger. They were unrivaled in the same cultivation level. Even if 10 9-star kings worked together, they would not be a match for them. Those who could rank first were even more terrifying. Those who could rank first among the hundreds of thousands of inner disciples were almost invincible except for quasi-gods. Even the top inner disciple of the Dark Star Temple had managed to defeat a quasi-god before. For example, the current temple master, the Divine Emperor, had ranked first among the inner disciples for a few years. He was so strong that even a second Nirvana quasi-god was no match for him. Many core disciples were embarrassed by him. Although Mo Qingyang knew that Yixing had outstanding ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation level, he did not expect that Yixing would become the top inner disciple. In his opinion, it was good enough that Yixing could enter the top 101 and cultivate in the Star Origin Pagoda. It would be best if he could enter the top 10. 3 days passed in a flash. There were too few people in the Dark Star Temple who knew Yi Xing. His addition did not cause any ripples. During these 3 days, Yi Xing met with Feng Xiaoxiao, Zhuo Fifan, and other familiar people and passed the days peacefully. On the first day of every month, all the disciples were qualified to challenge the disciples cultivating in the Star Origin Pagoda. Yi Xing issued a challenge to the current top inner disciple, Kong Peng. Chapter 891. On this day, the challenge platform of the Dark Star Temple was very lively. On the huge square, there were 9 challenge platforms where battles were going on at the same time. The first to start were the disciples on the 3rd floor of the Star Origin Pagoda, who were ranked 12th to 101st on the inner disciple ranking. They were challenged by other inner disciples. The 3rd floor of the Star Origin Pagoda had a total of 100 cultivation rooms. The disciples who challenged the 3rd floor were weaker than the disciples on the 1st and 2nd floors. Therefore, the number of challenges on the 3rd floor was the highest. However, although there were many challengers, only a few were able to win. Kings had cultivated for more than 100 years and their cultivation base was solidified. It was difficult for them to continue improving their strength. The disciples who could rank in the top 100 were all outstanding. The rest of the disciples were no match for them in the past and would find it difficult to be their match in the future. More than 2 hours later, the challenges on the 3rd floor were over. After hundreds of battles, more than 90% of the challengers were defeated. Only a few people successfully entered the top 101st to obtain the qualification to cultivate in the Star Origin Pagoda. With their aptitude, it was impossible for them to cross the Nirvana tribulation and become a quasi-god even if they cultivated normally for 1,000 years. However, cultivating in the Star Origin Pagoda was faster and there was still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, all the inner disciples were scrambling for the Star Origin Pagoda. After the challenges on the 3rd floor were over, it was time for the challenges on the 2nd floor. The disciples on the 2nd floor were ranked 2nd to 11th. Their strength was 1 level higher than the top 100 disciples. The number of disciples who dared to challenge them was much fewer. In total, only 7 disciples challenged the disciples on the 2nd floor. Moreover, these 7 disciples were the best among the disciples on the 3rd floor. They were in the top 20 on the inner disciple ranking. After 7 battles, only the 12th disciple won and replaced the 11th disciple to enter the 2nd floor of the Star Origin Pagoda. After the challenges on the 2nd floor were over, the disciples who were watching the battles instinctively left. In addition to the genius disciples of the previous batch who had become quasi-gods, the title of the first inner disciple fell on Kong Peng 10 years ago. In these 10 years, Kong Peng had faced countless challenges but had never been defeated. His strength was far beyond the 2nd disciple. In the entire inner sect, no one could compete with him. A few years ago, the top 10 disciples were brave enough to challenge Kong Peng. However, after repeated failures, they gave up. In the last 2 years, Kong Peng did not face a single challenge. Therefore, all the disciples instinctively thought that once the 2nd floor's challenge was over, the day's challenge would be over. A figure appeared on the stage. This person was dressed in black and looked to be in his 30s. He was tall and had a terrifying aura. Many inner court disciples exclaimed in surprise. The one who stepped onto the stage was actually the number 1 inner court disciple, Kong Peng. Kong Peng went up on stage. Didn't this mean that someone wanted to challenge him? Who was this person? All the inner disciples were guessing. Kong Peng's gaze swept across the disciples like a sharp knife. Yi Xing, who challenged me, show yourself. Yi Xing? When the inner disciples heard this name, they began to ponder over it, only to realize that they didn't recognize it. Yi Xing had only stayed on the 10th peak of the Dark Star Sacred Palace for a year, so the inner disciples didn't know him. Even the disciples who had entered the inner court from the outer court did not think of Yi Xing. After all, there had been no news of Yi Xing for 15 years. Moreover, the number 1 inner court disciple was extremely powerful. However, Zhuo Fifan, who had the highest cultivation after entering the inner court, was only a 6-star king. He hadn't stepped onto the stage of the inner court yet. Of course, they didn't realize that the Yi Xing that Kong Ping mentioned was the number 1 outer court disciple of the 10th peak, Yi Xing Wush. As soon as Kong Ping finished speaking, a figure flashed and appeared on the stage. It was Yi Xing. Seeing Yi Xing, all the disciples were surprised. They had never seen this inner court disciple before. Apparently, he was a nobody. It was really shocking that he dared to challenge the number 1 inner court disciple, Kong Ping. As for the outer court disciples who had entered the inner court, many of them were elites who had entered the heavenly Bao continent. They recognized Yi Xing and were even more shocked. Yi Xing had not returned from the heavenly Bao continent for 15 years. Now, he suddenly appeared and dared to challenge the number 1 inner court disciple. Kong Peng's sharp eyes immediately locked on Yi Xing. He stared at Yi Xing for a while and said, nobody dares to challenge me, Kong Peng. Boy, you're a new disciple, right? Do you know the rules? The number 1 inner court disciple had great benefits. Everyone wanted this position. However, no one dared to challenge the number 1 inner court disciple just because they wanted it. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of inner court disciples would challenge Kong Peng. Kong Peng would be exhausted to death. In order to prevent the top-ranked disciples from encountering too many unnecessary challenges, the Dark Star Divine Palace set up a rule and gave the challenged disciples the right to teach the challenging disciples a serious lesson without harming their lives. With this rule, disciples who were not powerful would not dare to challenge others casually. Otherwise, they would be beaten so badly that they would not be able to get out of bed for half a month. Yi Xing was a nobody. Kong Peng did not know that there was an inner court disciple like him. He guessed that he must be a new disciple who did not know the rules. Most of the inner court disciples thought so too. Someone shouted, nobody dares to challenge Senior Kong Peng. Isn't he courting death? Senior Kong Peng, teach him a serious lesson so that he will remember. Yi Xing met Kong Peng's sharp eyes and smiled casually. Can't a nobody challenge you? Besides, I'm a nobody now. However, if I defeat you, I'll be famous. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp aura exploded from Yi Xing's body. His energy shot up to the sky and the wind and clouds receded. Yi Xing's aura was comparable to that of a quasi-god. It was surging to the extreme. Kong Peng was shocked. His aura could not be compared to Yi Xing, an 8-star king. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot up to the sky. Kong Peng used his astral aspect. It was an extreme wind element astral aspect. Yi Xing used his astral aspect at the same time. It was the Saint Grade Vermilion Bird aspect. Its power was even stronger and suppressed Kong Peng. Kong Peng was even more shocked. His aura and astral aspect were suppressed by Yi Xing. This was out of his expectations. However, Kong Peng snorted and a pair of low-grade divine weapon gloves appeared in his hands. The Kong family was a 5-star family on the Dark Star continent. The old ancestor of the family was a true god expert and an inner court elder of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Kong Peng's status in the Kong family was not low. He was also the number 1 inner court disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. The Kong family rewarded him with a low-grade divine weapon, which was the gloves. You don't have a divine weapon, right? Kong Peng snorted in his heart. His figure flashed and turned into afterimages as he charged toward Yi Xing. Chapter 892. Yi Xing raised his hand, and the middle-grade divine weapon, Azure Sandalwood Divine Bow, appeared in his hand. Using the Azure Flame Void Annihilation Arrow art, Yi Xing swung the bow, creating a pale white shadow of a flaming bow, filled with violent power. Boom! Kong Peng's phantom was useless in front of Yi Xing. The flaming bow accurately hit Kong Peng's real body, blocking his attack. Yi Xing was as immovable as a mountain, not moving at all. On the other hand, Kong Peng was shocked as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His body shot backward, landing on the ground and retreating continuously. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated to the edge of the stage, almost being blasted off the stage by Yi Xing. The exchange between the two seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in an instant. As the number one inner disciple, Kong Peng's strength couldn't be said to be weak. If a quasi-god didn't appear, no one would be his match. Even a 9-star king of the same realm would find it difficult to take a single blow from him. However, Yi Xing's strength was far beyond a 9-star king's, even if he didn't use the black hole astrology or Sagittarius constellation. Kong Peng naturally wasn't his match. This result was not only beyond Kong Peng's expectations, but also the inner disciples. Although Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the astral sea realm, his strength was heaven-defying. What shocked Kong Peng even more was the azure sandalwood divine bow in Yi Xing's hand. He said in a shocked voice, "Mid-grade divine weapon?" His only sense of superiority was the divine weapon in his hand, which was extremely rare among inner disciples. He didn't expect that Yi Xing's divine weapon was also a level higher than his. The divine weapon in his hand was actually a mid-grade divine weapon. Whether it was aura, astrology, divine weapon, or strength, Kong Peng was completely suppressed by Yi Xing. Only his cultivation was higher than Yi Xing's by 1 level. However, he couldn't do anything else other than having a higher cultivation by 1 level. This made him seem even more cowardly. Kong Peng's fighting spirit immediately plummeted. In front of Yi Xing, he was only left with an inferiority complex. "Remember, I am Yi Xing, titled Arrow Emperor." Yi Xing shouted loudly. His figure was like a ray of light as he instantly appeared in front of Kong Peng. He swept the azure sandalwood divine bow horizontally, and another flaming bow shadow shot out. The speed of the flaming bow was too fast, exceeding the limits of a king's reaction. Kong Peng couldn't dodge at all, and could only raise his palm to block. Bang! The flaming bow struck Kong Peng's palms, and with a loud bang, Kong Peng spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying off the stage. Yi Xing won easily. The inner disciples looked at each other in shock. They had expected this battle to end very quickly, and one side would win easily. However, they had thought that Kong Peng would win easily, but in the end, it was Yi Xing who won easily. An 8-star king, an unknown new disciple, had actually defeated Kong Peng and become the number one inner disciple. This result was very difficult for the inner disciples to accept. Some of them had cultivated for more than 100 years, while others had cultivated for hundreds of years. Many of them had stopped at the 9th level of the Star Sea realm, but they couldn't compare to a new disciple who had entered the sect for 15 years and was only an 8-star king. However, regardless of whether they felt good or not, Kong Peng had been defeated. Even Kong Peng wasn't a match for Yi Xing, so they naturally weren't a match for him. Yi Xing was originally a nobody, but now, everyone knew his name and remembered his title of Arrow Emperor. Of course, many disciples who cultivated the Tao of archery didn't like the title of Arrow Emperor. Immediately, a disciple who cultivated the Tao of archery started to make things difficult for Yi Xing. "How dare you give yourself the title of Arrow Emperor? You really have guts. Do you think that you are invincible among the kings of archery and that no one is a match for you?" The title of Arrow Emperor was given by Wei Qingxian, and Yi Xing liked it very much. Now that Wei Qingxian wasn't by his side, Yi Xing missed her very much. Since it was given by Wei Qingxian, Yi Xing would naturally maintain the title given by Yi Xing. Yi Xing's eyes were like lightning as he looked at that inner disciple and said coldly, "I am the Arrow Emperor. If you don't like it, come and fight me." That disciple's neck shrank. He was in the top 50 of the inner disciple rankings, and was far from the top 10. How would he dare to fight with the number one inner disciple, Yi Xing? Yi Xing's gaze swept across all the inner disciples. "I am the Arrow Emperor. If anyone doesn't like it, you can come and fight me." When they met Yi Xing's gaze, all the inner disciples lowered their heads. Kong Peng was already strong enough, and no one in the inner disciples could match him. As an archery martial artist, Yi Xing had defeated Kong Peng with just a wave of his bow. Everyone could see that Yi Xing's strength was far superior to Kong Peng's. Who would dare to fight with Yi Xing? "Little king, what big words!" A cold shout came from afar. The voice was filled with disdain and resentment, and there was also a terrifying aura. Whoosh! As soon as the voice finished speaking, a beam of light streaked across the sky and stopped in the air, revealing a young figure. This person was walking on air and could fly in the air above the inner disciples. He was a quasi-god. All the disciples looked at the young man in the air. Many of them cupped their fists and bowed. "Greetings, senior brother Shueying." Kong Peng was the same. He had a respectful expression when facing this senior brother Shueying. Shueying was a first nirvana quasi-god and a core disciple. His status was much higher than that of the inner disciples. Yi Xing looked at Shueying with a calm expression. "Senior brother, my title is the Arrow Emperor. I don't think I'll get in your way, right?" Shueying stared at Yi Xing, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Your bullshit title has nothing to do with this god. However, you killed my younger brother, Shuezi. This god has to settle the score with you." Shuezi. This was a name that had been buried in the depths of Yi Xing's memory. If no one mentioned it, Yi Xing would not even think about it. In the Heavenly Bao continent, Shuezi had chased after Yi Xing but was killed by Yi Xing. Only Hu Yanlong had seen this with her eye technique. Later, Yi Xing had killed Hu Yanlong with a void-piercing arrow. However, Hu Yanlong had told the other disciples that Yi Xing had killed Shuezi. It seemed like one of the disciples had told the Shui family about this. Yi Xing would never admit that Hu Yanlong, who had seen him kill Shuezi, was dead. He said, "Senior brother Shueying, you're mistaken. When did I kill Shuezi?" Shui Ying's eyes were fierce. Hu Yanlong saw it with her own eyes. "Although Hu Yanlong is dead, she is my younger brother's fiancée. She would never lie about the cause of my brother's death. Yi Xing, you killed a fellow disciple in the Heavenly Bao continent. This is a capital offense. Today, this god will take your life as an offering to my younger brother's soul in heaven." Shueying killed without hesitation. He activated his Saint-tier demonic wind star form and took out a low-grade divine weapon. Heavenly Wind Demonic Sword Art. Shueying formed a sword art with his hands. The low-grade divine weapon shone brightly and shot out a terrifying demonic sword light. It fell from the sky and slashed at Yi Xing outside the challenge stage. The inner disciples were shocked. They did not expect Shueying to kill someone in the Dark Star God Palace. They retreated in all directions. However, they remembered that Shueying was avenging his younger brother. Many disciples could understand Shueying's emotions. However, Yi Xing, who had just won the first place, was in trouble. In the eyes of the inner disciples, once a quasi-god was angry, Yi Xing would definitely die. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.